the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome to the English desk here. I'm Nice2, and I'm joined with, is this the Daredevil? What are we doing here?
You know, I'm just trying to copy Hans Galleria. I'm the Daredevil, but only I just got the blindness. That's it.
All right. Well, you know what? I know you got your cane there too as well. But we are ready to bring you day number 2, guys. It's week 7. There's things fall into place, if we'll call it that, at this point. Again, you guys heard Hans mention it. I was about to say Mara, but Hans mentioned that, yes, Aurora yesterday locked in a slot for the playoffs. So we only have 2 slots left. And Ingan, I know you were watching over at home or wherever you were. How do you feel about yesterday?
I felt great. Finally, we've seen 2 series go up to 3 games. Every single game was you don't even know who's going to win. So I feel like that's going to happen for today also.
Well, it's a triple header. But first off, we have to go ahead and mention our sponsors because you can now be a part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with the eSmart Prepaid eSIM.
Now available for digital delivery through the Smart app. So get yours now.
Okay, so going to the match and going to what is happening here for all of us in the MPL Philippines. As you guys can see, take note, the red there. TNC Pro team, unfortunately for them, they are the first team that will not be making the playoffs. So that leaves us with, you know, these last 3 teams, Team Liquid PH, RSG Philippines, Blacklist International, fighting for that. Team Liquid PH, you can see, they're at 6 points.
Yeah.
They just need that 1 point to lock their spot in.
And they can do that today, secure a
can.
playoff spot. But the interesting thing is RSG Philippines and Blacklist International are tied at match win-loss. But look at the net game win. Even down to that, they're tied. So it's really neck and neck for the potential last spot for our playoffs this season.
You know what? As someone that has been very vocal as an RSG Philippines fan even before, this kind of makes me a little worried. You know, I did say that Demon Kite has been fun to watch when he was in RSG Philippines. Now, obviously, I like watching him where he is now, but it makes me worried for RSG Philippines and Blacklist International both because now today, the triple header, we have Blacklist International TLPH starting it off. So again, this is one of the matches where you really want to see if TLPH locks in that spot for the playoffs. Later on, we have, of course, Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Aurora MLBB, and that also is an interesting story because we also have FCAP and Omega later. But even for Fnatic Onic, man, like, are they going to break the record? Is still what people are wondering, at least for, you know, the regular season win streak that they're well on their way for. I think they only need, what, one or two more wins?
Two, yeah. 1 to tie, 2 to break. And even for Blacklist and TLPH, again, Blacklist is on a momentum. They have won against Falcons APBren with a 2-0 sweep and then went up against, was it RSG or Omega? I think it was RSG.
RSG?
Yeah, so you'll never know who's really on top coming into this game, who's the underdog. Because right now, I could safely say even Blacklist isn't the underdog coming in to our very first match against TLPH.
Yeah, I would say TLPH themselves, and I know our panel will talk about this a little bit too, is, you know, they kind of went through a period of adjustment through the second half of the regular season, and I feel like now they've also found their form. So, like I said, let's let the experts talk about this and break it down for the first match of us as we throw it over to our panel.
Yo, thank you so much to Nice2 and Ingan there. Welcome here to the Infinix Game Tambayan. I'm Rockhart and this is Renmar. Let's try to break down stuff that's happening on site, live right here in Green Sun Studios in Makati. Green Sun Hotel, not studio. Anyway, it's been really fun, and of course, this tournament is brought to you by Infinix. Infinix GT20 Pro is the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines Season 14. How are you today, my man?
I'm good. I'm ready for an action-packed day. I feel like we're going to get a lot of messy team fights in the best way possible, and maybe even 9 games. That's what I'm hoping for.
9 games.
I'm hoping for 9 games. We got 3 series today.
Chantel and Brigid are in the house, so not surprised. I would not be surprised.
You're right.
And of course, we will be giving away a code at every match this week to celebrate the 8th anniversary of MLBB. It is, of course, time to join in, guys. Join in on the fun in our MLBB 8th birthday party. Of course, that's 8 rounds of giveaways for our lucky players. So that's up to 2,000 gifts in store for you today, guys. Everyone watching here is probably going to have a lot of fun. So make sure to join us here. Man, 8 years.
Yeah, get that really sweet 8th anniversary Renmar skin, Akai skin that is available in-game. It's a great-looking skin.
It's a great-looking skin. An Akai hopefully can still make a comeback at the meta here. Obviously, maybe not as jungle, maybe more of a roamer.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Roamer, even crazy.
You've been saying that last week,
Yeah,
right?
I've been saying that for weeks now, man. Maybe even an EXP Akai. Don't call me crazy. There are people playing Tigreal in the EXP lane, and it's working.
It can happen. So anything can happen here. Right now, we're in week 7, day number 1. And of course, you're going to have to check in on our teams here. For Team Liquid Philippines, it's really interesting how they're paralleling with MPL ID's Champions in Crisis kind of vibe.
I get you, yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like, obviously, FNOP ID is a different story.
Yeah.
I know you watched there a lot. What can you say about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we touched on this yesterday with the defending champions of the 2 regions in a dangerous spot in terms of can they actually make it to the playoffs or not. But for Team Liquid Philippines today, they can shut that conversation up. They just need to win the series. Win against Blacklist International, and they qualify already for the Season 14 playoffs. One of the more interesting things that I've heard in an interview was said yesterday by Sanford.
Right.
It was him, Maracino asked him a question about their performance, their shakiness, their lack of consistency for the season. And he said, well, we're just doing our best. We're trying to handle it healthily. Post-game discussions, win or loss, healthy discussions, and maybe the upper bracket for the playoffs isn't for us this season.
Right. And of course, we will have to look at the other side where we see code breakers kind of recoded. They're pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about this team. And again, the caster said that they're probably not the underdogs coming in this matchup, which is something to say.
Yeah, I mean, Perks really has stepped up to the plate here in the roam role with Haji now really for sure being in the mid. And this is the code. This is the lineup that they've settled on and that they're going to be focusing on trying making it into the playoffs with. And I like it. What Coach Bonchan and staff has done to change Perks into a whole new roamer. It was through his words. He said we really wanted to focus on his development and help him with finding the right times of when to engage and when to use his big tickets ultimates as the roamer, and it's had some massive effect. Tigreal for Perks has to be respected by Team Liquid today.
I believe so. And you know what? Blacklist has found this identity, especially with Perks becoming a really great setter. And then we're going to have to see if TLPH maybe might test out his flexibility. As we do see it in their previous matchup, it was a completely different story.
Yeah, Game 1 MVP Benny Cutie, and I think that's one thing that these two teams have to consider, the picks of Benny Cutie and Oheb, with both of them having a respectable reliance towards the Nathan pickup in that lane. So that's one thing we have to look out for in the draft. Stats-wise, though, in their last matchup, of course, Team Liquid Philippines were definitely in the zone. Blacklist still hasn't found their identity just yet because, look, at that time, it was a Haji still on the roam. But with a new patch and new recipes discovered by teams now as we are on the 7th week, it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams will draft, especially now that we know that the Khalid is something that Blacklist has to watch out for in the hands of Sanford.
Check out that Khalid, man. And I wonder if Blacklist kind of worried there, because if you can see Blacklist Lord rate advantage, man, despite the 0-2, they were 60% on Lord control. That's something to really note. That means the team fighting post-Lord and pre-Lord are actually pretty good for this team.
Yeah, and that's what TLPH needs to respect. That's one of the things that they've had somewhat a little bit of a difficulty with. Very 50-50 are the chances that they take when it comes to the Lord fights, major objective fights. I love it. I love hearing the fans already getting roaring and ready. Started with the Liquid fans. Now the Blacklist fans are answering back. It's great.
Yeah, and I can barely hear myself, by the way. They're so
Me
loud.
too.
I love it. So right now, obviously charging into this matchup, we mentioned it before already. We're going to see whether or not there's going to be a big difference. Of course, this is the Blacklist that has been set in stone. Bonchan's been very vocal about it. Perks is on fire. And MP the King, I know he has a lot of stuff to say. So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not that's going to be making a difference here against TLPH, who does admittedly seem to be on the up and down. But definitely with yesterday, it's pretty good.
Remember, folks, TLPH needs to win this series to secure their playoff slot. Blacklist International, if they really want to breathe down the neck of RSG Philippines, they have to win today to inch closer to making it to the playoffs and make the Raiders shake in their boots.
Raiders shaking the boots, because if you didn't know this, guys, neck and neck. Literally every single
very
stat,
close.
they're tied, except for the last one. So that's going to be very interesting to watch later on, how that's going to shift up. And again, TLPH it's within their grasp, man.
It's right there.
Right there.
Right there.
You can just grab it. Just like you guys who could be grabbing the early bird tickets for the M6 World Championship.
Woo!
So early. I'm actually surprised by that.
6.
That's starting on October
Can't do that.
5 to 7. And that's 20% off. That's so early. Like, I haven't even wrapped my mind around the season yet.
Yeah.
And we're actually heading into M6 already. So 20% off on tickets and 20% discount on merch. That's pre-ordering M6 merch. Guys, it's so easy to get that. And I actually am a little sad I didn't get the previous M Series merch yet because I was so busy. But right now, if you can get it early, like right now, if this was here last year, I would have been so happy. But right now, you guys get a chance to get this. Take advantage. 20%.
Yeah. Get it.
Get it.
Don't hesitate.
Last time,
We'll see you in Malaysia.
yeah, hopefully we'll see everyone in Malaysia, by the way. Book your tickets now. Book your hotels and
Everything.
Book everything. And again, maybe we'll see you guys there as well. So that's going to be fun to see. Whew! Man, all of that aside, I am so excited for this matchup just because I want to see if Blacklist can maybe pull off a miracle here. Just keep winning until end of season. I feel like that will be fun to see, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a big warning shot to our league here. Remember, Blacklist International are the team, even though majority of their roster has shifted, this is the team that when we had our gauntlet format for the playoffs last season, they crawled and trudged through it. It looked like that they were going to be representing Philippines in MSC 2024 this year, but that has to be something TLPH really needs to respect. They're up against a team hungry to not be eliminated.
Yeah, who do you think's going to win, though? What about you guys? Who do you think's going to win? This Blacklist, are we going 3-0 right now for last 3 games? Or will TLPH lock in playoffs? It's very...
You first?
Oh, I think, I don't know what I predicted here. I predicted Blacklist here.
Blacklist?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe I predict Blacklist here because I feel like that's all MP the King needed was a little bit of a confidence boost to get it going. What about you?
Part of me is leaning towards TLPH for this one, though I do have that feeling in me that you're right. Pointing out MP the King, how he touched on perks. I personally wouldn't be surprised if TLPH gets swept here. Not to say, I wouldn't be surprised. That's how good Blacklist has been lately. But at the same time, if TLPH sweep Blacklist, I wouldn't be surprised either. But yeah, a part of me says that TLPH, they're hungry and they just want to head into the last weekend saying we're already playoff secured. So, TLPH.
Yeah, aside from your votes, let us know in the comment section why you think either team is going to win. Because right now, even we're a little bit 50-50 on this one. So let us know. And that's why we're all very excited for this. I mean, despite some lock-ins happening yesterday, you know what? We still have one possible lock-in happening as well for the playoffs. So we all know who's coming in for the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. It's so fun because later it's probably just a streak thing.
Yeah.
But again, it's always so fun to watch in these week 7 to week 8, last 2 weeks of the season just because these are the times where the teams feel a little bit looser. A bit more, some teams looser, some teams like really crunch time. So different teams have different modes. When it comes to this late.
Yeah, Blacklist has a different mode for that. TLPH has a different mode for that. I don't know, that's why it makes this so interesting. As much as I say I wouldn't be surprised if we see sweeps, I just want to see 3 games. I want to see a full maxed out series.
Right.
Very close, but a part of me feels like these two teams are not going to let go in terms of the early. They both want to be aggressive, and they're going to be watching out for how the roamers conserve their abilities. Perks and JP have a huge weight on their shoulders today.
Aside from that, obviously making a mark, right? Aside from that playoff spot, you're also going to have to wait for these teams to give a warning shot, right? Give a warning shot, like we mentioned earlier. Man, TLPH, always so fun. Give a warning shot to the other teams who are watching right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's your pregame before the playoff starts for some of these teams. So for TLPH specifically, since they do have a few more games, they could be a bit chill in this one, or they could just crush Blacklist Dream and make sure it's easier for them if they do reach the playoffs after that.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see how Carl TZ now getting fielded in after it was Zyda playing yesterday, helping TLPH secure their victory. Now, hopefully Carl is feeling good. Because based off of what Zyda said, Zyda was the one who said, we're doing this for Carl,
Yeah.
feel better, Carl, and he was able to do it. So now with Carl coming back in, hopefully the young goat's feeling much better.
Did we see him pass by earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
there
we got a spoiler. We got a spoiler. He passed by.
I mean, we usually don't announce that, but we saw him pass by. So you guys saw him. The GOAT, the young GOAT is back in the house, but we'll see who else is on the other side. Still going to be the Blacklist we know and love. Let's see the teams as they walk into the MPL arena.
Let's get the show started. Here's our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and JJ. They have finally broken their code. Can they break the playoffs code? Ready to take on a new challenge? Truly top tier. It's Blacklist International. Riding the momentum of yesterday's victory, just one more for the Cavalry. They are the champions of the Philippines, Team Liquid! Introducing their coaches for Blacklist International, Coach Eson. For Team Liquid, it's Coach Saide. Oras na para sa face-off. Perks. JP, center stage.
Hindi ko na sila kailangan sabihin, medyo dikit na sila. Alright, sino gusto mo na? Perks, you lost your last few matches kontra sa TLPH. Ano ang palag mo this time?
May M3 World Championship ako. Ay, di pala ako sali dun.
JP, ano naman ang palag mo? Paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang Blacklist?
Mauna kami makapag-playoff secured.
I guess we'll leave it at that. Fist bump. Magkakaalaman na ang dalawang teams na to. Again, this is Team Liquid Philippines at Blacklist International. Panel, floor is yours.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta love Ferg. He was trying to set it up really, really nicely. You gotta work on that timing, though, brother. We know, we know. Here is Blacklist International, who does, you know, jokes aside, does feel like the team to beat here with how they're feeling and the aura of the player just walking on stage.
Yeah, I'm really going to be looking at Perks, Haji, and not MB the King for this one, but Lord JM. With how Team Liquid Philippines have been shining recently with that Khalid pickup, it seems like to themselves they found that we need our EXP laner to be aggressive and let Sanford really help create plays alongside JP. And him and JP have been on fire recently. There are two members on the side of Team Liquid Philippines that can completely shut down what Blacklist International would want to do. It's JP and Sanford.
Yeah, regardless of any like desync in the jungle to mid, I feel like that duo right there that we're talking about just secures these team fights so well. And with pocket picks, like we mentioned earlier, I wonder, are they going to be ready? Yeah. Are they going to be ready for it if it makes an appearance? Their composition normally is very group up centric, right, for Blacklist. So that is going to be something that the sand guy, Cali, would really love to see.
That is the official title, the sand guy.
The sand guy, man. So much sand. Anyway, here's a graph work on it.
Yeah, average turret damage per game, a little bit higher for Team Liquid Philippines. KDA definitely, because it's taken a while for Blacklist International to find the code that they are in right now. But I love that you mentioned the pocket picks. When we look at the EXP lane, we mentioned the Khalid. But Blacklist International has to watch out for the pick-off roamers of JP. Kaja, Cho, Jawhead, all great for him. Don't forget that he has a Minotaur pickup. But Infinix keys to victory, Rockhard.
Yeah, Infinix keys to victory. Perk up. Blacklist team fights.
I like
with your initiation. Very, very nice. Whoever wrote that. Flex your experience with your counter initiation.
Yeah.
Obviously, TLPH, you can always rely on them for that. And of course, both these teams have some momentum going into the playoffs.
That's why I want to see them chase their comforts and their comfort play style. Another sleeper pick that we have to watch out for here that will most likely be contested, the Lo Yi. The Lo Yi for Haji has been beastly this season, not just in terms of the team fights, but with the surprise usages of the diversion to get into key areas to set them up for a team fight that will happen. Sanji can do that as well, but his Lo Yi is a little bit more aggressive. That is way more team fight. They don't go for the counter, they go for the initiation with that diversion.
Not just for the initiation, combined with Benny Cutie's Claude, makes cross-map plays. And again, doing what TLPH is known for doing, that breaking that base out of nowhere. Obviously, that's something that Blacklist has to watch out for still. Sometimes, if you're facing off against TLPH, they use certain heroes. Sometimes you kind of forget. Benny Cutie can do it with anything.
Yeah, so with how Team Liquid Philippines does have that tendency of ending the game with a split push victory, we've seen that multiple times from them this season alone. So that was a lot of pressure on the EXP laners, again, to create their own plays. When the EXP laner is creating their own plays, that means you have to put in resources, more resources into a team fight to cover to whatever the EXP laner will pick off. If it's not that, that means they're taking care of the side lanes really well. One thing about Blacklist is they do take care of their side lanes really well. Their macro is great in terms of the fights around the latter portions of the game where taking care of your minion waves are also important. And we talked about the EXP laners. Blacklist bans respecting Sanford right out of the gate.
2 XP laner bans for Blacklist here right off the gate. That was an insta-lock. And yeah, again, you don't want to be caught by surprise. You don't want to try to play around it. Just totally ban it out altogether.
Yeah,
that's a good strat. Blacklist on the blue side picking right now, by the way.
Yeah, good bans here by Blacklist. They take away 2 XP laners and 1 comfort jungler here. So Blacklist can either rush the Hayabusa or Nolan, which one will be available. They might... Actually, it's hard to call which one they're going to be leaning more towards, the Haya or the Nolan.
Yeah, that's true. Hayabusa obviously is still really, really good post... I was going to say post buff / adjust. Okay, let's call it adjust, right? Yeah. Post adjust. Hayabusa, every single team still really wants to pick that up, and there's actually very little counterplay in the jungle against them.
So let's see what TLPH will play into. They will probably not ban out an assassin here, unless they want to play into playing the Ling as an option. Let's see what they go for.
Moskov.
Take away the Moskov. That allows them to play the split push end. It's quite difficult to do that when you're up against Moskov with how well he takes care of it. But Blacklist, surprisingly enough, with the abundance of assassins available, they say, you know what, we don't need to rush it. We can just go ahead and pick up the Matilda. Something that we saw in Aurora versus TLPH. When Carl TZ played the Ling, Renegade shut him down with that Matilda pickup.
That's right. And I wonder if they just took a book. And it's a pretty old playbook, right? For Blacklist International, that Matilda. I'm pretty sure there's like a text that's like in parchment paper right there with the plays of the Queen with Matilda. So I'm pretty sure all of that's been passed down for some reason. But then again, we're not gonna be seeing the perk setup. So that's something that's probably interesting to note. Hayabusa and the Lo Yi. 2 highlighted picks earlier.
Yep. Remember, we got to see the long shadow play. I believe it was Blacklist International. The first one we saw it. Yeah. Haji diversion, quad shadow, so that when the diversion sends MP the King into the far lane, they can clear show, and then suddenly the Hayabusa goes back. So we get map control, and this is a TLPH comfort. Blacklist already, I think they need to secure their jungler and mid here if they follow their or jungle. Oh wait, okay, so that's a jungle Nolan. I think that is still going to be a Lord JM pickup with the EXP Edith, but we'll see. It's flexible because we've seen lately that mid lane Matilda is a big option. So now TLPH will pick up their roamer as well. Both teams, it looks like they've picked their roam mid and jungle, with them now vying for the EXP and gold laner matchup priority in the second phase.
That's right. Of course, I believe this Edith, yeah, definitely 100% Lord JM because he's also had some pretty fun times with that. I mean, some losses, obviously we've highlighted that before, but also a lot of wins. But whoever that is, probably can hit a lot, and maybe that's something that they can consider in the banning phase. But it does look really good behind the Edith. That Luna is pretty potent.
Yeah, good respect here by Blacklist International to take away the Arlot of TLPH. While now TLPH are hammering down on the picks of Haji. First with the Vexana. Let's see if they'll also take out the Aurora. That'll leave something along the lines of a Lilia or a Valentina for Blacklist International. Again, if this is actually a row Matilda and the Matilda doesn't go into the mid lane, which is a big option, but Blacklist hasn't shown it yet.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Haji definitely very happy to do that before. And other teams actually do kind of just make it a bit of a soft mid roam combo, right?
Yeah.
And then just full support whoever is on the hyper carry role. Can make a lot of differences. Great ban on the show, to be honest.
Yeah, they've respected the hell out of Sanford. 4 Sanford heroes gone from the map. And TLPH steals away the Nathan of OHEB. However, the Harith will be an available option for him right now.
Harith, again, not going to be surprised by the Lunox. I would be more surprised by actual marksman here at this point. I don't know if Claude is going to be an option.
Banned out.
Oh, it's banned out. There you go. That was the 5th ban. So, yeah.
Lunox, or will they even consider an Alice? Carry looks like the safest pickup if ever Sanford just ends up with like a Terizla and then you're up against a Terizla Tigreal frontline. But Magic is still an option for Oheb if he does want to go into the Lunox or the Alice even.
Yeah. Valentina probably not the pick. And again, Magic is the way to go. Kagura and a carry.
Okay.
Kagura.
Haji bringing back a Kag. Okay. Let's see. Built-in Purify already, so if ever you get caught out, strong counter burst. Very good. And there's a Gacha for Sanford. And Blacklist International read into TLPH picking up another beefier EXP laner. That's why they needed to go into the carry. Oh, this puts in a lot of pressure for...
Actually more of Haji, right? I mean, Kagura is already very difficult to play around, or to play in this meta right now. Not to mention, you know, Gacha just making targets harder to hit, take down.
Yeah. Early to game and late game potential is there for Team Onic Philippines, higher in the stats, but everything else goes to Blacklist International, which is why they have the higher lineup rating, the survival and damage potential, very key stats, and usually teams that are in the lead with that have good late game turnarounds.
Well, we'll see if stats don't lie here as we go to our casters. We got Naisu winning it.
Thank you very much, panelists, Rockhart, Renmar, to break it down for us. Yes, I was just as surprised to see the Kagura come to play in game number 1 here. Welcome to the English Desk. I'm Naisu, joined here with Ingon to bring you the first match of our triple header Saturday today. MPL Philippines, it's week 7 already, down to the last few matches of week 7, and we know that this one, we know what's at stake. If TLPH wins the series, they will lock in their playoff spot. And over on the other side, Blacklist International would want to win this because they're so close, tied with RSG Philippines in the standings.
Yeah, and you can hear the audience right now. It doesn't feel like the very first match of a triple header. And again, Haji with the versatility, using the Kagura. So in terms of burst, you know that Blacklist has the capability to burst down any member from TLPH. And even with the Matilda, it seems like Haji can just go for the over-aggressive style of Kagura. And whenever there's a potential counterplay coming in from TLPH, just use the guiding wind out. And that's it. You're safe.
You can use that mobility, the utility that it brings, obviously, but I don't know. I think a lot of people, like when you really look at the Kagura and where our current healthy meta is, and the fact that you have this burst potential, it could be a good usage in counterplaying against TLPH. Again, referring to the index that we saw leading into this one, the drafts were locked in. You saw that the rating was higher for Blacklist International. But again, it all comes down to the execution. TLPH, on the other hand, you know, the versions that TLPH has shown us, there is one where it still throws it back to the whole, back when they were Echo Express. Oh, hold on. Okay, so
Wow.
JP is going to be the main focus, too, for setting things up. And that's what I was saying. Like, when they showed us that fast play style that they still have, it's scary to watch.
Yeah.
And in this case, of course, it's going to be a more little setup-centric. You have a Ganakacha and this Tigreal.
Okay, here comes the zone coming in from Sanji. And now Wiki Shadow Kill will bring down MP the King and Perks as well as Carl TZ gets the turtle. Here comes JP with an implosion onto Lord JM as the clash will pause there. And speaking of Echo Express, look at that, 2 kills to none, plus the turtle secured for TLPH, despite Blacklist actually having 4 agents during that turtle clash.
That's about as express as you can get, in the first turtle. Get a whole lot out of it. And then on top of that as well, I just feel like, again, you always have to watch out for Sanford, where he's going to be coming through, or even JP, knowing that he has a flicker available. Again, these are, 2 of the players that set things up for TLPH when they're looking for it. Ganakacha with the Vengeance as well. His job is literally to jump on in, get the taunts off, pop the Vengeance, and just wait for the rest of the team. So the fact that Carl TZ also got an early kill is going to be snowball potential here.
Speaking of an early kill, he wants to answer again with a Wiki Shadow Kill. Gonna bring down Perks once again. This is the aggression that you'd want from Carl TZ. Apart from the slow start that they have during the first week, this is a different kind of TLPH. You mentioned this even during week 6 that it seems like the Echo Express, the Stampede. What do you call that again?
What, the Stampede? Because they're the cavalry?
Yeah, the Stampede. Again, sticking to their identity. And I like that you brought up Gatot Kacha, because Sanford was the one who brought up the XP laners being the secondary roamers, being the front liners apart from the roam, so that the roam can be the setup person for their team. And it seems like that's what Sanford has in mind. Again, you mentioned the Vengeance with the Gatot Kacha. So I feel like JP's, if ever they win, JP's going to be the MVP with his crucial setups if ever Sanford continues to be the sandbag of TLPH.
Very interesting, too. It's pretty much split, for the most part, community predictions here. A little bit in favor, of course, for our current champions of MPL Philippines, TLPH. Now, again, I think the dynamic has changed a little bit. Whenever we see Carl TZ or, of course, Zyda there playing in the jungle right now, it's just this pure snowball for TLPH. And I don't know, like with the lineup that Blacklist is going to have here, they kind of just have to watch. They kind of have to just buckle up and wait, especially for Oheb, to get to the items he needs, because we've been talking about JP and Sanford so long because they're so tanky that you need someone to shred through that. And that's the kind of tough part for Blacklist and what they have to solve here. So really, I think even when the panelists were talking about, man, it's so much pressure, right? Who is that pressure going to be? Is it going to be on Haji or is it going to be on Oheb? And honestly, it's on both of them at this point.
At this point as well, TLPH, just Sanji alone dominating the mid lane against 2 agents. Look at the damage and the range coming in from the Sluyi. That's why JP can freely roam. He doesn't have to worry about the middle lane because Sanji has it covered. And again, the question remains, the one you've been asking, who's going to be the person who's going to get Blacklist towards the late game to activate Oheb?
Whoa.
And now Carl TZ, it seems like he doesn't care about whatever, just goes in again with a Wiki Shadow Kill, and this time going to pick up a kill onto Haji as Blacklist answers with a turret takedown down bottom.
And that's what I was saying is the scary part of it is Carl TZ's snowball effect on Hayabusa. Off the top of my head, the most insane snowball we've seen on Hayabusa so far, I believe, was Demon Kite, when at one point he was like 10-0. Yeah. Carl TZ obviously on the way here, 3-0 right now, and just no answer so far. And part of that, too, is the fact that they have a Louis Yi. I mean, how many times have we seen TLPH play around the Louis Yi pick, even with it, whether it be a Hayabusa, a Klon, or what have you?
Yeah.
This is the pressure that they're putting on. And like I said, for all the agents out there for Blacklist International, they kind of just have to wait at this point to get to hopefully a late game potential power spike.
Yeah, but at this point, even the purple buffs being contested.
Wow.
Again, Carl TZ goes in, but makes sure to get the kill onto Oheb. That's crucial. Gonna use the retribution onto Carl TZ, and here's the trade from MP the King. And I like that you mentioned the Louis pick, because this is actually what Blacklist used to win against RSG, the Louis and Hayabusa that they were able to execute and control the Lord dances. But right now, TLPH working on this turtle, as BLCK will secure. Here comes Sanford, the Primal Wrath as well for Lord JM, guiding away to save them, but JP answers right back with the implosion, making sure there is no escape once again as MPT King gets his purple buff.
Man, JP, if he sees the opening, he'll take it. Even if he uses that flicker, of course, and just this is continuous pressure. A little bit more, you know, stabilized pressure from TLPH that we saw previously and especially last week, but right now it's all just fallen in place for them in game 1 at the 7-minute mark, getting a whole lot to work with too. And this is where it gets a little, you know, confusing for Blacklist International because of the fact that once that map is opened up, especially we're talking about tier 1 turrets going down, it gets a little tougher to deal with. Okay, where's the diversion going? Yeah. And that's what's been happening here time and time again. And part of that job for Sanji is just that pick a point on the map, send to Carl Teasy if he wants to, and that happens because even with this, it's still the big question mark. This Kagura shades the land of Dawn. She's the 7th most picked hero in MPL history. Whoa!
Whoa!
MP! He doesn't care about the history of Kagura right now because he gets taken out of the picture.
I'm in the present. It's Sanford and Carl Teasy flexing their TLPH recalls. You can get that, by the way. I already spent up all my diamonds. I only have the trial cards.
Same. I got that and the Fnatic one. Diversion.
Look at Sanji, the damage, though. Haji answers right back with a Yin-Yang overturn, and BLCK enters in with the entropy. Haji's going to fall down in a 5-man rotation for TLPH as they work on the middle lane turret.
I don't know if Sanford goes in.
So still goes in after Lord JM pops the Vengeance as they clean up the turret in the middle lane.
And I'll go back to what I was saying earlier, man. TLPH has just taken everything at this point. There's so much space that they can work around with, and you can see it. Blacklist International is just, you know, their head can't turn fast enough. They're trying to keep it on a swivel, but really it's just TLPH shows up everywhere, and sometimes it's even just Carl Teasy. Like, Carl Teasy alone is enough to get distraction, and if he takes someone out in the picture and is able to escape, that's much worse for Blacklist International. Looking at the gold differences here, they're already stacking up, guys. It's already a nearly 8,000 gold lead for TLPH, and you can see how that's distributed across the lanes here, especially in the gold lane. BLCK, oh, that's just damage from Sanji, but BLCK's damage alone earlier when we saw that in the team fight, we talked about this on desk with Leo yesterday, the BLCK bomb. When he picks this Nathan,
Benny bomb.
The Benny bomb. And he's already there. Like, you don't actually have to wait any longer. Like, his Nathan is scary enough at this point.
Yeah, and at this point, I didn't even see if he used the Purify, the Purify ones. And all his entropies so far are going in like this right now, trying to zone out Lord JM as the Lord pushes in the middle lane.
Lord's here. Shield's still on the mid lane. They're going to lose that quickly. There's
JP.
the conceal.
Okay, JP. Surveying the scene, making sure to zone out the members of Blacklist as they work on the middle lane inhibitor turret as Carl Teasy pushes up top. And Blacklist are able to burst down the Lord, but the problem is, again, your late game insurance will rely on OHIB. Starting out slow, 0-1-1. And you'd expect a carry to dominate as much as possible compared to a Nolan at this point, but 3-0-0 in for BLCK. If ever this even reaches the late game, TLPH still has, but look at JP with the implosion plus AOG coming in from Sanford as they work on the inhibitor turret. BLCK enters in with the ultimate, working on perks. Carl Teasy still has the Wiki Shadow kill, but it's not going to commit it though, as TLPH standing strong with a 10.6k gold lead. At this point, they aren't even scared, even if their ultimates don't connect.
They don't have, I mean, that was just an attempt. Obviously, they weren't able to capitalize on it. Hold on, they'll capitalize on that. Goodbye, MP.
Welcome back, Carl Teasy. Starting out strong with 5 kills already. Blacklist having such a hard time trying to defend their inhibitor turrets, and in 50 seconds, this could actually end with the second Lord for TLPH.
TLPH at this point, this one is feeling unlosable. Massive lead. Blacklist International, with the lineup that they brought to this one, they have to be desperate to find something, because even just JP showing up the front side with a conceal is enough to put enough pressure on them, second-guessing a lot of this as they lose that top turret finally in the base. And so really for them, I don't know, man, this lineup just doesn't seem to be working in any form for them. Even, look at the gold gap between the jungle. And then you look at the rest, too. I mean, even in the mid lane, and that's exactly why you just see TLPH flexing. They're so far ahead, they know that even if they go in haphazardly or recklessly into a team fight, they'll be able to just overpower Blacklist International.
Yeah. And even if Blacklist manages to outclass TLPH, the death timers wouldn't be that long, enough for Blacklist to commit a full push in middle lane, as TLPH will work on this Lord. Blacklist, I think they really can't contest this Lord right now with TLPH 12k gold lead.
Let's think about this. What miracle play can Blacklist International do to stay in this game? We know that it's already a massive lead. The Lord's going to be coming its way soon. So for Blacklist, how do they pull this off? Number one, they avoid all the setups that we have seen TLPH do. That's between JP and Sanford. As long as they have the Purifies, there's a chance. They play around the mobility and utility that they have. But what is the scary part is Oheb and Haji, do they have enough damage profile to actually turn a team fight over? Because now we're talking about immortalities as well.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot here that has to go wrong for TLPH and has to go right for Blacklist International as they wait for this Lord to come through that mid lane. Oheb already taking the focus. Sanford there enough to bring him to half health.
Here comes JP with the implosion. Gonna catch Lord. JM Sanford goes in with the AOG. Carl Teasy works on the backline. They still have the Lord. That's 2 members down for Blacklist and TLPH. Very, very clean game 1 win against Blacklist.
Very decisive game 1 for TLPH. Again, looking to lock in the spot for playoffs, and if they play like that, they continue to do that, they're going to be well on their way to accomplishing that, because man, did that look rough for Blacklist International. I didn't see a moment in there really where they had much going for them. So I know our panelists Rockhart and Renmar will have more to break down and say about this, because I really want to know what they thought about game 1.
Well, I think we kind of mirror exactly what Naisu mentioned earlier. This lineup for Blacklist is just not working in any way, shape, or form. I do not see anything shining here for Blacklist.
Yeah, man, Hayabusa, Carl Teasy was fever hot with how he played that. The aggression at the right time. The MVP, 6-1-1. I mean, we got to point out the plays that he did. Carl Teasy found Perks low under the first tower in mid and got the pick off after the first turtle, like around 30 seconds after the first turtle. Blacklist International were able to secure that turtle as well because they got to pressure MP with a great deep cut EXP lane bot by Sanford and Sanji. And then at 6 minutes, Carl Teasy found a solo kill on Oheb in the orange side jungle because Oheb decided to switch lanes early to try and gather up a little bit more farm for himself because the Nathan was able to outplay him in the lane. And in 7 minutes, there was a 2-level gap between Benecutie and Oheb. That already showed that TLPH has won the game in 7 minutes.
That's right. When I saw them walking into the base in the broken inhibitor at 9, I said, you know what? We got to get ready.
Yeah.
We got to get prepped. We got to get back on the panel. Because right now, it does feel like, you know, that those last 2 picks could have been a little bit adjusted. The Calibra here was a little soft. They were barely hitting. They were barely scratching JP and Sanford. And Sanji was just nowhere to be found. And good luck getting your hands on the Hayabusa, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everything else just pointed to Blacklist just not having a fun early game. Barely doable mid game. And in the late game, they're going to get outranged as well with the Natan against the carry.
Yeah, I tried to build up Perks and Blacklist International picking up the Matilda as their priority right away, but then with TLPH securing the Hayabusa and Loyi, yeah, Blacklist International need to recalibrate their priorities on the blue side if ever they can end up on the blue side again. They were just out-rotated. The center of the map, the roam, the mid, the jungle of TLPH rotated faster. It did not help at all that Sanford was even outplaying Lord JM in terms of the management of the lane. Really, what Sanford and Sanji did leading up to the first turtle was genius. They cut the oncoming wave in the EXP lane and bot, putting them in a situation where they actually sandwiched Blacklist International alongside the other members of TLPH coming from their own purple side. So they were coming from 2 sides. MP, the king, was just like, wait guys, where do I go? You guys left me alone. And then boom, he gets taken out. And then from there, TLPH just outplayed Blacklist International in every part of the map.
Yeah, so they have Sanford, they have Sanji, and now they have Sandwich. Is that exactly how they're playing it right now? I feel like that's just so many tools under TLPH's belt.
You got me there.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like they just do that so well.
Yeah.
And of course, not to mention the cross-map plays, the longest shadow, you know? Like you mentioned earlier, something that you can utilize over and over again. It just feels like Sanji was just throwing those diversions everywhere randomly. So,
Yeah.
you know how it feels like. It's so hard to play against.
Yeah, and one thing you also noticed, hopefully we all noticed from the rotation of TLPH, was that there was a good amount of time where it would be Carl TZ left alone to do his own business while everyone else is covering other parts of the map. Benny Cutie would have help, either if it's one of the other three, and then you have two other members pushing down mid. So when they knew that they already had the lead at around 4K, 5K, instead of just taking together, managing like the expected lanes, no, they switched things up. They were like, RTZ, do your own thing. You snowballed anyway. So whoever you meet up, even if it's 2v1, there's a good chance you can bring them down low and then escape, or maybe even get an outplay kill, which is again what we saw in the around the 6th minute mark when he was able to catch Oheb. So it was a great adjustment by Team Onic Philippines to make sure that they don't let go of their lead.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm surprised that stuff like that happened with the presence of a Matilda in the lineup. That just goes to show how powerful this Hayabusa is right now. Just so little things that you can do about it once he's locked into you. And that's also a reason why I feel like, you know what, this mid, it's safe, right? It's pretty safe. It can kind of get out of harm's way. But aside from that, it really didn't do as much as I thought it would.
Yeah, and I understand the people thinking like, why not the Valentina? Valentina can do this, do that, for sure, in terms of stealing away the right ultimates. But I think Blacklist International went at it with a more defensive mindset.
Defensive, yeah,
because,
exactly.
Yeah, you don't. Valentina with a Purify up against a lineup that you already see from the side of Team Onic Philippines would have been a little bit more dangerous because you have to get up and close and personal to deal your damage. While equally though, the Kagura pickup has that innate Purify with her second skill, if I believe, that dash.
That's right.
And then she can damage from range. However, Carl TZ didn't care. He was just like, oh look, it's Hayabusa's crush. I'm taking her down.
Oh yeah, that's
talking
right.
about the lore.
The lore, guys.
Yeah.
Chill, all right? So I know the Hayabusa mains out there are pretty having a lot of fun. Kagura mains, not so much.
No,
but at
not
the
a
same
good day.
first of the season, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was huge domination here from Carl TZ and the rest of TLPH. And if you were Blacklist here, I'm having a hard time. I'm having a tough time thinking about ways to get back here. In terms of drafting, you just go back. I feel like you just go back, right? Perks better on the Setters, maybe?
Yeah.
I did not feel it today.
Get the Hayabusa.
Or get the Hayabusa, exactly! Why not? That was so clean, but we'll see. We'll talk about it later, because we're going to talk about Hans right there, who's taking our duties up on the desk here.
Nandito tayo ngayon sa MPL Arena kung saan kasama natin ang Smart Community Team Representative ng Blacklist International. Walang iba kundi si Danica. Danica, kamusta? Alright, you love to see it and we're so happy na consistent kang nandito. So for everybody else na nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan, in case na hindi pa sila nagpupunta dito, parang meron mga baon dyan na. Ano bang kailangan or pwedeng abangan ng mga MPL fans pag pumunta sila?
So pag pumunta kayo dito guys, makikita nyo yung iba't ibang booth ng bawat teams. Pero syempre dahil Blacklist tayo, ipopromote natin.
Alright, let's do it.
Blooms ka ba?
Oo naman.
Okay. So available yung Blooms sa Black Box booth natin. Oh, ayan. Wait, flex natin.
Sige. Oh, ayan. Oh.
Ayan.
Yun yung likod.
Then next one, parang nagla-live selling na yata.
Oo, pwede. Oh, sige, kunin ko na para
For
ano.
only 1,249.
1,249. 49, okay.
Okay, ito yung makukuha mo.
Okay,
Ayan.
sige.
Blooms. And then ito naman jacket natin is the S14 jacket ng Blacklist.
Ay, yun yung suot nila whenever they go inside. Yeah.
For only 3,495.
3,495.
Yes.
Okay, so pwede na yung maging Agent Bloom ba? Agent Bloom.
Yung tawag.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, mabuti na. So just in case guys, na mapadpad kayo dito at mapanood nyo yung mga rest of the games, pwede nyo makuha yung jacket. And of course, the Bloom jersey ng Blacklist International. Hindi lang yon. Kung paano naman pag hindi ka na makakapunta dito? Or like hindi pwede, meron bang groups? Paano ba masusuportahan ng Blacklist International ng mga agents?
Actually sa October 6, meron tayong watch party sa Bellagio Square, Tomas Morato for the Blacklist versus Aurora na match. So, yan. Sa lahat ng agents na gustong na hindi makakapunta dito sa venue, pwede kayo magpunta sa watch party doon.
Okay, so para magkalinawan lang, October 6,
Yes.
Bellagio Square, Tomas
Tomas
Morato. Para sa mga lalaban, hindi pala kayo lalaban.
Uy.
Para sa mga manonood
Yeah,
ng laban ng Blacklist at ng Aurora. And I'm sure that everything has been, done and dusted para sa side ng Blacklist International. In fact, ito nga yata yung sobrang intense na season para sa
Yes.
kanila. So, anong message mo sa lahat ng agents and of course to the players of Blacklist?
Message to all the agents, lalo na yung mga nandito. Thank you for always supporting the team, and sa mga players naman, good luck today and sa mga susunod na matches natin.
And we're gonna see Blacklist International again to go up against Team Liquid Philippines. Danica, maraming salamat.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna throw it back to our panel. Panel, floor is yours.
I love that you can barely see any mark of, like downness.
Yeah.
Not the right term. Any mark of downness here with the agents. They feel like they can still come back here. And to be honest, they probably can.
Yeah.
With the right mix and probably with a few tweaks here and there.
Getting the Hayabusa.
And getting...
Sorry, I'm going to keep repeating. Come on, man. Matilda over the Haya. Why?
Just get the Hayabusa, right? I feel like that's the great one. And put perks back on the Tigreal. Everyone loves that.
Yeah.
And deny it from JP. That's number 2. So right now, we're going to our next one. And before, again, we're itching to talk about this next draft here. But, again, before that, we are going to look for the index along using bit. And I wonder if there's anyone who looks like Hayabusa.
There could be.
There
I've seen a couple of dudes with anime hair come up into the arena the past few weeks.
Because there was a ninja, a literal ninja.
Yeah, there was a character from Naruto, right?
Yeah, there was a literal ninja here, I think 2 weeks ago. And apparently they already found him. Right there. Oh, not yet. All right. I thought that was it. Do they still get, like, really big bags?
Yeah, they get prizes.
They still do, right? I don't know if they did that. Why are you hiding? There is no... You should not hide. Yeah, remove that. There you go with the OG Echo
Oh, she's
Jack.
confident. She flipped her hair.
With a hair flip.
She flipped her hair, yo. There we go. Give her the bag. Give her the bag.
Give the bag.
Oh, no. She's fighting. She's fighting back. She's fighting back.
We got some people. People are happy today, huh? All right. Who's next? Who's next? You're covering, and then you're gonna... Always love that suspense factor, don't you? And there you go.
Oh, congratulations.
The suspense factor won it, and I think that is on the Blacklist side of things. With OHEB right there. Oh, we're not done? Oh, we're not. I thought we're not done.
Yeah.
There you go. So Blacklist agents, they are still in very high spirits. So that means they probably know something that we don't. Maybe just,
Or they're just vibing.
Just vibing.
You're just vibing. Like,
Having
what
a
are you
fun
gonna do, man? Like, be sad. It's like, oh no, our team is losing. Boo-hoo.
Having a fun time. I feel like they're just having a fun time.
Just vibe. MPL Arena's always a vibe.
That's right. I feel like there's so many things that happen in MPL Arena.
Yeah.
And just adds to it. It's not always about the game, right, guys? It's not always about the game. It's always also about the people that you enjoy it with. Wow.
Yeah.
So I wonder, I hope you guys, I don't know who you're watching with. Do you usually watch alone? Do you watch with your loved ones? Do you watch with your...
Do you have loved ones?
Wow.
Wait, was that... I mean,
wow.
Never mind. Sorry about that, folks.
Or do you watch with your friends or your classmates? Let us know. Comment section. I'm going to read some of that later. So, did you guys see the Kylie Alcantara battle emote? Have you guys seen that?
She's a very, very popular actress here in the Philippines.
Apparently,
and there's a
they're
mini-series
getting it.
now. She has her emote. Yo, that
you
emote!
gotta do the wink!
That emote is fierce.
It moves.
I think I want to get that.
This is pretty...
That is sassy.
I will actually do that.
I like that.
Kylie, you gotta do the wink wink. You gotta do the wink wink.
Is that actually Kylie? It really looks... Oh, wait, no. I think that's someone else. I mean, it's...
Oh, no, it's not.
He's getting it on the spot.
That's right.
It's, like, it's
There
Kylie!
you
Oh, wait, no, it's
go.
not Kylie. It's not Kylie.
All you had to do was wink, and you got it. Apparently, that's all it takes. And that is with the Miss Legends track that they've been playing. Again, if you haven't seen it on the socials, MLBB Philippines Facebook, and I believe it might be on IG as well.
Yeah, we have a drop.
Check it out. That's pretty fun. They have reels of that. I saw it on the reels.
Oh, like they spliced it up like to promote it.
Sometimes they
and
do
stuff.
splice it up a little bit as well. Pretty
Check it
fun.
out. I
Check
should
it
watch
out.
that.
And again, that spicy battle emote, it's like question mark all over. Like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? That
Yeah.
you can
Plus,
do that.
plus you winking at your opponent, sort of like a nice try type of deal. I like it.
Aside from like a horse,
Yeah.
punching.
I think that's a secret now.
That's a combo.
So you combo it, you flex as the horse, and then as you're walking away, you bring up the battle emote of Kylene.
Oh, the fadeaway.
Yeah.
I like it. I like the fadeaway. I will do that. I don't know how much.
That way you get protein and carbs, Thanks.
That's a nice combo.
I don't know what else.
That's how the Filipinos do it. Like protein on the carbs on the middle, protein on the side.
No, I don't do that. What we do is carbs on carbs, bro.
Oh, really?
We
Carbs
eat
on
rice with
carbs.
spaghetti, rice with brand of Canton.
That's all the Filipinos do, honestly.
Yeah.
Right? It's always just rice in the middle, and maybe carbs again, and
Yeah.
then some protein later on in the day.
Now, what protein? We have rice and noodle.
Noodles. For yo.
I tell you, I'm so happy you actually said that.
All
I
right.
can't do that.
So for TLPH, they're picking blue side.
Yeah.
If this is a side where they're probably gonna get the Hayabusa again, if Blacklist International doesn't do anything about it.
I don't know. Maybe TLPH should first pick the Matilda. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, get the Haya. Rush the Haya if you
That's
can.
right.
Not to say that getting the Haya right away will mean your team will win. It's still counterable.
That's right.
The opposing team, as long as they have a good amount of pickoff and the roamer that can invade, get vision, and stop the level out the rotation of a Hayabusa, it's counterable. So Blacklist, take away the Haya.
Take away the Haya, come on, bro. You know you can do it. And they don't.
Haya.
Haya. Oh no.
But I still get it.
Oh yeah.
The Khalid and the Phoebus does have to be respected.
Higher threat. Yeah, and
Yeah.
not to mention they're red side now, so they also have to ban out
Sure.
the boy.
I think TLPH, you know what, if it's open for them, you get Haya first, steal away the Tigreal, or maybe even get the Cho. Or you know what?
Cho?
Haya, Tigreal, Cho. That's it.
Haya Tigreal show.
First 3 picks for TLPH.
That's so
Hayabusa, Tigreal,
transparent.
Cho. In a way, yes. But that way, they already shut down a lot of the things that Blacklist want to do. They steal away a pick. Oh, they go Tigreal first.
Either way, I still think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, dude,
I
even-
still think it's gonna happen.
Even Benny Cutie was laughing. So they're really respecting perks
Yeah.
here.
That's right. Maximum respect for perks. They know it's gonna come out. They don't need to pick the Haya first. Although again, MPDK can play that hero
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah, well, for sure. So get the Haya.
Maybe I don't know if they still want to go Nolan.
Haya, Nolan, Julian are all open.
Yes, I believe it's gonna be a jungle pick. Either way, right?
I think it has to be.
Has to be a jungle pick here.
Not that. No. Blacklist usually pick their gold laner later into the phase.
Free slot free, right? Or 4.
Yeah, MP the King's very,
It's
very
Nolan.
vocal.
There it is.
Haya Cho.
Haya Cho,
Just get the Cho.
100%, right? Don't
Yeah.
don't let the Nolan move.
Yeah. If it's not the Cho, maybe they get their gold laner.
Yeah, I was thinking gold laner, maybe carry. Oh, no, sorry, Nathan. Oh, it's Julian.
Oh, okay.
And not yet.
Okay.
They're holding it. They're holding their gold laner.
Yeah, so it's still within the idea of they get their jungle and their EXP. So they go for the Julian for the burst, EXP, R-Lot, secondary set, and coverage. So what TLPH usually does is if JP gets caught out by crowd control ability, Sanford's ready to final slash to help counter initiate. Or it would be Sanford starting things off with the final slash, and then JP will follow up.
I believe that's pretty good. Either way, the big boom booms of TLPH, their gold laner, and of course the mid lane is going to be saved for later.
It's a very fragile mid though.
It is in despair that I see the
With the Vexana.
Yeah.
Talking about that.
Vex, Nolan, Matilda, they can rotate fast, but it's quite fragile.
Might be a carry or a Claude ban here for TLPH as well. I feel like their gold laner is the gold laner is the next target here for TL.
Yeah. I mean, the Harith will still be available.
Which is not bad. That's
So
right.
just pack it with a Purify so that it's safe from the Tigreal and
Doesn't instantly die from the set combo.
For sure, for
For
sure.
super layer of the final slash and the implosion.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily need to get carry, even though Sanford's R-Lot is an EXP laner that builds more defense, you don't necessarily need to use true damage against it.
I've been waiting for too
Carry.
long.
They ban out the carry.
Yes, that's why they just take it away. So now the matchups available are Harith, Rogers hella fallen out, Lunox, Alice. We might see magic damage gold laners
Feels
for
like
Blacklist.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're running out. Honestly, they're running out of gold lane picks, especially if another gold laner gets banned out here by Team Liquid Philippines. But that was a Belleric or high loss. High loss. Right. I always get those two confused. And Claude pick instantly. They knew, oh, if they don't ban out Claude, we get it.
Yeah. Ooh, but now what? Harith for Benny Cutie?
What's the matchup looking like? That's a question, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Alice?
Alice with a vengeance.
Yeah, that's a beefy lineup if you ask me, and I would take it.
Yeah.
But they might lack in damage. You're right.
Yeah. The best damage dealers right now, sir, in terms of raw output that are available. Oh, what if we see something off kilter here? Well, Matilda, Nolan, Claude turns off Ixia. Maybe Benny will go. Well, they might even consider Melissa. Or what if they throw it back to yesterday, pick up the 1-1 again?
1-1. That's pretty good for the matchup. That survives. But that sounds like it's a 1-1.
Hey!
That's always going to be on Benny Cutie's mind, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, probably sees it at home.
Yeah. I mean...
If you guys don't know, Benny's kid's nickname is 1-1.
Yeah. He named his daughter, the nickname of his daughter is the name of his favorite hero in MLBB.
Exactly.
So, Benny Cutie, me and Midnight, alongside Antinara yesterday, we just kept praising Benny Cutie. Like, he's a great gold laner to watch because, damn, the positioning's so good. His 1-1 died only once yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, during the game it was played, and it was hard to catch. After that, it was like, oh, wow, they could not get to Benny Cutie's 1-1.
Yeah. Either way, the 1-1's still quite good, despite a lot of changes, not just in the hero, but also in itemization since last time the actual was picked up. So I don't blame him getting up. And there's the Charizla. All right. So this time does feel like a more sturdy result compared to the Edith of previous game, which I thought they were actually going to pick right here.
Yeah.
They go for Charizla instead. That's pretty clean. And now there's a defined front line and back line for Blacklist, and a Claude that can kind of dive in and out.
Yeah, and the lineup rating does not look good for Blacklist International. Almost all of the stats lean towards TLPH. Survival potential very close down the mid. The early to mid game potential, though, for Blacklist is what's there. With the Matilda, Nolan, and Vexana, if you think about how well they can damage and rotate, yes. But if you take in the picks of TLPH, Blacklist International's early might be difficult to achieve.
We wonder who came out on top here in the draft. Let's throw it over to our casters right now to get started.
And thank you very much, Rockhard Renmar, again for the breakdown here. Game number 2. Welcome to the English Desk, and I'm nice to, and joined here with me is Ingan. And after a very dominant game number 1 from TLPH, we'll see if Blacklist International can adjust and take it to game 3 because, man, the index was not in their favor.
Yeah. In terms of setups, this is what happened during game number 1. They do have the Matilda and the Edith, but the problem was there wasn't any setups coming in from Perks, and we know Perks is an aggressive Matilda.
Yeah.
So if they are on the receiving end in the early game, we might see a defensive Perks once again, which means Lord JM has to really do the setups with the penalty zone plus the flicker combination.
That's what kind of stuck out to me the most, especially with the lineup when it was brought up from Blacklist is, yeah, you have to rely on Lord JM's Charizla. He has to be able to set things up for the most part. Of course, Perks can do that too, but you kind of also need to keep Perks in a position to get these members of Blacklist International out if they have to with the guiding wind and everything else. And so there's a whole lot here, and that's also why they have the 3 Purifies. They're rolling with that just because of what has happened so far just in the past weeks whenever JP gets his hands on the Tigreal, and that's always a part of it. And like they mentioned as well, you have the 1-1 appearing again after we saw this performance yesterday is obviously still a very comfort pick, not just because, his daughter's, that's the nickname, but it's the point that Benny Cutie, he made some of his biggest plays on this hero, and he still got it, even after we saw yesterday.
Favorite hero with the 1-1, and look at Carl TZ just Sanford just really flexing, selling their own recalls here. And going back to your point again, Benny Cutie, favorite hero is the 1-1. A lot of crucial games has been played, has been won by Benny Cutie with this 1-1 pick. And let's see if it goes well, because this is the first turtle up for grabs as TLPH, the cavalry, making sure to zone out the agents.
Look at that. They just walk up.
Whoa! And just like that, first blood will be drawn by TLPH, and it goes to Sanji, and they steal away the purple buff.
I wasn't expecting them to just get a kill like that. Like, they literally, TLPH just walked up and said, no, you're not going to pass this line.
And Sanford working on Lord JM. I mean, Sanji, we all know the Valentina can burst down anyone, especially early to the mid game. And it looks like Sanji's really making most out of this Valentina pick. Who did they get there? It was Perks with the Matilda.
Perks went down. And also, that's part of the equation here from TLPH is Sanji. He can have his picking when it comes to ultimates. Obviously, in that instance, he took Haji's here. He had his own internal guard. But even to that case, like Sanji, don't hold him against him if you see him take even a penalty zone later on or a circling eagle. He has so many options that he can go with and approach. But if it comes down to that where, well, hold on, MP?
Carl TZ with the combination. Also used the red tree to make sure to bring down MP, the king. And just like that, Carl TZ didn't even play yesterday. He was out sick. And this time, I believe you can't just be okay right after one day. I feel like this is a flu game for Carl TZ.
Oh, you can see this already. He's building up here. And the lead that he's going to have on MP the King, it's nearly on the same path here. Lockdown.
Okay, that's a good force out of the penalty zone from Lord JM. Still wants to go in for Carl, but making sure they still display discipline.
As I was saying, it's still on the same path as game number one. So MP needs to rely on the team to help him get, to a point where things aren't just getting clearly taken from him left and right, because if the Turtles continue that way, like we saw from Turtle number one, and then you get to the Lords, it's just not going to end well for Blacklist International. And that's why you see really the pressure already starting from TLPH. And so Perks, even his job alone is kind of difficult because he's got to go scout things out to allow, that safe approach for Blacklist right now. This second Turtle's up. Sanford also picking up the Thunderbelt, making his way for the fight. They're going full force for this one as they just kind of zone out Perks, and MP has to wait.
At the very least, Black tries to go for a trade as Carl TZ will secure that turtle. Sanford, though, use the final slash onto Perks, but will escape. And okay, this is what happened during game number one. Blacklist was playing so defensively, so passively, that it got to the point that TLPH lead ballooned up because there was no trade coming in from Blacklist. And of course, Carl TZ's performance with the Hayabusa. 3-0-0 to start the early game. And if Blacklist continues to just wait on OHEB, it's going to be an easy, fast game again for TLPH.
Oh, look at this. They get a flicker out from Sanford, so they try to make a move, and that's one of the things here. Just like we said, oh, wow.
The burst coming in from Sanji and Carl TZ, though. That was enough to zone them out and work on the middle lane turret, but manages to kill Perks. An off-cam kill as the lead balloons up to 3.4k. Carl TZ onto OHEB with a BMI out. Sanford, though.
Oh.
He doesn't have the flicker, but JP does with the implosion, making sure OHEB doesn't escape. They want to go for more. Haji's the next target, and he's going to fall down as well. Wow! The cavalry just really flexing.
I'm sorry, Blacklist International fans and agents out there, but man, TLPH, it just looks like they're playing with the food at this point, man. Like they are just doing things they shouldn't be able to do at this point in the game, but because of the lineup that they have, they get away with it all.
It's too much. Really too much. And this is to mention that Blacklist has 3 Purifies, but JP manages to catch them still. And this is what you get when you have overloaded crowd control, when you have a secondary roamer who also can set up. And in this case, they also have the luxury of having Sanji with the Valentina. Eventually can get the penalty zone from Lord JM, but usually opts to get the Eternal Guard from Haji. So in terms of burst, in terms of setups, TLPH, it's just too much. And you're right.
Yeah.
They're just playing with their food right now. Stalking their prey, playing with their food. Look at Benny Cutie forcing the blazing duet from OHEB as he manages to escape. But just like that, it's hard to stack up across both Tang onto a Claude because of the mobility. Benny Cutie doesn't care. He can do whatever he wants. And speaking of whatever they want to go for Lord JM. JP pops his implosion, though, as Lord JM has to walk away there. Up against 3 Carl TZ works on the turret up top. Sanji even getting the blazing too.
I said it earlier. I was like, I wouldn't hold it against Sanji taking whatever ultimate he wants. I named 3, but I didn't name Oheb's. I didn't name the blazing duet. He took that, though.
Conceal JP, though, doesn't have the implosion yet, but he does have the Sacred Hammer, and now the slash coming in from Sanford to get Lord JM. The guiding went out, MPT King soaking up the damage as Sanford stays alive, and Benny Cutie works on the middle lane turret. And nicely, this is what you're saying. At this point, TLPH can get away with anything.
Yeah. And
literally.
So for Blacklist, when you really want to, if you're looking for some sign of hope for them in this game too, with things, I mean, we're talking almost 9,000 gold difference under 8 minutes. And that is a full-on force snowball. Like, you are just going downhill at this point. So for Blacklist, if they want to somehow, some way turn this around, they have to punish TLPH when TLPH is just, taking chances at this point because of how far ahead they are. And that's, honestly, for Blacklist to get back into the game, that's what it has to be. If they continue to wait, you're kind of just holding on. You're holding on to the door at this point because TLPH going full force as they now take out tier 2s. And they're just going to zone in and on these base turrets even without a Lord.
Okay, they're going to pop the energy shields, the holy shields of Blacklist inhibited turrets even before the first Lord, as you mentioned. Again, still, TLPH needs to do this flawlessly in order to end the game right away. Because again, the stakes are high for TLPH as they flex once again their recalls.
They're out there. Get yours now. That's my second favorite right there, the Lightning.
What's your first? Oh, the Lightning from Fnatic. This is my first. Look at that. Flex like that. Flex your biceps as well. TLPH, they deserve to flex like that. Again, but the stakes are high for them. This is the playoff securing matchup game for TLPH.
Yeah, TLPH, they know, again, what's at stake here, even for Blacklist International, but right now they have to focus on just a base defense. A massive lead and a deficit for them to work against as they get kind of buckled in for a push from TLPH. And at this point, I don't think they are where they need to be. I know we have talked about Claude after, this patch that went through where he comes online a little bit faster, but just look at the disparity, between even the items, between the gold laners alone. Benny Cutie picking up a Wind of Nature, so now that risk factor of let's just force it into the base and end this thing just went skyrocketed high. At this point, you can see it already too. Sanji just enough to kind of force them back as they wait for the Lord to come in here. So for Blacklist, what do they need to happen? Lord JM has to get a penalty zone. He's most likely just going to get taken out. But there's Sanford. He'll miss.
Sanford. Okay, Lord JM goes in. Counterattack coming in from Blacklist as Oeb bursts down with the Blazing Duet. But Lord JM still falls down as they work on the Lord here. They're going to save their inhibitor turret, but here comes Perks with the Circling Eagle. MP the King trying to go, but look at the answer from JP! Just manages to catch MP the King, and with a final slash from Sanford, giving Carl Teasy a killing spree.
Oh, man, that's exactly what I was saying. That might have been their moment, but oh, no!
Oh, he's not even done! The young goat has minions! They're gonna try and work on the crystal here as Carl Teasy goes out. And just feels like Carl Teasy is reborn.
He's reborn?
4-0-4! This isn't what we saw during the first half of the season from Carl Teasy. Man, his prime just keeps getting better and better as he works on Lord JM 1v1. Works on the middle lane inhibitor turret here, and they're gonna take it down. Blacklist gonna have to fight for their lives, for their playoff life. They're not gonna get eliminated though, but again, as much as possible, you really want to get the win.
They have to. Again, at this point though, man, it's what happened in the last team fight is what I was saying. That would have been the best case scenario for them, and it was unfortunate because even when that re-engage came through from MP the King, he just got caught by JP. So, those things, the boxes were being checked, but because of just how far behind they are economically, it's, they weren't able to actually capitalize on it. So now so this is what you have to deal with now.
In a typical Liquid Stampede style, the one-man line flexing all the recalls. What a sight to see, and we can hear Greenstone Hotel losing their minds.
I don't know, man. At that point, that's fine. They're getting in formation.
Different formation this time, as Daddy JV is leading the pack with a 14.1k gold lead. Again, nice you. We're gonna go back to your point. At this point, they can literally get away with anything.
Man, that's like the 5 dudes in your gym, wherever you are, just standing in front of the mirror, flexing together, and you're like, guys, can I please get to the dumbbell rack?
Man, you have to be honest, nice too. You're one of those guys.
I'm not one. No, I'm not.
I'm gonna be honest.
You are.
I am. I even take pictures of myself.
You even dance in front of the mirror. Let's put that out there. Now looking at the items, they're waiting for the defense. Oh, hold on. Okay, they're gonna force Sanji back.
Okay, they want to go for Sanji. Sanji has to walk away. He did get the Circling Eagle from Perks here as TLPH works on the purple buff of Blacklist. At this point, I mean, you'd expect MP the King to dominate using the Snowland. 0-0, not off to a good start. Deprived of all the resources needed as Oheb picks up a Corrosion Scythe. Does have the Trinity build, but again, will it be enough to out-sustain the damage coming in from TLPH? Because we've seen Sanford miss even the final slash and the counterattack from Lord J, but it was not enough. Here comes a conceal.
Seal's gonna be used.
Oh, and just like that, Sanford manages to get someone, JP, at this point. Everything is your Poland. Poland, how good they are playing. And with that, JP and the rest of TLPH will go to the playoffs.
In a dominant fashion once again, game number 2. Even more so than game 1. TLPH does it again, and yes, they will lock in that spot for the playoffs to go and, of course, defend their title. Man, they're looking primed and ready for it. I think that was almost a 17,000 gold lead. It had to be about 16 for sure. But man, I don't know about the Carl T's being reborn here, but I'll tell you what, the team as a whole has really come together in this second half of the regular season.
Fire, dominance, stampede, and excellence is what TLPH showed as they are now qualified for the playoffs this season. Again, we see that 1-2 punch combo of the final slash, then implosion.
Yeah.
But props to this guy still. Had a good run last week, 2-0, even upsetting Falcons APBren, and they are still looking for that fire in them to get into the playoffs.
Even for Blacklist International, again, things are still on the line, of course, between them and RSG Philippines, but that is going to be it for the series here for us on desk. We're going to throw it over on stage with Hans Galleria and, of course, TLPH.
All right, there we finally have it. MPL Arena, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines. Boys, congratulations. I feel like it is now an opportunity na pasok na kayo officially sa playoffs, and it's a very good sign para sa Cavalry kasi all out ang suporta para sa inyo. Sanford, dahil ba playoffs na kayo, does this give more pressure to the team na mas lalo nyo pang kailangan i-improve yung galaw nyo, or are you confident that heading into the playoffs, parang yung form nyo now is really good?
For me po, parang inaayan lang po namin kung paano gaganda yung laro namin, and ginagawa po namin parang practice tong regular season kasi knowing na medyo malabo na yung chance sa mga pag-upper bracket para sa mga susunod na games namin is ready kami sa playoffs.
Alright, and we are seeing that, especially now that you got a sweep against Blacklist. Si JP naman, JP! Congratulations, Japes! Just like what I said a while ago, you made it to the playoffs. What is the mindset of this team heading forward into this? Na nakadagdag ka ba yun, or mas na-excite kayo lalo knowing that this is the possible match para makuha niyo yung spot?
Wala, nagpo-focus na kami sa mga remaining match namin. Parang di namin inahabol pa yung upper. So para ready na kami sa playoffs.
Alright, and with that being said, na-mention nila or na-mention natin yung ilan sa mga playoff qualified teams. Sino ba doon yung gusto nyong bawian out of everyone na pasok na currently?
Siguro po, Onic Bren.
Onic and Bren. Alright, I guess we leave it at that now. And it's time para malaman natin kung sino nga ba ang MVP na match na to. Sino ang boto ng Cavalry? Sino ulit? Alright, I guess we're about to find out. The MVP of the game is none other than Carl TZ. Carl, it's so nice to see you. Congratulations! Ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Team Liquid?
Sa mga supporters namin dyan sa Team Liquid, thanks sa support. Sorry, di kami naka-upper bracket this time, pero pagbubuti namin sa lower bracket siguro.
And they will be expecting that. For now, I'm sure na makakakita pa tayo ng mas maraming intense na game. But for now, it is time as well para makita natin ang winner ng 3,000 diamonds as well as a ticket or tickets for day number 1 of the MPL playoffs. Sige na dito, pare. Come on over to center stage. Everyone give him a round of applause. Come on now. It's so nice to see you. Congratulations. Kamusta? Anong pangalan mo?
Dwayne po.
Dwayne. Alright. So Dwayne, andito ang mga kuya mo. Sino ba ang paborito mong player sa Team Liquid Philippines?
RTC!
Carl TC! Taas na oh, Carl. Ayan na, andyan na yung idol mo. Bakit ba idol mo si Kuya Carl?
Magaling po mag-core.
Magaling mag-core. Ano bang favorite mong hero?
Yusong po.
Yusong. Pwede namang i-core ang Yusong. Pwede rin.
Hindi, baka nakita, baka nakita niya sa live ko yung
Baka
Yusong
nakita
jungle
sa live ni Carl. Yun pala yun. Oh, anong message mo kay Carl, kay Kuya Carl na nandyan na siya ngayon, nasa tapat mo na?
Galingan pa po niya para po makaabot po sa champion.
Ayun. Nga pa daw. Para makaabot sa championship. Carl, anong message mo kay Dwayne? At nandito siya ngayon, sinusuportahan ka?
Thank you sa support and galingan mo po mag-Yusong.
Yan, galing mo pa na mag-Yusong. Alright, you get a chance to hold Kuya Carl's hand. Carl, hawakan ko na yan. And you get to exit the stage and get your victory. Team Liquid Philippines, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Congratulations, Team Liquid. Nakita nga daw yata sa live ni Carl TZ yung Yusong, but even so, playoff secured. Is now time for Liquid or Team Liquid Philippines. We're gonna throw it back to panel para pag-usapan ng mga ganap. So panel, the floor is yours.
And because of that, next week, Carl TC will play Yuzhong in the jungle. I'm kidding.
Hopefully, bro.
Hopefully. And that is going to be probably one of the fastest series we've had so far in the week.
Oh, yes.
That is a breaking MVP game here for Carl TC on that Julian, not on the Hayabusa.
Man, Game 1 MVP, Game 2 MVP, overall series MVP, and the dude was sick yesterday.
That's crazy.
Are you sure he was actually sick yesterday?
He was probably just practicing.
I mean, he was based on everything that we've heard, but nah,
now hear me out. He was just overheating because he was spamming that TP.
I like
overheated. It must be mistaken for a fever.
That's a great theory.
There it is.
That's a great theory. That's it. That's it. We've unlocked it. And Blacklist seems like they gotta unlock something else again. 2 Matilda pickups, and the Matilda was not a good choice here because Team Liquid Philippines already had the Tigreal, Julian, Arlott. Add to that, or you can take out the Arlott. Let's say Tigreal, Julian, Valentina. That is a roam trio that will invade a lot, that are strong with being aggressive, and your jungle is quite vulnerable to them. It's going to be hard to defend, especially when you have something like a Matilda there, paired up with a Vexana. Yes, the crowd control is there, but the front, not enough. Protection of the jungle, not enough. Remember, in this meta, you lose the center of the map matchup, you will most likely lose the game.
Yeah, and it just feels like time and time again, it's just Blacklist International in this specific matchup, right? Going for like the more defensive option instead of, favoring the more aggressive ones. Like, again, that Tigreal we talked about, why it was first pick, right? And I wonder if that has something to do with how they woke up today, their mental coming into this one, because it did feel like it did leave so much to be desired. It doesn't feel like the way to go, especially against a team like TLPH.
Yeah. I mean, I think you also got to really credit the coaching staff of TLPH, the swerve of the Tigreal first pick.
That's right.
Taking it away from the hands of Perks. Although, again, in game number 1, there was a choice by Blacklist to pick up the Matilda. And Tigreal as a first pickup is very rare. And then, again, we were thinking about the magic damage gold laners. However, seems like Benicuti, the 1-1, much better now, considering that you don't have to face up against some really tanky jugglers, and you can actually feel her damage. So, yeah, great drafting.
And 10-0, by the way. Just want to Keep reiterating that, 10-0.
10-0, 15.6k gold lead at the biggest deficit.
And the funniest thing about that, in these 13 minutes, 5 minutes were probably just spent recalling.
Yeah. If
So
you
what
add it up all together,
let's add all of that time, right? That airtime.
5 minutes of recalls, 8 minutes of gameplay.
I don't know. That sounds accurate to me. But what's more accurate, obviously, is JP having just a lot more fun on that Tigreal, a lot more flexibility. And like our casters mentioned, they could definitely do whatever they wanted in the series.
Yeah, Sanju was straight up walking up to Blacklist International. I feel like that's like one of the biggest examples of the Filipino term we say, aurahan.
Aurahan.
It's you just intimidate your opponents simply with your presence. And Sanji, that play that he did, I can't remember if that was the first or the second turtle, where he was just like, hi, I'm a Valentina. I'm going to use 2 dashes to be up in front of your face, take the Vexana ultimate so that I could damage you with my Shadow Strike, and I won't even get taken out. Like, what the hell was that? That was nuts!
It was nuts, right? And again, just being able to do these things, even Sanji taking the Blazing Duet, those things probably shouldn't happen, right? But they were able to do it, and despite all the shenanigans, 13 minutes. And it wasn't a perfect game, right? Did they take a tower? Tower damage? They didn't.
Yeah, no, that's just a
tower.
tickle.
That's
they tickled the tower.
Yeah, so other than that, it does feel like a perfect game. I don't remember if there was a turtle taken by Blacklist here. Probably not. Either way, we have a lot of information, a lot of questions, and some of them could definitely be answered by one of our guests here on the desk today. And we'd like to welcome from TLPH, Coach CJ. What's up, man? How are you feeling after that victory?
Okay naman po. Maganda yung pinakita ng players.
All right, so before we get started on anything serious, brother, the biggest question, do you let them do that TP? Do they have license to do that? What do you do if they do it?
Wala naman po. Talagang kumpiyansa na rin kasi sila kasi malinis na yung nilalaro nila eh.
Yeah.
So, wala na rin naman kasi silang ginagawa sa mapa.
Yeah.
Okay lang din naman. Pero kung madikit yung laban, hindi pwede.
Okay. All right, so if the game is close, don't do it. But since TLPH were already in the lead and they were dominating, yeah, might as well.
So, okay, so they won't get scolded later or anything?
Yeah, it's okay. It's all
right.
all right.
That's the biggest question on everyone's mind.
Yeah.
Like, are they really allowed to do it? Anyway, after that, you know what? The performance of Carl Tizzy and Zaida, I want to talk about that. How are they doing so far? Will Zaida probably make an appearance on playoffs? Like, how's the team thinking in terms of their jungle? Are you good with jungle right now?
Curtis mas angat kasi yung comms niya saka yung chemistry niya sa players eh. Yun lang talaga yung pinaka kumbaga si Saida, andun yung mechanics niya pero kinakapos kasi siya sa chemistry talaga.
So you need to work on
decision making kasi talaga ibang-iba talaga ang decision making ni nang nag-iisang Curtis natin dito.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I love the acknowledge. He's even from them, he's the one and only.
Yeah, the one
Carl
and only.
Tizzy.
It's
I
hard.
love it.
And that does make sense, like with how long Carl Tizzy has been playing with the other members of Team Liquid Philippines. The comms, the chemistry is going to be very different. I want to ask about the draft here, especially in game number 2. Tigreal first pick. I saw you guys reacted after that. Was Benny Cutie laughing at the fact that you guys first picked the Tigreal?
Yeah. Parang inaasar ko kasi si Dad dun na parang but first pick hindi. Kasi yung plano na rin kasi namin kumbaga binebait nila yung, kaya inopen nila yung Julian kasi expected namin talaga na hindi kami open na ng Julian. So, kasi one of hero talaga na gumagana ni Perks is Tigreal. So, pag binigay nila yung Julian sa amin, makukuha nila yung Tigreal. So, kinuha na namin yun, expected din namin na hindi masyado nag-Julian si MP.
MP the King. Oh, so MP the King doesn't play Julian as much, but then at least you already know that the Tigreal on Perks is too good. You respected it.
Oh, man.
That's
See?
why. Okay,
Coach CJ also watched, Coach Bonchan saying, Perks, Perks Tigreal, all right.
Yeah.
So we're going to leave it at that. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence today, brother. Any messages that you have for, this is international viewers of Team Liquid PH, anything you want them to know coming into playoffs? Congratulations, by the way. Playoff secured for TLPH.
Thank you. Patuloy nyo lang pong supportahan yung TLPH sa patuloy na laban namin hanggang next week, this regular season. Saka po sa playoffs, sana supportan nyo po kami. Sana magtuloy-tuloy pa yung panalo natin. Thank you po.
Yeah.
So, big question as well. TLPH jacket when? Are they selling the jacket soon?
So CJ, you're looking kind of buff. Parang baka naman.
Because we've been waiting for that TLPH jacket.
Yun po eh, wala pa po akong balita din eh. Talagang yun pa eh.
Alright, thank you so much, Coach
Thank you
CJ.
po, thank you po.
And of course, thank you so much for watching. Don't go away. We have another 2 sets of matches ahead of us today here on this Saturday. MPL Philippines Season 14. We'll come back.
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more with Smart Power All. All-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world alive?
Malakas ng Pinas, malakas Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow!
Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are
Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated.
We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control.
Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast.
Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, we're running for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Wala. Nice shot. Tower. Tower pre, wala papapatay.
That was the most tamed mic check I've ever heard. Yep. And props to TLPH once again for securing a playoff spot. Welcome to MPLPH Season 14, Week 7, Day number 2. The second series is up ahead for this triple header. I'm Ingan, joined with me is Naisu. And Naisu, how are you doing so far?
I think we're doing pretty good after that one, man. It was a quick one. Very dominant for TLPH, and it's tough to see Blacklist International, have to deal with that kind of pressure, I would say. But of course, they still have games ahead of them. Now, like we said, TLPH locks in their spot, and they do it in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, and we can safely say that Carl TZ was in his prime form a while ago, racking up MVPs with the Julian and with the Hayabusa. So it was a really phenomenal performance for Carl TZ along with TLPH as they finally secured the 5th playoff spot, which means
one left.
Only one more left.
Only one.
The question is, who's going to secure that one? It's going to be between RSG Philippines and Blacklist, since TNC unfortunately was eliminated yesterday. But still, we can still safely say that TNC will bounce back. Who can forget the wise words of Coach Wolf? Season 15 is theirs. But right now, the story remains, who will get the final spot? Is it RSG Philippines or Blacklist International?
It's tough because, really when if you hadn't paid attention for like the last 7 weeks and then you just saw the game with Blacklist International now, you're probably thinking, well, RSG Philippines, they might be the ones to clinch that last spot. But I think either way, for both those teams still fighting for that last spot, it could be anyone's, anyone's game, anyone's spot. The big thing is even the adjustments that they're going to have to make before the playoffs break out. Hopefully they can do it quickly.
And you can also check out your tickets because finally they are 20% off. Thank you so much to our official sponsor, Smart.
And of course, you can become a Smart subscriber. Go to the official Philippine website and enter the promo code SMARTMPLS14 before you purchase the match you want to see to get the 20% discount. So make sure you guys do that. You can buy your tickets now.
Okay, now the highlight match of today is going to be between Fnatic Onic PH, still undefeated, has the chance to tie up the current record of a strongest start, 11-0. They're currently 10-0.
10-0.
And of course, apart from that, is securing the upper bracket spot coming into the playoffs. That's what's at stake for Fnatic Onic. And of course, Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, the marvelous Maestro, Spawn Effect, a Killing Notification, Avatar Border, Battle Emote, and a lot more epic skins are all waiting for you.
And one of those additional ones is Kagura's brand new epic skin. It'll also be available, but starting October 18th. So make sure you guys keep an eye out. There's a whole lot actually happening in-game.
Yeah, so a lot more will be explained by our lovely panel. That's why I'm excited for the series to start. Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan.
It's so nice. You're always so lovely, right? I love
Yeah.
it. Well, thank you so much,
Lovely.
casters. We'll get back to you in a bit. But for now, we are heading into the Infinix Game Tambayan with me, Rockhart, and your boy, Renmar.
Hello.
That's going to be your title, right? It's your boy, Renmar.
It's your boy, Renmar. Okay,
And
sure.
you got the hair and everything, you know?
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're going to go ahead and try to break down two very dominant teams right now in the MPL Philippines. And you know what? It's not just about the trophies, right? It's not all about the records. It's about the game and how these teams are playing out so far. They're showing us that you don't need these accolades to show that you can dominate in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. Well, for me, personally, Rockhart, I feel like that's where we find a little bit of disagreement. For me, it's all about the records. It's all about the achievement. And it's about Fnatic Onic Philippines redefining what dominance means, because now they can potentially match the win streak set first by Blacklist International in Season 8, 11 series. And then Echo was able to do that in Season 12 before it was broken by RSG Philippines. Now, Fnatic Onic Philippines will go up against members who have helped set those records. Specifically, well, on the side of RORA, it's only Edward. Yeah, it's Edward. Edward Techstar, you could say so as well.
He was there. He's
He was
always there.
He's always there.
He's always
As
there.
people have set the longest win streak record in MPL Philippines history.
So he has a record of really sitting down on chairs for a long time and watching the game, analyzing for 50 minutes straight.
Yeah.
That sounds great. But this is going to be the enemy here for V's Virat team. It is Fnatic Onic Philippines. My man. It is, it's been they actually are really the first team to secure. Yeah, they were, right?
Yeah,
First
the
team
first
to
team.
secure the playoffs. And we have some ifs here. And we're talking about upper bracket and longest win streak as well for this matchup.
Yep. Again, if Fnatic Onic Philippines defeats Aurora today, the Sonics will secure an upper bracket slot for the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs, making them the first team to not only secure a playoff slot, but to secure top 2. It doesn't mean that they will end the season number 1 in the standings, but that means they already immediately go into the next round, straight into the upper bracket.
That's right. Again, not just about upper bracket slots, they're also talking about the longest win streak in MPL history. And they're one away from tying.
Yeah, Season 8 and Season 12, that's what we were talking about. Echo with 11. MPL Philippines Season 11, actually, good reminder that Bren Esports then went 10 series.
That's right.
Now Fnatic Onic Philippines can potentially be the third team to reach 11.
So it's tied between Blacklist MPL Season 8 and Echo MPL Philippines Season 12. They need this game to do that.
Yeah, it's a
so there's
tie.
going to be a freeway tie. And not to mention, they also have like 2 remaining games.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, all right.
So they
So
get
that's interesting.
Yeah, not only can they match it, they can break it. And to remind you, the talented EXP laners that have graced the longest win streaks in history, I mean, come on. Edward, we were talking about him earlier.
That's
Flap
right.
TZ. The young Apex Predator Sanford, the younger version of Sanford. Of course, now Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk starting to join the field here. And in their matches in week number 3, you can tell just from the stats alone, it was not a short game like what we saw earlier, man. It was far from it. And their hero pools also kind of flexed a little bit here, right?
Yeah.
And for the versatility of Kirk, Edward, Yue, and Renegade, they're going crazy. They're going ham all throughout the Land of Dawn right now.
Yeah, game number 1, it was US Heroics on that Lilia and defending against Fnatic Onic Philippines. They could not end it, and they turned it around from one base siege defense. Games 2 and 3, though, were different stories. You see there, game 2, there's a Diggy for Renegade. it struggled. And the jungle of Aurora faltered. While in game number 3, their previous matchup, it was, well, a Phobius that became one of the biggest problems for the lineup of Aurora. They didn't have the right damage output. With the Phobius and the Tigreal just wreaking havoc, it made room for King Kong to do King Kong things and get Game 3 MVP as a Nolan.
Yeah, just like earlier though. I mean, Phobius had a fun time back then, but I feel like Phobius is probably gonna get banned out again today. Just like what we saw in the first match.
For sure.
I feel like teams are starting to really pick up where this Phobius is leaving off, and he is leaving a trail of bodies in his way.
Yeah, and now since the meta has shifted a little bit, I think you really can't overlook heroes such as Lo Yi here. And an even added factor here for Aurora is that they cannot overlook an Eve pickup for Super Friends. Super Friends, again, so low-key as a personality, which is why he often gets so overlooked. With King Kong, Kelra there, even Brusco making a name for himself as a really out-there roamer. But then Super Friends, man, it seems like whatever mid laner you give him, he just makes it work. While on the other side of the field, you really gotta respect when he ends up with a Valentina, a Lilia, even a Vixana.
And we're starting to get glimpses of that because of the mic check. I love those mic checks.
Yeah,
We suddenly realize, you know what, Super Friends is pretty loud.
Yeah.
A bit louder than some, surprisingly, to the surprise of a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, I mean, they've definitely displayed dominance, and hopefully we'll also see some pretty fun stuff happening here in the first ever MLBB romantic mini-series. So all you need to do is search hashtag MLBB Celebr number 8 on TikTok. Celebrate. So ATE, just put 8 there on TikTok, and you're gonna see the video of Kylene. The battle. You get that video. You get I think you get the battle emote for free from September 30 to October 13.
Oh, you're right.
Oh my goodness!
Okay,
all
yeah,
right.
I'm gonna get that. It's a very sassy emote.
So you're gonna get that question mark sassy emote for free.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun and exclusive only to the Philippines.
I'm gonna watch this series. It looks interesting.
That sounds fun. Did someone drown? Yeah.
Yeah, it starts off with a dude drowning and then he gets rescued. And apparently that dude is not... Again, it's fictional. But he is the eldest son of the richest family in Manila.
Uh-huh.
And he's also an esports star. Those two do not add up in reality. But hey,
very rare
it's
when
a
you see
fictional
that.
series. So, you know.
I mean, esports stars get rich in some countries as well. Like,
Yeah.
to the point they buy buildings, so...
Really?
Like, you know, the...
Oh, okay, no, I know what you're talking
I'm not going to say it.
I know
but
what you're talking about, yeah.
You know what we're talking about.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Let's go ahead and talk about who you think. You guys, you watch. Hey, turn up the volume. Just kidding. Who do you think is going to win in this matchup? Do you think RORA is going to win or FNOP going to win this out for you? Honestly, the prediction is becoming very, very insane right now. Was that from 2 yesterday?
Yeah.
We have 2.
No, I got 1 yesterday, I got 1 today.
1 today.
So far.
There you go.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 correct predictions ever since we've reinstated or brought in the biased point system, the biased board.
The biased board. There you go. Who do you think is coming out on top? Let us know in the comments. I think that, you know what, FNOP has a good chance in this one. But I'll still kind of predict Aurora because I like, you know, voting the underdog here.
All right, okay. Then I'll be that guy. I'll be FNOP.
All right.
I'll
So
be
let's
FNOP.
go ahead and see that if that's going to be, you know, stuff can happen.
Give me number
Everyone's
7.
still looking forward to, we're going to...
Uh-oh.
He's on the win streak as well, guys.
Yeah, I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this.
This guy's on the win streak. There you go.
Look at that.
And
7.
There it is. 7. Was that 7? I thought it was 6. 1, 2. Oh yeah, that's 6.
No, I'm saying I will get 7.
Get
at the
to
end
the
of
7. There you go.
Hey, sweet. Oh, wait, no, yeah, that's correct.
That's correct.
I got
That's
defensive
correct.
for a
That's
second.
correct.
Get
And
the
of
recalls.
course, don't forget the recalls. If you haven't tried the recalls yet, Aurora has the shine, and Onic has the lightning.
Yeah,
There you
you
go.
did make a great point about it. That as like when you do it with multiple members, the lightning looks really cool.
It looks like a storm.
Yeah, as one, it's great. But then if it's like a full 5-man like spawning the thunder, it's pretty sick.
So you get the FNOP with 5 members of your squad, 4 members of your squad plus you.
Yeah.
All right, so do that now. And honestly, I feel like TLPH is sold out.
Yeah,
no one's surprised.
If it's possible to run out of like in-game code, like the coding itself, for the TLPH sticker. Like I wouldn't recall. I wouldn't be surprised.
Everyone I know has it.
Yeah, everyone wants it.
And that's amazing. Obviously, don't forget, support APBren as well, Omega, all the Philippine squads.
Yeah, during our break earlier, sorry to the 1-1 I went up against, but I'm a Phobius, dude. Like, don't even try. But thank you. You know,
Yeah.
I recall spammed on him with a liquid horse.
Nice. With prejudice. There
Yeah.
you go. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. And again, I also want to know what you guys are favorite as well. Comment. I'm gonna read while they're doing their thing there later on. But yeah, for now, it's definitely an uphill battle for Aurora. They're huge underdogs in this one. No matter how well they performed, I feel like FNOP, it's hard to actually count against them.
Yeah. For this one though, I will be very surprised if Aurora gets swept here, or if anyone gets swept, I will be very surprised. I see this going 3 games. I don't see a universe where maybe 1 game will be a stomp, maybe 2 games will be a stomp, but it's gonna get 3 games for sure. If not, I will be. I won't understand anymore.
Everyone's predicting a 3-game series for every series today. But then again, we got disappointed in the first one.
Yeah.
It became a sweep. So, wonder if that's going to happen here today as well. Very powerful teams are starting to walk up into the stage right now. Let's find out who's playing today on the field in the Land of Dawn.
Looking to define dominance, this is our highlight match. Our marshals, JJ, Chico, Pat, and Jeff. The question, will the streak continue? Will Fnatic Onic Philippines break records of the past? This is now their road to an unbeatable regular season. This is Fnatic Onic Philippines! And their opponents, they're now officially playoffs bound, but now their goal is to stomp their opponent's streak and to carry that pride. It's Aurora! And welcome their coaches. For Fnatic Onic Philippines, Coach, why not? For Aurora, Coach, Master the Basics.
Oras na para sa face-off. Kirk, Edward, center stage. I like where this is going. Kirk, paano mo masisiguro na yung extended streak nyo ay magtutuloy-tuloy? Ano ang palag mo?
Kagalingan po naming 5.
Kagalingan po nilang 5. Alright. Edward, how do you plan on breaking the streak? Ano ang palag mo?
Mas gagalingan naming 5.
5-on-5 nga naman ang laban. Fist bump. That is the looming question. Will the streak be extended or will it be broken today? Sonics, Auroras, time is now. Panel, it's your turn.
2 men of few words in the stage. I mean, Hans was in for a treat there for sure. Either way, this is Fnatic Onic Philippines. Don't forget, the streak is still alive for the Sonics.
You know what, going up against Kirk and Edward and Lane is like playing a game of any Souls like Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Dark Souls. It's like you can't really slip up. Soft-spoken as they may be, the duel that they're going to be setting in the EXP lane is what I'm going to be looking towards and how they affect the rotations of their roam and mid lane.
100%. Razor Shard, no matter what the hero, expect maybe some R-Lots coming into play here today. Ediths could still be highly contested. And definitely all eyes are on that XP lane right now. Because you know what? Renegade has been stealing the spotlight. All these go, actually even Brusco, right? They've been stealing the spotlight for a while now.
At this point, Edward and Kirk need to tell the rest of the team, I'm going to look him dead in the eye and let me solo him. Commit your rotations in the other parts of the map. Roam and mid for Fnatic Onic Philippines and Aurora need to invade the jungle and need to pressure the gold lane. Fnatic needs to pressure Doming. Aurora definitely needs to pressure Kelra.
Yeah, very, very spicy. Early game, you can already expect some battles happening in the jungle. Here are Infinix keys to victory. As usual, as you mentioned, leave Edward guessing about your hero ocean. It's a hero ocean, guys. It's not a pool anymore.
Yeah, there's so many heroes that the young man Kirk was able to play this season. So, Edward, deal with that using consistency. You're Mr. Consistent for a reason. Whatever Kirk throws your way, deal with it. Hit your opponents during phases, they usually dominate. Aurora, really enough, they've greatly improved their early to the mid game. You're not unbeatable there, but you really have to shut down that early to mid. While Fnatic Onic Philippines, though they may lose early to mid game sometimes, they just find the right power spike. At around 6 to 9 minutes, Fnatic Onic Philippines just does something so right that completely turns the game in their favor. That's where Aurora need to take them down.
Does something so right, feels so wrong at sometimes. To the point where they feel like they're choking out the opposition, right?
Oh, yeah.
Inside the game, all right? It feels like you can't play properly, and that's what the power of Fnatic Onic Philippines, and every team in the Philippines has actually probably experienced this. Any MPL team will tell you. It's so hard to play against them, especially in the pacing that they do in the early to mid is just disgusting. It's so fast, and sometimes even in the duels that look 50-50, they eke out, they're usually one step ahead.
Yeah. To just give you an idea of how massive the hero ocean of Kirk is, dude has 12 unique heroes.
12 unique
He's
heroes.
up there in terms of the other top unique heroes in the league. Players who have the most unique heroes.
Chapno.
But he's like the only EXP laner up there.
That's right.
Edward has 6 unique heroes played. Kirk has 12. That's why it's so important here. That's something that Fnatic Onic Philippines needs to leverage in the draft.
That's like 50% more.
Yeah.
Almost exactly.
It's double the hero pool of Edward.
And again, Edward gunning for consistency, I don't mind it. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He gets a knife, he sharpens it over and over again, and he attacks. We're going to see that happen here on the draft here. Phobius, no surprises with the ban. Maybe, again, we're not going to see a lot of XP laner focus here on the ban because they know it doesn't make sense anymore with the amount of tools they have. But we will see Matilda ban out. I guess it's not surprising since it is Aurora.
Yeah, Renegade is something. It's really different. When he has a utility, the Matilda's in his hands. It was Coach Master the Basics who we got to talk to yesterday and mentioned that really Renegade molded his utility roamer from the game of the Queen herself. And Renegade does it so well. In the words of Coach Master the Basics, Renegade is the roamer who truly has mastered the basics. Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Nolan and the Hayabusa will be open for pickings if they want to prioritize their jungler. But no, they swerve and go ahead, pick up the Cho. Similar to the pattern of Team Liquid Philippines earlier, they respected the Tigreal of Perks. This time, Fnatic Onic Philippines will respect the Cho of Renegade.
That's right. And actually, this is huge. This will also kind of discourage plays of picks of a Hayabusa from players like Demon Kite, who did go crazy with that hero as well.
If ever the Hayabusa gets...
Some of those natural counters in Season 1, right? Against the Hayabusa, go pick a Cho.
Yeah, you still have a Julia, Nolan, and Ling available. Should be a little bit easier for the Ling. But they're going to go ahead and chase... there it is. It is the Ling. This time it's the Khalid. So it seems like Aurora really has picked up in the example set by Team Liquid Philippines that Khalid is one of the best EXP laners right now in the meta with the damage that he provides. And the sustainability he has for himself as well as a secondary roamer setter in the lineup.
That's very early as well. I love how early it is on the draft. It's literally second pick and the first pick here for Aurora.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a lot to expect here. I think with the Cali pick, you all kind of expect that level 1 invade like that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
We saw that previously as well last week. It happened. It was deadly. It happened like right before the stinger ended.
Yeah.
So
and I think because of that, Julian might be the pickup here. But nope, still Hayabusa.
Hayabusa still.
Yeah. So they have Cho and Valentina. I think their EXP laner pick here is going to be important. Something that can rotate fast. So to deal with that level 1 invade that you mentioned earlier, that will most likely come out of the Khalid. If not level 1, clear the first wave first, and then you go into the opposing jungle.
Which is probably doable with a Terizla. At level 2. Level 1, you can clear pretty fast. You're pretty sturdy. They also need the front line, right? So that front line, that XP laner here for Fnatic Onic Philippines is going to be a bit tricky because you can't you kind of limit yourself in terms of the XP lane, right? But again, he has one of the biggest hero pools again in this matchup, right? So I don't blame him.
Okay, play it safe. Get UN one of his comforts, and it is the Vexana. So if you look at the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, a lot of respect. They respected the Cho of Renegade, and then they respected the Valentina of Yue as well. Plus, the Cho and the Valentina together can invade relatively well. So for Aurora, in terms of the roamer that they can pair it up with, Grok is a high invade roamer, high loss relatively as well. Alongside the Kali, the Vexana should be a nightmare. That's why the EXP laner for Fnatic Onic Philippines is important. As you mentioned, the Terizla is a great choice.
Yeah, that's for sure. We're probably going to see more egg gold lane bans here coming in from Aurora. I would love to see maybe a Nathan ban, probably. Things that can really mess their lineup up. And maybe other than that, maybe just heroes that can kind of just chase down and duel against the lane in the mid to late game.
One thing we have to point out about this Rome Cho pickup, or this Cho pickup rather, for Fnatic Onic Philippines, is that this could actually go into the EXP lane for Kirk. It was one of the heroes that he has played in his Hero Ocean.
That's true.
1 for 2 though, 50% win rate, but I mean, it is still an option and something that needs to be considered. But with the Tigreal getting banned out by Fnatic Onic Philippines, something tells me that that is most likely going to be a Rome Cho. And if ever for the EXP laners, if it's not going to be the Terizla, if it's not going to be the Edith, next up you actually still have the Arlot open. If he
Either
wants
one,
to.
yeah.
Or even a Ruby EXP lane, which is surprisingly undefeated for Kirk, 3-0.
That sounds like the plan. That sounds like exactly what this lineup needs, honestly. But the Grok getting banned out is more interesting as well.
That's them respecting the possibility of the switch-up.
Switcheroo.
That it's going to be an EXP Cho than a Rome Grok.
All right, so overall, we're still not quite set yet.
That's a Kufra ban.
That was a Kufra, yeah?
Yeah, right? That's the voice line of Kufra.
Did FNOP ban Kufra?
Yeah, it seems like it. They're really just hammering down on the Hitman.
That is interesting. All right, very rarely does this get banned out, but when it does, you know it's special.
Okay,
There's the Edith. That's probably Rome.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, probably Rome here. Renegade going for something really safe. Great front line already enabled. Gold laner missing here for Aurora.
Might be a Magic Gold laner. I wonder if they're willing to put in the Alice or the Lunox, but then you don't see the matchup yet for Domeng. The Harith was banned out by Aurora.
Alice sounds great, just so you can't die immediately to Khalid putting pressure on you.
Exactly. If this isn't a magic damage gold laner, they might actually go Gata in the EXP lane, so they have a little bit more magic damage. Because again, Valentina cannot be the only magic damage dealer. You need someone to be paired up with in terms of the magic.
Nolan?
And it's Alice.
It's Arlott, rather. And there's Alice.
Yeah.
It's not super surprising if you think about the lineup they have and the matchup that they have.
Yeah.
The matchup is so crucial because sometimes, especially if they went for a conventional XP laner here, or gold laner rather, that might actually just get demolished, hunted out by a Ling, right?
Yeah. The gold laner here for RORA, it's tough to go static, so Ixia and Melissa will be tough.
Moscow's
Seems
out.
Like Moscow's out. It seems like you're stuck with a carry, or maybe even a... What's the name of that guy, Nathan?
Nathan.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
But might be I'm just looking at the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, and there's a lot of gold laners that will struggle. You mentioned the Clifton, maybe, but let's see.
That's a Lunox, though.
Yeah, okay, they match it. It's the old
Magic
matchup.
for Magic.
Yeah,
I love it.
Okay.
It's been a while since we've seen a mage versus mage in the gold lane here.
Yeah, all conditions checked. Well, I'm just going to be looking at... I think I'm just going to go back to the EXP lane, who has more impact in the map, not necessarily just winning the game. But Aurora, they are leading in terms of their early to late game potential is for them. With the amount of crowd control the Fnatic Onic Philippines has, having a little bit more pick-off focus, that might throw Aurora off their game if Aurora gives Fnatic Onic Philippines the opportunities to pick their members off.
God, this is so spicy, man.
Yes, sir.
Either way, they have assassins that can scale really well, early, fast.
Yeah.
And I love this. They match 1 for 1, blow for blow. Let's throw it over to the casters. Give us the action into this game.
Blow for blow matchup. We're seeing another gold lane mage matchup for these two teams. Welcome to match one of the highlight match of day number 2. This is none other than Fnatic Onic versus Aurora MLBB. Welcome to the English desk. My name is Inga, and together with me is Naisu. And so far, Naisu, how did you enjoy the amazing draft?
I enjoyed it as much as I could here. You know, it's part of the fact that you have, of course, a Hayabusa versus a Ling matchup. That's exciting alone, especially with these two junglers. Again, King Kong has just been doing amazing things throughout the season, integral part of the success in the win streak. And I'm very vocal that I just love watching Demon Kai, one of my favorite junglers right now. So, but aside from that, putting all that to the side right now, is that yes, the gold lane matchup. This is where our eyes are going to be for, especially towards that mid game, and even in a sense the early game. How is this going to support the two assassin junglers and their rotations? Because the Cho here already early on, Domeng takes a couple shots. Of course, he should be able to get out of this. Heals back up too. But that's the thing. The Cho, man, has been on point lately in the previous matches.
Yeah, in terms of the Rome matchup, in terms of AoE, you can expect Renegade to be more aggressive. But in terms of mobility and those pickoffs potential, Brusco's really going to have an easier time, especially with his mobility. And again, at the same time, this is also a matchup between the gold standard and the possible next standard in Doming. We've seen a lot of flashes of stardom from this kind of hero, and now rocking the Lunox mage up against Kelra's, I believe, 4th most used hero, the Alice. It's going to be a really tough matchup for Fnatic, but looking at the community prediction...
That's close.
Wow, close, but Aurora still edges out Fnatic Onic. So a lot of people are actually hoping or banking on the momentum that Aurora has gotten, especially since they were able already to secure a playoff spot. Look at this.
Already some poking back and forth. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. They get the Sandstorm too. Under the turret they go. A whole lot committed. Brusco joining the fight. Doesn't have level 4 though. Has a concussive blast and plus the bonus damage, but has to get out with the flicker. Now Super Prince joining the fight. Primal Wrath as well. Goes down, no one goes, but the final slash can be used as well from Kirk. Everybody is here all at once. Kirk goes down too. Now Edward. Tempest Blades is used as well from Demon Kite to get out of there.
This is like a scripted wrestling match wherein everyone just keeps popping and popping. The saves are there for Fnatic and Aurora to have a trade, but Fnatic edges out that clash with 2 kills, and King Kong will secure this turtle.
That was a whole lot. Just, good response. I mean, at first I thought it was just going to be a disengage after the initial, fight broke out, but then one by one, everybody showed up. But ultimately what happened is, yes, objective that ended up being an objective secured for FNOP.
Yeah, it's like, imagine if these players have their own background music, like wrestlers. It's just going to keep popping and popping, but look at this, the aggression of Aurora.
Super Prince still alive, and now Demon kind of has to Tempest Blades on out of there. You saw that as well. Super Prince taking his own Tempest Blades ultimate, but, nonetheless, no one goes down.
I mean, what do you expect? Looking at the lineups, you have very mobile XP laters, but they're not even done.
I don't know if he's going to be able to win. He tries to go in. He does. with the quad shadow just in time, but you saw how close it was. Meanwhile, more action up top in the gold lane. Domeng versus Kalra. Brilliance is there, the blood out. It's going to be enough as Kalra picks up the kill.
Woo! I mean, I gotta commend our game observers. They always know when to go, where to go, but Renegade here, just zoning out Brusco as
There's
There's the kick!
There's the kick! Renegade will go down. Kirk gets the kill. Man, they're just not stopping here, Ian.
4 minutes in, 4 kills on the kill scoreboard. Now make it 5. So we have more kills than minutes consumed here for game number 1. They are not disappointing. And again, looking at the lineup, you'd expect this kind of playstyle for both of these teams. XP lane-wise, very mobile. You have the Khalid, and you have Kirk's Arlot. And apart from that, of course, Rome Cho, although Renegade isn't that mobile, you know Renegade being the player that he is, he always wants to be present. And apart from that, the Assassin matchup between Hayabusa and the Ling of Demon Kite. And right now, they're really working on this gold lane. Will we see a kick from Brusco as Super Friends has the Primal Wrath though, so they can burst down Aurora at any given moment.
Yeah, all this to go ahead and hold on for the objective being up. Super Friends holding on to the Primal Wrath. Renegade also just looking for some space to work with around this, but he's also going to be very careful because he could get kicked, just like we saw previously, but no one pulling the trigger on the turtle.
And Brusco is really working on Edward right now. Still, both teams have yet to start this turtle, but Fnatic Onic is here. Demon Kite as well, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to out-retry a King Kong. Super Friend still with the Primal Wrath again, but you have to wait for Kirk. The final slash flicker is available. Renegade just zoning out. Brusco will he go for the kick?
There's the Sandstorm on the back line. He's going to be able to find Kalra still. They ignore the turtle for now, but Renegade's the first to go down. RORA still dealing with it. There's the kick on the heel, and now Edward could be in trouble. Kite gets the turtle. Brusco goes down in the exchange, and now they're looking for more. Tempest of Blades. Kirk tries to dodge it, but he gets met from Domeng. And so RORA will fight back. They get an objective. But still, FNOP holding on to a small lead.
That was an own goal for Brusco. We waited for the Raging Sandstorm to be to get done casted, then just kicked Edward, and all of a sudden Edward answers right back. The tenacity takes into effect there as they get to, and now are working on the top lane of Fnatic Onic. This is an aggressive start from both of these teams, but here comes Renegade. There's never the Earth Chatter though.
There it is. Raging Sandstorm once again, a lockdown. Kalra already using the blood out. Brusco there, now Kirk and Super Friends going to be joining the fight. They break it out. Yue trying to get there in time, might be a little bit too late. There's the guard to heal him back up. Eternal Guard dropped down as well. Edward should be able to get away, but he can't because Kirk will clean up the kill. But here's Demon Kite as he shows up, picks up and cleans up as Demon Kite swings on in.
And Demon Kite just doing Demon Kite things with the 301 KDA with this Ling. Late entry, no problem, but props to Edward. So making sure that the fight was long enough for them to wait for the Finch Poise of Demon Kite. But still Fnatic Onic with the neutral objectives that they've been taking.
Yeah.
They're still in the lead, 941 and almost non-existent. But the problem is, Kelra still is activated. 2-0-0. Hasn't been picked off yet despite numerous attempts, and here comes the pickoff onto Kirk.
Again, another team fight breaking out. Brusco zoning out Domeng for the fight, but Kirk goes down. Brusco at half health, takes a couple shots. He's going to back off for now too. So RORA will finally get that tier 1 turret. They pick up a kill in exchange, and now Conceal going to be used to the mid.
Okay, they're going to zone out the property of Fnatic Onic. Renegade is really zoning out the members of Fnatic. And the Aurora really moving as one. If you see one Aurora member, most probably there's 2 or 3 more.
Yeah.
Ready to come back as they work on the turtle. Edward continuing to zone out Brusco. And this is the start that you want if you're Aurora. You got already 2 turtles. In terms of kills, Fnatic Onic is leading. But the point is, the kills are going to the right person, which is Demon Kite and Domeng.
Yeah, both of them. Even when we looked at that breakdown earlier, even when they were down, you know, about 1,000 gold or so, it was relatively even in lane-to-lane matchup economy-wise. And that's why you see so many of these fights. It's kind of just a, 50-50 at some point. But RORA, for the most part, has been really layering their abilities just like this. Again, the jump in under the tier 2 turret. Brusco will jump in, trying to find the target. Super Prince and King Kong on the back foot. But meanwhile, it's a cutoff as Kelra goes down. Renegade's going to be next. still trading under this tier 2 turret. Now Kirk flickers on out of the defense. Demon Kite tries to go in, but gets terrified. He's got to back off. Now King Kong, where's he going to go? Is he going to reinitiate? Still Edward and UA here around the purple buff. He's going to work for it. Goes in with Quad Shadows. And picks up a kill, but it's Super Prince that grabs it.
The best part is King Kong still, I believe. Oh, Demon Kai was able to get the purple buff. It was supposed to be a worth it trade already for Aurora because it was Kelra for Renegade. But with that additional kill to Edward, Fnatic Onic seems to find answers despite the aggression that Aurora has been showing. Props to Kirk, though, for trying to delay the push that Aurora was doing with the final slash from that brush up top. So clearly, these two teams have really mastered the rotations of each other because they always have answers. Answer right, answer right, answer. But when it comes to the mid game to the late game, though, who do you think will have the edge here?
Whew. Mid game, late game, this, hold on. Domeng already taken out. Still going to fight it out. Renegade there too on the backside, providing vision. Takes the Eternal Guard, will probably go down in the exchange as he does. Primal Wrath not going to be enough to fall for RORA as FNOP picks up a couple kills and Lord is up.
Okay, that was a better trade now this time for Fnatic Onic. No casualties, 2 kills, but they were able to save the mid lane turret that Aurora was aggressively trying to burst down. And right on time, as the first Lord spawns, Aurora MLBB outnumbered here by the 5 members of Fnatic Onic as they work on Edward.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to delay this enough. Trying to take the attention here. Already the final slash going to be used too. Tempest Blades
King Kong
expended. King Kong though, there's the shadow kill. He'll be able to go ahead and get the Lord. Now Edward goes in, Raging Sandstorm, but they disengage Aurora. I don't think that's a fight further for them.
Man, did you see what King Kong did? He was really low up against the Lord. Casted the Ouija shadow kill just to make sure they secure the Lord, not giving enough time for Aurora to contest, especially with Demon Kite Sling, or even try to look for a trade, because as soon as they got the Lord, it was out, and now Renegade uses the Earth Shatter Flicker combination. That's a major resource down for their main initiator. Now Fnatic Onic can make the most out of this first Lord.
That's enough information too. Final slash, not going to connect the way Kirk was hoping, but they try to hold the Lord of the mid. Still Edward taking the brunt of the damage. King Kong forcing them back. They want to get this tier 1 down in the mid lane and work further. Super Prince holding on to the Raging Sandstorm, dealing them from the edges here. So tough for RORA to deal with. Now Super Prince in this side of the jungle. He could initiate, but so far the Lord's been taken care of.
Even Super Prince just standing in front of 3-4 members, not afraid. Again, he has that Raging Sandstorm ready to be casted, and look at Kirk's position. This is the crucial part!
There it is, under the turret they're gonna go. Renegade's already gone, 3 members quickly go down, but there's the fight back. Tempest Blades comes down from Demon Kite. Now could be looking for Brusco, but he's held to the whims and he's gotta go back. It's a 2-for-3 trade.
Man, we've been saying that our gold laners, not just Kelra, not just Doming, but majority of our gold laners in MPL PHS 14, in terms of positioning, is really superior, but you have to commend where Kirk was at prior to this clash. He's the one that started things off with that amazing final slash flicker combination. And when you thought Aurora was trying to bounce back, man, Super Prince being the sandbag even as he got that Raging Sandstorm. Fnatic Onic cleans up 3 against Aurora, but still Aurora was able to defend their inhibitor turrets. They still have 2 tier 2s everywhere.
Yeah.
And man, this is a matchup we're all waiting to see.
That's exactly what we have on our hands here. Hang on, it's just it's a battle. This one, I mean, it's from start to finish so far, at least, 12 and a half minutes in, where it's been just team fight and skirmish after skirmish. And it's still, at this point, even a coin flip, on who's going to be able to get the total victory in terms of the game-defining team fight. And as we look at the goal difference, you can see where things are kind of falling into place and falling behind from roll to roll here.
Yes. Clearly, the jungle lane matchup, King Kong has been dominating it, edging out a Demon. No, it's Demon Kite, actually. And the gold lane matchup is actually Kelra, who has been dominating. Again, they're able to push again another turret up top, just increasing the space created for Fnatic Onic as we approach the second Lord. It will respawn in 5 seconds. And now in terms of answering, or in terms of counterattack, Aurora, they have the kits to do that. Again, Raging Sandstorm for Edward must be crucial. They have the opportunity to counterattack with that ultimate and let Renegade just start things off with the Earth Shatter on where the flicker combination. But the problem is it's also Super Friends doing the same thing.
Exactly.
But in this case, he opted for the internal guard. So let's see how crucial, how things will go down in this second Lord, because both of these teams, 5v5, are ready to engage. Fnatic Onic making sure to zone out Aurora. And now, we've been seeing Kirk, the Kirk attack, the Kirk attack, started 2 consecutive clashes with the crucial final/flicker combination. And with his kits available, man, oh man, you can see Fnatic Onic just really waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Renegade as well. Using the conceal Lord, they're going to hold it at half health for now. They're going to initiate right there. They take out Demon Kite. That was the perfect target to deal with. And now Renegade going to be next. Has to pop the Primal Wrath, but he goes down as well. And they just fall apart. RORA on the retreat, running away from FNOP. Man, that was a tough position to be in for Demon Kite.
You know, this is the 2 consecutive times we've been hyping up Kirk, and right after we hype up Kirk, Kirk does something amazing. If you look at the previous clash, there were 2 Aurora members in front of him, but what he did instead was cast the final/flicker in to Demon Kite.
You said it.
Which
Kirk
was
attack.
the perfect target. Man.
He's an architect of himself, man. What a play. He's been, and the thing is, that was amazing there.
Yeah.
But Kirk has been doing that work. He's been putting in that kind of effort this entire game.
Yeah, even entire season. That's why they're 10-0. That's why they're this close to tying up the record. And look at King Kong.
Demon Kite can't even get a moment to breathe. And there's the kick again into the team, and they're collapsed down. Once again, dealing with it. Lord's still going to be up as well. Domang part of the already gone as well, and now they just continue to get body after body. They're trapped under the crystal, and that looks like it's going to be it as FNOP will take game number 1.
If you need a definition for dominance and excellence, look no further. Because what Fnatic Onic just displayed was exactly that. Up against Aurora's fast rotation. They were, honestly, Aurora was prepared going into this game, but Fnatic Onic just showed why they're the team on top and why they're the team to beat.
So, such a good showing here. Very close though, so I'm excited for the whole series.
And now we have to throw it over to the panel to break down what happened during game number 1.
Yeah, I think that really did play out the way that a lot of people would expect. Again, with the first pick Cho, this literally disabling this Ling. I love what I see here from Brusco time and time again.
Yeah, Brusco and Super Friends was one of the biggest reasons as to why initially it was Fnatic Onic Philippines winning the early game rotations, and they were reading Aurora's and blocking Aurora's movements. However, Aurora just displayed one of the best things that they do well, which is take care of the map. So this was a game dictated by the results of team fights because of how well, number 1, Aurora controlled the map to trade the fact that, number 2, Fnatic Onic Philippines sacrificed towers for the sake of building leads from fights to temper the rotational tempo that Aurora could have gotten, and that tempo that Aurora wanted to get was controlled, well, by Super Friends very well as the Valentina.
That's right. Again, having a field day, just doing whatever he wanted, literally on the map, at least in that later part. I mean, in that mid game, man, that really got me going. Like, whoa, what's happening here? Aurora seemed to have this a pretty good lead, which is very rare for FNOP to actually lose that lead in from early to mid. Somehow, Aurora, you know what? They got their spikes. They got what they wanted, but FNOP took it back.
Yeah, it all came back from that 9 minutes and 40 seconds team fight forced by Fnatic Onic Philippines. It was the highlight shown before highlights before this one.
Yeah.
It was Super Friends getting a double kill, leading to Fnatic Onic Philippines getting the first Lord and regaining control of the map. And for the second Lord fight, I mean, everyone saw it. It was a great flicker final slash from Kirk, who was able to pick off Demon Kite of all people. Then even a solo kill there with Super Friends just going forward, dash forward, first kill, dash back, King Kong go in, finish off Demon Kite. There's just the aggression the Super Friends showed on this Valentina really set the tone for Fnatic Onic Philippines. It feels like at times it was even Brusco going, hey, if my Valentina is going so forward, then I think I should be going forward too.
That's right. And again, because of again Super Friends' performance there, they had so much freedom to actually just go forward.
Yeah.
Very rarely do you see them hanging back, and if everyone is forward, they're team fighting so well. even with so many AoE skills from Aurora.
Exactly. Fnatic Onic Philippines, they made the plays that Aurora expected them not to make. So when you get your opponent taken by surprise, you commit things that at first glance look so messy, you're most likely going to lose that team fight if your opponents were the ones who catches you off guard. One of the reasons that Fnatic Onic Philippines were able to control the rotation and the team fighting of Aurora was that every time they saw Renegades Edith, they were like, yeah, let's take him down. Let's take him down. And most importantly, not only did they commit a lot to take down Renegade quickly, they made sure that if ever the members of Aurora are going to come in and join the fight, that it's not going to be a stomp just because they already used so many skills to take down Renegade. The other members of Fnatic Onic Philippines will be like, okay, you guys are going to join in to help Renegade out? All right, we're going to make sure we get a trade here. It's not just going to be you guys winning the team fight.
Yeah, and speaking of like stuff you don't expect, I honestly don't expect Brusco to have these Wave the Dragons just when Demon Kite arrives.
Yeah.
And he always denies them, right? That happened like multiple times in this game where, you know what, it looked like Demon Kite was going to clean up the low HP members of Fnatic. But Brusco still had Wave the Dragon. He saves that stuff for the people he expects to come. And because of that, you know what, the highlights really do not do them justice because he does save Fnatic Onic from getting wiped out so many times.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier before that our Roamer EXP laner really will help determine this. That was also even the storytelling for the first series that we had with TLPH versus Blacklist International. Now this time around, you saw that Edward had to do a lot in terms of like dealing damage setting because Renegade was just shut down by Fnatic Onic Philippines. While for FNOP, Brusco wasn't shut down, Kirk wasn't shut down. Although Kirk would not hesitate to put himself in the front line and sacrifice himself, as long as he got that final slash, he was happy.
That's right. As long as it wasn't not, it was very competitive still, right? Like each and every point, it didn't mean that FNOP could chill.
Yeah.
There was no point here that FNOP could chill maybe at the very last few moments of that game.
Yeah.
Other than that, from minute 1 to minute 11, 13, 12, it did feel like it was very crunch. It was very, okay, you slip up once, your team's going to get wiped out. That's the feeling here that we're seeing. And again, just because Super Friends just had a really good performance here, I would say, the rest of the team just followed.
Yeah, and you could really tell that Aurora and Fnatic Onic Philippines came into the series with the same philosophy. Don't let them get comfortable.
That's right.
If they're going to be active in the map, we have to be active too. Even if that means Renegade is going to get taken down a lot, you will be ready to trade. Edward, be ready to front. Someone just be ready to help answer for whatever Fnatic Onic Philippines throws at us. Make sure we get the trade.
That's right. That's the most important thing. And number one, yeah, I think some teams kind of miss out on Renegade, and this is one of the times where I saw Renegade get really focused on.
Yeah,
and it worked well, very well for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Yeah. So I think that's a good strategy for if you're going up against Aurora, shut down the Hitman.
Yeah, before he can do anything.
Yeah.
Right? So that's one of the things maybe you can think about if, you know, if you're going against Aurora, maybe on your ranked games. You know, try to hunt down Renegade, because that's what happened. That's what worked here.
Yeah.
Right? So who knows? Let's throw it over to Hans. I think there's an interview happening right now there with the audience.
Andito lang naman ako ulit sa MPL Arena. Of course, kasama mga supporters ng Aurora and Fnatic Onic Philippines. And together here with me is the lovely Cherizawa. Cherry, it's so nice to have you here. Welcome to the MPL Arena again. How's it going?
Thank you. Hi everyone! Kumusta kayong lahat? And sa mga online viewers natin, hi everyone!
Well, just in case you guys don't know, isa si Cherizawa sa isa sa mga pinakamalupit na streamers ng MLBB. And I feel like this is also, you know, a testament to how you have been a personality in social media. Kamusta ba ang buhay ng pagiging isang MLBB streamer? How's it going for you?
Siyempre, masaya and exciting, lalo na ngayon dahil 8th anniversary ng MLBB. Sobrang daming pasabog ni Munton. And as a streamer naman, personally, exciting kasi old school player ako and parang bumabalik na sa meta yung mga heroes na ginagamit ko before.
Okay, just like what? Give me at least one.
Yeah, like Lunox and Hayabusa, kakagamit lang nila.
Ayun, lumabas parehas. Alright, Lunox and Hayabusa. You're also gonna get to watch her play a lot on those streams paggamit ng mga heroes na yun. Pero I think you've inspired a lot of people to also do streaming. Kasi kahit maraming nanonood sa'yo, ang dami rin mga tao na gustong sumubok ng streaming. So, what advice can you give to aspiring streamers para makapag-umpisa din sila ng sarili nilang platform?
Siguro dapat talagang gusto mo yung ginagawa mo. Dapat nag-enjoy ka and talagang passion mo siya para you don't feel like it's exhausting and parang nag-enjoy ka talaga. And syempre, aside from that, you need gadget. Dapat yung gadget na ginagamit ninyo is strong, malakas, ganyan. And isang gadget na masasuggest ko for you guys is the Infinix GT20 Pro. Ayan, kasi user-friendly siya and beginner-friendly din siya. And syempre, magagamit nyo siya for long hours of streaming and hindi kayo magkaka-problem about it.
Guys, just in case you don't know, just like Cherizawa, ito rin ang ginagamit ng ating mga players, si Infinix GT20 Pro, na pwede nyo makuha in just a bit. So make sure na kunin nyo na yan, and that is a really good start towards your streaming dream. Now, I feel like it is also time for us to know more about you. Saan ba namin makikita yung mga streams mo? Can we find you anywhere? How can the people follow you, Cherry?
Yes, guys, I stream on Facebook Gaming, so you can follow me on Facebook. Search nyo lang Cherizawa, and my other socials then you can search Cherizawa.
Alright, there we finally have it, Cherizawa. Maraming salamat. I hope, just like all of the fans here at the MPL Arena, you get to enjoy the games kasi ngayon ay babalik na tayo sa ating panel.
Thank you!
Here you go, one of our old-time friends, Cherizawa.
Yep.
Fun fact, she actually does watch on stage, I think almost every single playoffs since season 2, season 1.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of her on
She's
site.
OG.
Yeah, she's OG, and it's so cool that we got her up for an interview in a game where Luna showed up. Because I remember when we got to share a panel segment with her back in MPL Philippines Season 6 in the Grand Finals then, she was a self-professed Lunox girly. So, really cool timing.
And apparently she Hayabusas as well, so guys, watch out.
We've seen highlights of Cherizawa. She's a terrifyingly good Hayabusa.
Yeah, just some of the few people who have, graced us with their presence here in the MPL Arena. And you know what? All of this possible using those Infinix phones. Apparently she does use the Infinix phone. Let's throw it over to the smart gameplay post though. We're looking for the people who can copy Super Prince's grit. You got the grit.
Commit.
She's got the uniform. She's got the jersey.
Commit, guys. Commit.
You gotta commit to it. You gotta give it your all, just like Super Prince right now.
Gotta get them the fierceness. Low battery.
There you go. Bring it back.
I think she wins.
I think you're about to win.
Because the other guys...
Commit to it. Just don't be shy. Come on.
Someone else. That's different, y'all.
That's just laughing.
Only she's getting the memo. Come on.
We're getting closer.
It has to be her. Come on. If she doesn't... there we go.
That's
okay,
it.
good.
That's the win. That's the win.
Yeah.
So they get a redeemable in-game code right after that. Thank you so much. I mean, they already have the jerseys. I'm sure, you got some pretty good stuff going already for you. And probably a very hardcore fan. That's King Kong's dad right behind her.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, definitely probably someone they know. I will ask later. But yeah, that's just fun stuff happening here in the MPL Arena. And speaking of King Kong, flawless, I would say pretty flawless game there in that last one. There were multiple times where he would actually solo that Lord.
Yeah, for sure.
Funnily enough.
And one of the things I like that Fnatic Onic Philippines did is that they know they have a Hayabusa. That is a great finisher. So, because they were aggressive and Super Prince was getting the burst damage down, it made King Kong's life easier in terms of finishing the other members of Aurora. Hard to catch too, dang.
It's like he didn't have to exert that much effort to make an impact in the map.
Yeah.
You just need to do his things. Okay, bro, get the Lord. We'll take care of the fight.
Exactly. And
right?
Isn't that such a super fam thing? In their multiple interviews, they've always said, we really just trust each other. They have so much trust for each other's capabilities to fulfill their role, their respective roles the best way possible, that it's so easy for them now in terms of just like being able to do what they need to do because their teammates are doing their role so well.
Yeah, for instance, there's so many instances where it was 4v5.
Oh, yeah.
King Kong was on different parts of the map. And then they would just, keep going. It didn't feel like they faltered. They still looked like they had a plan. And let's go into the game number 2 draft. Ruby and Khalid getting banned out. Wow. All right. So they don't forget the win rate of Kirk here.
Yeah.
I think National Bases probably thought what you were thinking. You know, what if the Ruby made an appearance there? That might have been doubly difficult.
For sure. Again, undefeated is the Ruby of Kirk, 3 matches in. And yeah, welcome to one of the biggest revelations of the current metagame, where Khalid is the guy in the EXP lane. They respect the Ling of
The
King
sand
Kong.
guy.
The sand guy.
I didn't know even he was a sand prince or a king. I just said he's a guy.
I think he was. Isn't he like the desert scimitar or the sword of the desert? Something like
Something
that.
like that.
He's something like
Yeah.
that. So, in simpler terms, sand guy.
There you go. Just for you guys who don't know. Hayabusa, is it going to get let go? I feel like Aurora can also kind of play that. Apparently, they don't care.
Look, they're just laughing in the draft.
Just laughing.
They're in a good mood. It seems like Coach MTB is as well.
Okay, Dexstar seems to be the guy who has some gears running right now. He's really thinking hard.
Yeah.
And first of all, I don't think they need to first pick the Haya, right? I feel like they could probably use the Renegade Choji.
You know what?
But it's a Fanny, bro.
Oh, let's go.
It's a Fanny for Dion Kite here.
Here we go. Fnatic Onic Philippines. You know what? Don't hesitate. Go ahead, pick up the Cho.
Cho.
Cho
There you go. Valen? Oh,
Okay,
it was
no,
Moscow.
Moscow.
Close
Okay,
enough.
okay.
They're both purple.
Yeah. Get the Valentina here. Aurora, get the Valentina. Or the Loi. You just have to match it.
All right. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, Valentina
again,
or Loi.
It's pretty same for game number 1. You have to match the aggression as well of the Fanny. You can't really be slacking. But it's a Vex. I guess you could be a more aggressive Edith if you want to.
Yeah.
You could play more forward.
But Valentina again for Super Friends.
No brainer, right? Just go.
Yeah. Well, okay.
All right, interesting choice.
Okay, for Aurora, I think they're thinking about the team fight as 4.
Yes, as usual.
Yeah, because it seems like they're just going to be the ones sending Demon Kite to take care of the far lanes.
That's right, that's right.
Edith and Vexana are a great team fighting combo together, and that's how they're going to win it.
Actually, that's probably one of the lackings of the draft earlier. If you notice, after they took the first Lord, first tower on top, first tower on bottom were still secure. And they didn't have any ways to answer those far lanes.
Yeah. Okay.
They
Okay,
got
yeah,
the
of course.
Valid. You called it right after, right? So, interesting choice.
Yeah, okay, because if Aurora want to fight as 4 while the Fanny split pushes, or fight as 3 as the roam mid and EXP as the jungle is the one split pushing, the Valentina will make things a little bit harder because the Valentina will have the ultimate of the Edith.
That's true. That's double the damage, actually.
Yeah.
It hurts. It hits a lot more than Edith original. So if you've experienced going against a Valentina in Primal Wrath, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh. Okay, I think Aurora will, can still respect ban the heroes of King Kong. Just one. I wouldn't commit the ban on both the Hayabusa and the Nolan. So Fnatic Onic Philippines, this is great too, taking out the Claude. Claude and Fanny would have been a nightmare to deal in terms of the macro. And I think Fnatic Onic Philippines are respecting the fact that they, for a good amount of the early game, Aurora were able to out-macro Fnatic Onic Philippines.
I think we want one of those Renegade bobbleheads. That's intense.
There's a bobblehead now?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, the literal head.
Oh, the masks.
The mask.
Oh, I thought
for
if there was a Renegade bobblehead, we both know the first guy who's going to get it. Let's say his name together. It starts with an L. One, two, three, Leo.
Yeah, if there was ever a Renegade bobblehead, or if there's anyone watching who can make a Renegade bobblehead, our casters would be very, very happy to pay for that, for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
There's Ethereal not taking any chances for FNOP. Again, knowing where their enemy is strongest.
What are they gonna do here? You know, I think one of the roamers that might actually slot well with managing the team fighting as 3, as 4, while someone's split pushing, it's the Carmilla.
Carmilla.
I think this Edith should go into the XP lane, have the Carmilla as the roamer for Renegade. But then at the same time, you'll be giving the Curse of Blood to the Valentina.
Yeah, we're talking ultimates earlier.
It's so tough.
And that's magic as well, like huge magic. I've never experienced a Valentina use Curse of Blood with, the Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
I don't want to experience it.
Yeah, cannot. Domeng. I'm trying to think of a pick for Domeng because you can't go Roger, Alice, Lunox here.
Does this feel like a Matilda game still for Renegade? Haya, man, not surprised.
Maybe not. I'd want to see them go for something
More
tankier.
more tanky.
Yeah.
Or go for something XP, a tankier XP. I don't know what the XP matchup's going to look like.
Yeah,
No XP lane picks yet.
Exactly. This is a difficult thing because Kirk can flex this. This doesn't need to be going to the hands of Brusco as the roamer.
Yes, sir.
Even though it already did well in game number 1, but like stuff. Doming's heroes. No, not that. I mean, you can't go Rogers tough. You're stuck with carry, but no.
Carry.
You can't Lunox.
Nathan. Lunox.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, he has like no record of a Nathan.
Yeah, again,
I
we'd
think
love to be surprised.
Yeah.
But carry is the most likely candidate.
Okay, Terizla.
That's
Okay.
a Beatrix. All right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, they do go tanky. It's still a Rome Edith up against a Valentina.
For classic double frontliner with Edith and Terizla.
I think you go X-Borg here of your Kirk. You can just set the Brusco pick to be the Cho again.
Or you could Belleric.
Belleric roll next speaker.
I'm just kidding.
You know what? Not gonna knock it.
Not gonna knock it. You feel like, because you know Aurora's gonna focus on the team fight here anyway, right?
Yeah, I think just go X-Borg. I'd rather go X-Borg here.
People who can cut. Maybe an XP laner who can cut better.
Yeah, let's see.
That's
Grok.
Grok. Thought it was
What?
going to be a Belleric. It's a Grok on Brusco.
Okay.
Oh no! XP lane. XP lane Grok.
Yeah, it's XP Grok for Kirk, which I think has a positive win rate. Let me double check that for you.
It sounds like it. It does sound like it's going to have a
Oh
positive
yeah, the
win rate.
only time Kirk played it, it won.
There you go.
So it's undefeated.
100%.
Yeah. Oh, but Fnatic Onic Philippines needs to acknowledge that the early to mid-game potential of Aurora is quite good. I mean, that is what you always get with the Fanny. So, again, the pressure will fall into Brusco and Super Friends and how well they counter the rotations of Aurora.
And how well Domi can farm up, because that's a problem. Can you even farm against a lineup like this?
Yeah, it might be tough for the Beatrix.
Oh, my goodness. I'm not sure, man. FNOP looks like they have it in the bag. Let's see our casters think the same. Will Edward and Aurora MLBB prevent Fnatic Onic from tying up
Welcome
the
to
longest
Mobile
winning
Legends.
streak in MPL, which is 11 series, or will Fnatic Onic breeze through the regular season as they take on Aurora MLBB? Welcome to game number 2 of our highlight match. This is Ingan and Naisu. A lot at stake here for Fnatic Onic, not just the record, but also securing the upper bracket seed for their playoffs berth. And for Aurora MLBB, I don't think they want the Fnatic Onic to just, you know, be safe like that.
I was gonna say you don't think they want them to get the record?
Yeah.
I think anybody wants to be that team that says we stopped Fnatic Onic Philippines from getting the record.
Yeah, everybody wants to be the streak enders, the streak breakers. And it looks like Aurora, with their current lineup, they're going at it with the Demon Kite Fanny again. And so far, Demon Kite has been performing well with this Fanny. But Renmar and Rockart mentioned a while ago that you have to match up the aggression of the opposing jungler to make this Fanny work. And so far during game number 1, I think Demon Kite did a very good job with the aggression. And what can you say about this Kirk Grok pick? Renmar mentioned that he only used this once, 100% win rate, up against what do they call this? Terizla Renegade. Edward.
And that's the thing. Like, there's Kirk on the Grok and the XP, and then there's Renegade on the Terizla Roam, right? And Edward obviously went with the Edith. Oh, King Kong could be in trouble here. Goes in with a shadow kill, tries to get away, but won't. It's Renegade on the Roam Terizla that gets that first blood.
Okay,
Oh,
so
here's
I do
Brusco?
agree. Wait, Brusco.
Nah,
Okay.
he's delaying him.
So we did a switcheroo, apparently, for both of these teams. When you thought that the Terizla and the Grok and the Cho would be the XP laners, they're the roamers, Naisu. Okay, so this is to ensure that both of these teams will match up the aggression of each other at the same time. Fast rotation. Although Renegade, Terizla, we all know that the thing that lacks with Terizla is not sustain. It's the mobility. What can you say about that?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I know probably this has been seen a couple times, right? Roam Terizla. But man, he is just so slow. Like, he's just, you know, that when you've played the Trizzle, you guys know what I'm talking about. But that's besides the fact. All Renegade really needs to do is get the set potential off. The thing is once he has the flicker, he's always going to be able to do that. Yeah. And, you know, that's the same thing. Whether he was playing the Edith or not, just like we saw previously in Game 1, that's something you can always approach with. Now, the other side where Fnatic Onic Philippines, they have Kirk even on this Grok, where typically you don't see too many players pick up the Grok and put him in the XP lane, but it works. It has been, you know, in the side lanes before, and it can work. And now Demon Kite and King Kong going 1 versus 1. Gets hit by the Spear Destruction. Good thing for Calra to show up. Stops from any further damage being done.
Okay, TKO, but that's unfair because Calra was there, hitting with the Spear of Destruction, leaving Doming open here to dominate the gold lane. And again, going back to your point. Wait, what was your point?
I was just saying that basically you're going to have this switch up between the XP laners and the roamers, which we initially thought.
Yeah. Okay, I remember my point. You can let Renegade do the setups again because Edward will be the main frontliner here. Again, you know the passive of the Edith. He wants to soak up the damage right before casting the Primal Rife, wants to make sure that his stacks are there to ensure a lot of damage coming in from Edward, the Magic Burst. So right now, Renegade, apart from game number 1, can focus on that, his main role, which is to do the setups, and as much as possible, pop the Purifies of Super Prince and Kelra. And now I remember your point.
Yes, you know, it's okay. I know that the composition probably threw you off, you know, too, a little bit, but we're here at this point, and now they finally start up the first turtle. This turtle's been up for a while, so they're finally going to go for it. Looks like RORA's just going to grab this one. There was a lot of focus there, too. You see Kelra pushing it. That top side gets a ton of gold on top of it.
Yeah. So in terms of aggression, we've been saying that Fanny needs to match up the aggression of King Kong, and so far he has done a good job. They do pick up a kill onto King Kong 0-1-0. So far a better start, a cleaner start for Aurora. But again, Fnatic Onic, with the current lineup, they can turn things around. Kirk, he doesn't have the final slash, but with the wild charge flicker combination, it's the same thing. It can come out of nowhere, it can come out unexpected, and it can be it can be casted on the right target. And we've seen during neutral objectives, Kirk has his eyes set on Demon Kite. Now, even if this is a Fanny, he's going to make sure that Demon Kite doesn't have a chance to retry all neutral objectives.
Yeah, this is a very different pace. Whoa, King Kong, though. That wasn't a different pace. He gets deleted very quickly. 2 deaths now sitting on King Kong.
A good catch there for Edward, using the onward to make sure there's no escape for King Kong with the Hayabusa. 0-2-0. And now extending their lead to 1.2k as Kirk works on the bottom lane. And again, Fnatic Onyx gameplay. We've been saying this a lot of times. At the moment you thought the game would extend because it's pound for pound. It's a very close fight. Fnatic can just literally extend the lead, make it wider as Kirk here casts a wild charge onto Demon Kite. So that can happen with the current lineup of Fnatic Onyx. So Aurora really needs to watch out for the outplay potential that Sonics can give them.
Yeah, and with this, you know, Kirk was really trying to push that lane in, but was stopped by Demon Kite, so they held on to that. They ended up getting, you know, Aurora got the tier 1 turret on top, and so they dealt with that. So they're starting these slow steps. And what I was saying before all that happened earlier when we saw King Kong get taken out was the fact that this pacing of Game 2 is much different from Game 1, where
slower.
It was just, yeah, it was just constant fighting back and forth. But even this time around, Fnatic Onic Philippines a little bit slower. Edward taking the brunt of the damage. Now they jump in. Demon Kite goes in for Super Prince. Will pick up that kill. Turtle's still going to be for the taking here, and King Kong with the rest. Brusco looking for their own angle.
Conceal.
Brusco using the conceal, just bombing and weaving through. Will go ahead and just back off. Meanwhile, Calra pushing in that turret, and they trade it. The turret for the turtle.
Trade for a turtle. Turret for a turtle. And this is why Aurora is one of those teams that are confident enough to pick up a Fanny first pick. They know that even though there are a lot of counters to the Fanny, with the proper hands, in the hands of Demon Kite, it can easily dominate. And up against Fnatic Onic, they're just showing their composure despite down 1-0. But look at this Demon Kite!
Again, hunting for Kirk. Great wall there. Guardian's Barrier laid down by Kirk. And you saw the recall come out too. He knew it was going to be fine.
Literally, he built a wall to separate the two.
And that's a hard no right there.
Hard
no.
No, you just can't burst me down again. I'm the Kirkitek. I can build anything. And Demon Kite's stats in terms of using the Fanny throughout his MPLPH career has a win rate of 75% in 8 games. So if he wins this game, that makes it 9. How many percent is that, Naisu?
Please don't ask me to math.
I should have asked Renmar.
You asked Renmar that.
But so far, so good. Again, 2-0-0 start. Although he wasn't able to burst down Kirk, given that that's a Grok. That's scarier because one more hit can burst down the probable tankiest hero of the Sonics at this point, 8 minutes in.
And so that's the thing. Anytime you see a Fanny drafted, wherever it may be around the world, it's always going to work out well if you get this lead, but then eventually it will, fall off to an extent. So, I mean, that is usually the case for a lot of the Assassin junglers to an extent with certain ones. But Fanny is one of those heroes that you always constantly have to kind of keep pace with, check to make sure that you're getting those purple buffs and everything else, because if it goes to the late game, and I know we don't have that, whoa! That's what I'm saying. Look at the burst damage early on. In this point, mid-game, perfect pickup before the Lord take.
Didn't even give enough time for King Kong to use the quad shadow or Wiggy shadow kill. Just instantaneous burst.
Oh, here's the fight back, though. They already dropped the Eternal Guard. Spirit Destruction used as well. Yue's gone out of the picture. Kalra forces Demon Kite back, and now Super Prince on the run from Renegade. Just one hit away. We'll go ahead and regen up, and now Kalra, as well as Super Prince, trying to just get out of dodge. Kalra in a bad spot, will throw the spears, but it's not going to be enough as Super Prince also goes down. Kalra just waiting, trying to buy time, but Doming will pick up the kill. And now the Lord for the taking.
And even though Kalra bought enough time, King Kong's going to let the First Lord go in the hands of Aurora. A good pickup for Aurora, good initiation as well. And right now their composure is really speaking for itself. Despite a lot of high mobility heroes for the side of Fnatic Onic, they're focused on their goal, which is to bring down Sonics first before getting into the Lord. And with that kill onto Kelra, they were able to shut down the possibility of a trade of a turret up top. Now Fnatic Onic, with that clash, they didn't have a trade coming into that First Lord.
They did not. And, part of this, too, is you're seeing it where when Fnatic Onic approaches those objective areas, they're having a hard time at really looking for the angles that they need or the setup that they need. And it's a matter of time for them to build up to get to where they need to be. And Fnatic Onic has been in that position before where they've had to get to the late game. And that's what I was saying before the fight broke out, where you get to a point where you stall things out. You get to the point where you build up the items that you need. Also on the defensive side, because like we saw, Demon Kite right now, his damage is insanity. It is literally big damn, and you can't really do much against it.
Okay, Renji with the conceal. We haven't seen a lot of crazy penalty zones so far because, honestly, Demon Kite just finishing the job even before the clashes pursues. So right now, they have to watch out for the counter setups or the potential setups that Aurora can do. Again, the flicker will be up in 40 seconds, but the penalty zone is there, as well as the Earth Shatter and Primal Wrath combination from Edward. But look at Brusco's position. Trying to gather a lot of information here for Fnatic Onic as Kelra works on the Lord. And this is the beauty of having Demon Kite snowball with the Fanny. They didn't even have time to think about doming. It gave enough space for doming to just really work on the turrets, get a couple of kills, literally 2-0-1, and at the same time, prevent them from focusing on going up against this Beatrix.
Oh, look at this too. You had Kirk there on that backside for a little bit. You still have Brusco waiting patiently, so really just kind of giving information, but then they call it off. You thought that maybe they would make an attempt there, but they decided to not, and Renegade does spot Brusco out finally, so FNOP's just back in that position where they can they can work around this about a minute till this Lord is up, but then they might have to face the challenge of, do we actually try to contest this? Or do we just wait in our base? Are we prepped for a actual base defense? Because if you look at the lineup, it's not bad in terms of defense and clearing, the waves pushing in later on.
I think if you're not planning to contest, at least go for a trade. They have capabilities of the split push. Again, Kelra has the Moskov. And with the aid of Brusco, just making sure that no one is there in the brushes, they can actually go for a potential split push. Not for towards the inhibitor turret, but just take out outer turrets. And looking at the gold established here by Aurora, Domeng currently leads all with a 9k gold lead. This is the problem if you have a snowball jungler. You really can't notice Domeng just really farming up, clearing out all the outer turrets. And when a clash ensues, a perfect setup from Renegade can be paired up with the Nibiru's Passion or even the bazookas from this Beatrix that could deal enough damage to burst down Fnatic Onic and eventually give Aurora the win as they work on this lore, the 5.2k gold lead. Renegade eventually gonna spot up where King Kong is hiding. Brusco just really waiting for the perfect opportunity. He did pop his conceal here.
Yeah, they're using a lot. Kelra does pick up the win in nature now. There's Demon Kite again. Finds Brusco. And so FNOP really trying to delay things and pick the fight, but unfortunately for them, RORA just comes out swinging and they jump in. Edward will be the one to get the secure the Lord now, and they break out in the fight. Kurt goes down. Look at the push though in the base. Kelra just going for that backdoor play. Won't be able to push it in completely. And right now it's 2 down for FNOP. King Kong on the hunt. And they hold down in the mid lane, but the Lord was already secured by RORA.
And this is what we were saying. Kelra needs to look for that trade because in terms of 5v5, during that Lord pit, during that Lord clash, they're really not going to have a good chance or a better chance out-retrying or out-sustaining the damage coming in from Aurora. So it was a good trade at this point for Fnatic Onic to just go instead for the push. The Spear of Destruction did not hit, and even if it did hit, I doubt that Kelra was going to cast it again, because that's really crucial. And that's really detrimental if ever they pick off Kelra once again. They're gonna need Kelra, the gold standard, coming into this base defense. Lord marching in the bottom lane. They still have 5. In terms of clear wave potential, they can clear the wave easily and go for the counter engage if ever Kirk or Brusco manages to pick off someone. But Aurora just managing the waves perfectly here. 2 waves gonna approach the base of Fnatic Onic as they work on the bottom lane turret.
So already waiting. There's the penalty zone coming out from Renegade. Eternal Guard and everything else being thrown at him. Still have to deal with the Lord as it knocks on the base. They could be a little bit too late as they go for it. And we will go to a game 3 as Aurora takes game 2.
And just like their first meeting, these two teams, 2 games aren't enough as Aurora extend this to a game 3 in hopes to break the streak of Fnatic Onic. Wow, what a dominating performance. A strong start, especially for the man in the jungle, Demon Kite. And now we really have to throw it over to Rockhart and Renmar to answer how many percentage is the Fanny's win rate now, Renmar. Take it over.
Wow, look at this guy asking us to do some math here. I was here to do some MLBB today, but just to answer, it is 7 out of 9 games. And for that Fanny, apparently.
Carrying on. Ingan posed the question. I need to answer it now. It completely threw off what I want to. Go ahead, Rockhart.
Go ahead.
Over.
And I think that's around 85%. 83%?
No, he's asking about this season right now. So, 6,
this season.
7. Around the 60% win rate this season.
There you go.
Thanks, Ingan.
Thank you so much for that question. And let's throw it over to obviously the man in the jungle, like you mentioned.
Yep.
I feel like, man, that was a breakaway game here for Demon Kite.
Yeah, and it came from the back of a great adjustment by Aurora. The unexpected adjustment. Yeah. Again, the lineup for Aurora looked good. For Fnatic Onic Philippines looked great if it was the Edith that they were up against in the roam. But with the sudden switch, with the Edith in the EXP lane, put the Terizla in the roam, it allowed for things to open up here for Edward as the Edith in this game number 2. So it started all off with Fnatic Onic Philippines getting the initial pick-off onto King Kong in the bottom lane. Again, with the aggression of the Terizla, it changes the dynamic for the roam mid-trio matchup as Valentina no longer has the ultimate of the Edith to steal. Now, the Terizla, difficult to take down, has an execute capability with that skill 1 if anyone is brought down low. And you also have to put respect where respect is due. Domeng beat Kelra in lane with aggression and not allowing himself to get stunned and outplayed by Kelra.
That's right. I was actually out. I'll be honest, guys. I went to get water in the first minute. And then when I came back, Ask Renmar, bro, what happened? Bro, Kelra got beaten on the lane by a Beatrix, and I think they also have to kind of give that as well. Good props as well to the teammates, right? Enabling that to happen, which again, normally a Moskov would win out over a Beatrix in lane.
Yeah, but if you just do it like matchup per matchup, if the Beatrix doesn't allow herself to get stunned up, get outplayed, then yeah, the Beatrix will win it. And great itemization as well by Domeng as he went for the steel leg plates, so that Keller will really feel the difficulty of laning up against an aggressive Beatrix. And that changed up the early game rotations of Fnatic Onic Philippines. Think about it, King Kong got taken down early in the first rotation. He was able to hit level 4, but he still got taken down. So now Fnatic Onic Philippines need to reel back. They can't be aggressive because now they have to wait for their jungler to catch up. Kelra is losing lane, so now they have to give up the first turtle so that they can help rebalance the gold that these two were getting. At the end of the game, I mean, they were able to do that. Kelra was only 300 gold less compared to Domeng. But in the long run, because Demon Kite now had a little bit more free reign, with Brusco and Super Friends having to adjust their gameplay, now that they're up against the Terizla Rome, where it's not so easy to dominate because the Valentina can't be as offensive as the last game because it's not the Edith ultimate that she has taken away, stealing from her, that opens up the rest of the map. That means your side lanes are going to be happy, and that's why Edward was able to get the MVP as well.
And that early as well, in that early game, aside from Edward doing great on the Edith, big comparison to how Renjay played it, because earlier in game 1, people were just standing while Renjay was hitting. You can't do that against an XP Edith. And I think that kind of is exactly how Aurora got like at least a 10% additional damage. But imagine that 10% damage in maybe 6-7 minutes. For a Fanny, that's huge.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? And it allowed some kills to happen, which normally you shouldn't get one shot by a Fanny.
Yeah.
So normally, 2 shots maybe give the Fanny a hard time. This time, the Fanny had a fun time because everyone else on the map was ahead.
Yeah, that's why it was really interesting to see the stat line. When they brought up the stat that for the entire career of Demon Cat, he only got to play Fanny like, what, 7 or 8 times?
8 times.
8 times. We thought it was more. But then with like a 60-something% win rate, that is 5 out of 8. Now it's 6 out of 8.
No, it was already 80%. So it was 6 over 8.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it became 7 over 9 now.
Yeah, to get to my point, thank you for helping me out with that. I got lost in the numbers, dude.
I was also asking that earlier.
Yeah, it just goes to show why the Fanny pickup up against Demon Cat has been respected for multiple seasons.
Yes.
And it's not just here in the Philippines. When he had that stint with RSG Malaysia back in MPL Philippines season 12, if I'm not mistaken. Well, yeah, they respected his Fanny in Malaysia.
I wonder if we can count the stats for Malaysia.
Like to add to that?
Just to add to that.
I'm sure
right? Maybe that's why we think there's more, because we were watching Malaysia games.
Nah, just thinking about Philippines alone. I thought there was way more, but no, it was only like 8 times.
There you go. So again, just feel, in short, Demon Kite's crazy on the Fanny. That's the gist of what we're trying to say. And of course, the rest of it is just, you know what, Aurora was ahead in most scenarios. The Hayabusa was playing catch-up a lot.
Yeah.
Because he was also getting hunted down and shut down. Even Kelra on the Moscow was getting hunted down and shut down. So everyone else had to do double time, and that's why they couldn't focus on just one single fight.
And I think now we got to see one of the things we've noticed about Fnatic Onic Philippines. Again, if King Kong and Kelra lose, then Fnatic Onic Philippines will not have a great time. Those are your 2 cores, your main damage dealers for your lineup. And you see in real time how Brusco, Super Friends, and Kirk completely changed their demeanor in-game, how they rotated, how they were setting things up. With King Kong and Kelra being more comfortable back in game number 1, you saw that they were willing to take risks, be a little bit more aggressive. Now that they're up against the Terizla Rome, again, it completely changed how they were dealing with things, especially since King Kong and Kelra lost their respective portions of the map.
Yeah, it felt like they had to buckle back. They buckled back to the attack of
exactly.
Aurora here, right?
Yeah.
It's just like when someone tries to hit you, you kind of have to back off a bit.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it feels like Fnatic Onic were kind of going through. So that's super interesting. And what's this? Postpones FNOP. Yeah, we're not quite there yet, because this guy was part of the win streak as well. Edward says, you know what? You're gonna have to do a lot more than that to get to it there. They're gonna make it a lot harder, and possibly impossible, because they could cut it in the next game. But then again, I feel like the draft really also was... people were kind of like 50-50 on the early game Fanny.
Yeah.
Somehow they were able to make it work. I just wonder, maybe they have something else in their sleeves because I feel like FNOP still is a scary enemy.
Yep.
Anyway, we'll talk about that a bit more later on. We're going to see our coaches. They seem to have something to say about this matchup.
Mental fortitude talaga. Pag-usapan namin ni Kelra just a few days ago na hopefully wag pumasok sa utak namin yung mga panalo kasi gusto namin kumbaga ituloy-tuloy yung pagiging aggressive namin, not just sa mga matches pero yun sa everyday training kasi alam naman namin na yun nga regular season doesn't really give kung sino yung magcha-champion. So hopefully yun nga maging matibay kami and still on our toes, lalo na sa pagdali sa players.
Kahit sabi mong pasok namin sa playoffs, maganda madala namin yung momentum sa pagdating ng playoffs. Pangit naman kung halimbawa mag-relax kami tapos ang pangit nung mga maging resulta this coming matches pa. So, yun, bibigay pa rin namin yung best namin.
There you go. Again, why not, veterancy really coming into play here? He's seen so many seasons where people who win the regular season don't always win championships.
He's been through losing seasons, winning seasons, relatively okay seasons. Man has seen it all. And I'm glad that even Fnatic Onic Philippines are acknowledging the fact that their own hubris could be their downfall. If they let the wins get to their heads, it could be their downfall.
And same on the other side. Apparently, even Dexstar thinks the exact same way.
Yeah.
So, very cool. You know what's cool? 90,000 diamonds, man. Because it looks like ice. Cool. It looks like ice. If you have 90,000 of that, it sounds like you're carrying a big block of ice. Or a bunch of ice. And you can get that as well if you join us here in the MPL Arena. Just post your live experience on Facebook and TikTok with your hashtag MPLS14 Live Experience. Make sure it's on public and you tag MPL Philippines as well. If you tag at MPL Philippines on TikTok, you'll find them at MPL Philippines on Facebook. I always do that as well. And share your experience. Maybe add a photo there. Add a story. Add how you won the Fancy Laban. Something like that.
Yeah.
And you can get... Add how you bumped into Renegade. Or something like that.
Get creative.
Get creative.
Take a picture with Rockhart.
Yeah, people have been doing that for...
Whoa, what a flex! So people have been doing that so many times. All these
so
years I've been here, I'm pretty popular.
And nothing ever gets... They never get anything out of it.
That has to change. The next person who asks Rockhart for a photo and posts it online
gets
90,000 diamonds.
Wow.
That has to be the thing.
Correct. Thank you. Please do that.
Yeah.
And don't miss on the much-awaited MPL Philippines playoffs, guys. Season 14 apparently happening right here in Green Sun Hotel as well. Woo! Get your early bird tickets now, and they're on sale starting today until October 9. So I believe there are the prices. That's October 16 to 20. Book it already. It's a hotel as well, so you can book the hotel. And 300 for the early bird. Then after October 9, it's gonna go on 400. So book it now while you can.
Yeah, ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs.
There you go.
You can just hop on your browser as well and just type MPLPH playoffs tickets. It should pop up. The search engine optimization is very good.
And you know what's cool? There's also like rooms here, like first floor, second floor hotel rooms. The first floor is where we're at, and everything is just. You can just go one floor up, then you're already in MPL.
Yeah, book a hotel a room in the first floor, and you might bump into us.
That's so cool, right? We are. Yeah, we're right there.
Yeah, let's reveal where the
Let's
talent
reveal
room
where
is.
the talent's room is, brother.
First floor of the Green Sun Hotel here in
my
Makati.
goodness. Please don't. We have security. Please don't. Don't try.
That sounded like a threat. Don't try.
We'll talk in the lobby. Right now, we're going into the draft here for game number 3. Finally, we got what we all asked for. They got their tickets worth since it's a full arena as well. And what do we have to look forward to? So what do I have to look out for in that last game?
Sir,
okay.
what's your command?
Yes, good. So Hayabusa and Nolan Julian, still options. I think now we have to take into consideration the many heroes that Demon Kite has as a possible pickup other than just the assassins. And what else Aurora can put in the roam role. I think now has to be the biggest considerations.
Yeah, I think the Tigreal and the Cho are gonna have field days so far. I feel like they are great options for either roamer here.
Yeah.
Renegade has been going insane with that hero for a while now. Same with Cho on Brusco. Not to mention, a multitude of heroes as well.
First pick. I mean, the typical assassins are there. More people are starting to pick up roamers as the first pick. So let's see if it'll be assassin or a roamer locked in right away.
Yep, Hayabusa, highly contested Ling as well, but definitely not first pick material for that Ling. But roamers are great. I feel like they're very flexible, especially the flex roams.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you with the
Native.
Ling not being first pickable for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
A flashy accompaniment.
But they do it anyway.
Still have a Matilda and Cho for NJ.
That's right. I feel like he could have gone roam here, right? It feels like a roam slot. I'm surprised by the Ling pick.
You know what? Comfort is comfort. But Aurora, please go ahead and pick up the Matilda.
Haya? Matilda.
Actually, no, they don't need to rush the Matilda because it's not like Busco's gonna pick it.
That's true.
Oh, wait, no.
Does he have records?
It's an option for Super Friends in the mid. So I think they have to consider taking the Matilda now.
Huh.
Get the Matilda and the Moskov.
The Matilda
Oh,
Moskov
wait, I'm sorry, the Moskov's
is
banned.
out, yeah, so... There's a Matilda, and who's it? Khalid!
Oh, that's rough on the jungler.
That is.
That's a fast clear, lots of invades.
Isn't this the exact reason why you don't want the Ling on first pick?
Yeah.
Right? Because this can happen.
Okay, Fnatic, how do you counter this? I think, yeah, they need to get a Cho. They need to get the Cho, maybe even consider the Ruby.
Ruby seems to be a great flex.
Yeah.
XP and gold?
Yeah, but Claude, I think, might be more of a priority. But no. Cho
Cho
Valentina. The running out, the gold laners will be thin in the second phase for Calra. Unless it's going to be double fighters on the sides, meaning the Alice might go gold because Ling might be their source of basic attacks.
And yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're tower taking if they go Alice.
Yeah.
But you know what? The Ling can do it, right? So
yeah, but then at the same time, it's like, the Khalid will be felt more in the map compared to the Alice for majority of the game.
That's true. But we were talking about like XP laners who can kind of just stay toe-to-toe. Alice is a great option. Nolan here for Demon Kite. Again, just going for comfort.
Yeah. I confuse myself with like Alice and the XP lane, but it's actually, yeah, gold Alice, if ever they do go for it. Okay. So both of them got their no mid laners yet for Aurora. I think that's what the Fnatic Onic Philippines will be taken away.
That's true. I expect 2 gold lane bans here.
I think they're gonna... Fnatic might take away something like the Vexana, Aurora, and then hope that Aurora will take the Faramis. Because Faramis Matilda's available for Aurora. If Aurora's comfortable with giving the Nether Realm to the Valentina.
That sounds like a very classic matchup. But no, we thought they were going to ban out some gold laners. It's the roam they're going for. A focus on the roam feels like it's not bad.
Yeah. Take away the Tig. They should highly consider taking away the Grok as well.
Or they're forcing the Cho to go roam, basically. They're trying to...
Okay, yeah, that's an option too, actually. To force it into the roam and then have Kirk pick something up.
There is the Arlot.
Yeah.
Right.
But then up against the Matilda and what could potentially be a Faramis in the mid lane for Aurora. If that ends up becoming a Faramis, that has to be a roam Cho and then a different EXP laner. Hell, even picking up a Gata Kacha might be okay.
Ooh, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, but if it's a Gata Kacha XP and a gold Alice, then that's way too much magic damage.
So who's going to be there, like... And that's also, like, very close range.
Yeah.
Or they're going to lack in range, and a lot of teams have faltered against that before.
Yeah, quite tough.
That's true.
Lots of permutations that you can go for.
Arlot's banned out. Yeah, they know. They're forcing Kirk and Brusco to go where they want them.
Yeah, they're really respecting the 2 of the best picks there.
All right, for XP lane matchups, if we're talking about like straight up, there is the safe one. X-Borg maybe,
Yeah.
But other than that,
they banned
they banned the Faramis. I thought they were forcing them on Faramis as well.
No, I think they decided to respect it instead with the Matilda Faramis together with the Nolan, with the Khalid. I think, yeah, it would have been way too much. So they just went ahead and said, nope, don't pick it up. So now for Yue, the Aurora still available and the Lilia.
Very safe picks, by the way. Those are some of the safest mid laners that we can think of right now. Who are probably going to live due to the lane. Maybe because of the lane pick, we're feeling a lot of pressure to make sure our mid laners survive.
For sure.
Right? But you could go spicy. You could go Kagura. Just kidding.
Nah,
that was last match.
Yeah.
No, please. No, I don't think the Kagura is right there. There's the Loyi.
Oh, excuse me.
Better.
Yeah,
Better. There you go.
Sorry, Loyi. You've slipped my memory again.
No, but I understand why you would hesitate to go Loyi here because, again, Ling, right?
Nah, I will admit it. I straight up forgot Loyi exists, dude. I'm gonna say it right now. I straight up forgot. I'm not gonna skirt around that and give y'all BS. Nope. I forgot about the Loyi.
Again, so many options. That's why the mid lane is so hard to ban right now these days.
Yeah.
So many options in the mid, man. I don't blame you.
Oh my goodness, what is Fnatic gonna do? Yo, the lineup of Aurora looks way too good. We might see the streak end here.
What's a gold laner? What's a safe or maybe if you want to go double-edged gold laner? Natan? That's still Bea.
Yeah, it's Bea Jawhead. Oh. Okay,
it's his turn.
Bea pairs up a little bit better with a pick-off type of roamer. They get the Jawhead, but up against the Khalid, Nolan, Matilda. Dude, the streak might actually end today.
Oh my goodness, all right. Interesting. Is this Natan? Or is this a carry? Or more classic matchup? Harris? Oh, Harris banned out.
Let me see. There's a lot of protection, front line, back line. Obvious Nolan burst. Claude is still open if they want to open up the
pretty
map.
safe. That's the safest pick.
Yeah.
Right? That's Claude's safest pick. But
they go
it's an Alice.
Okay, okay.
Right? So, wow. Is this a bit of a... It's interesting.
Yeah.
Right, these are, Kelra picking up a Doming pick. Doming picking up a Kelra pick.
Yeah,
it's pretty fun.
They switch things up.
All
my. This looks tough for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Yes, their lineup rating, if you look at the crowd control, the push potential is great. But the fact that the early to late game potential, damage potential, survival potential for Aurora is trumping them.
Yeah.
That's where things might go shaky here. If ever FNOP wins, again, Kirk and Brusco popped off like crazy.
Let's see if they can pop off again here as we go into game 3 with Naisu and Ingan. The streak and the longest winning record for MPL Philippines hangs in the balance. Hangs in these two teams. This is game number 3 of our highlight match. Aurora MLBB up against Fnatic Onic Philippines. Joined with me again is Naisu, Ingan here. And looking at the matchup, Renmar and Rockhard mentioned they did a switcheroo. Doming picked up a Kelra hero and Kelra picked up a Doming hero. What can you say about that?
You know what, at this point, I've loved pretty much every single draft throughout the series. And if that happens, it's okay. Do a little switcheroo, make things work. So far, both gold laners have been big parts of the wins throughout this. Super Friends taking a lot of hits here, taking a lot of damage, but you know what I'm hoping for, Ingan, is that we get a similar game in this game 3 to what game 1 was for the most part.
The very aggressive, fast rotation.
Fights everywhere.
Fights everywhere. And it could actually happen because looking at Aurora's lineup, speaking of a fight.
Okay, so Super Prince is like, maybe just for safety I should. I don't know, that's some pretty big confidence there, I would say, even with the Lightning Bolt recalls coming out. Renegade tempted, but yeah, he's got to back off.
And this is what Renmar was saying, the early game potential and the fast rotation of Aurora just might be too much to handle for Fnatic Onic. They can end this really early, around the 11 or 13-minute mark. And looking at the roamer, specifically for Fnatic Onic, that's a Jawhead. We've been saying this numerous times that if the Jawhead is again on the receiving end, it could be detrimental for the streak of Fnatic Onic. And that And that's not hard to happen for Aurora because, again, looking at the lineup, their early game, though, and again, their escapability is there with Renegade having the Matilda as well.
Yeah, part of this whole thing is, again, on the whims of the roamers, as it has been, but right now, objectively, FNOP's just going to go ahead and start things up. Not sure if RORA can do much as King Kong gets the turtle, first one of the game, locked in. So right now, leading with an objective so far, but still looking for the first blood for both teams.
Yeah, that was a good blitz. Turtle take for Fnatic Onic, but there's a diversion! Oh!
Welcome to the jungle, says Aurora with a diversion. What a play. That's not something you want to walk into, and hey, good thing it wasn't King Kong.
And just literally giving false confidence. Edward goes in with a Raging Sandstorm.
Just a second off.
Keller was able to evade that, and just literally Aurora playing mind games right now. Giving the turtle uncontested when you know that Aurora wasn't going to make a trade. They made something happen, and with the Louis pick that Renmar almost forgot about during the drafting phase, they made it happen. It's going to go on to Yue. I know. It went on to Demon Kite, the perfect man to get the kill. Really wanting a snowball for this Snowland. And again, this is where the problem ensues here for Fnatic Onic. How can you catch someone if you have a flying Renegade?
He's going to walk into it. Diversion again going to be used. They find in two. Now Kelra could be in trouble as they collapse down. King Kong going to join the fight. Demon Kite going to go down. Tempest Blades also to follow up. Domain goes back. Luckily escapes it, but now on the board, FNOP with two.
Oh, you'd think that was a good trade for Aurora. They got Kelra, the gold standard, down, but in exchange for two, Renegade, Demon Kite was able to pick up a kill as well, but that's how you slow Demon Kite. That's how you slow him down. Just make sure to pick up an early kill onto this Nolan. Looking at the instant replay, that was a quick burst onto Renegade. Kirk heads up play, connecting the Way of the Dragon, and a good answer here with the diversion play coming in from Aurora. But here's the kick again from Kirk.
Kirk might have to deal with this. He goes to the turret, flickers too, defensively, bobs and weaves, and will stay alive. The moves from Kirk, avoiding it all.
That was close call. Once again from Kirk, still deathless 0-0-2, off to a good start. Even if it's really active, making sure he doesn't go overextend and gets punished by Aurora. And this is the aggression we've been wanting to see. Look at Edward. Already has the passive, he's already mobile. But Renegade with the Guiding Wind makes him more mobile.
Imagine that, just, you know, flying around on literally what is supposed to be, what, sand? Well, I guess...
He's literally Aladdin.
Magic carpet around,
yeah, magic
carpet. At this point.
Okay, so a while ago it was Fnatic Onic with an uncontested turtle, but this time Aurora wants to make sure that they're in the picture. This time circling Eagle.
They're going to find it. They find Kurt, pushing him back a little bit further. Turtle does reset, though, amongst it all. Super Prince
Doming
holding on to the Raging Sandstorm, too. Edward already using his. King Kong half health. Going to be very tough to get into the zone. Demon Kite zoned out, though, himself as King Kong will pick up the turtle. Now Brusco going to be in trouble as Demon Kite cleans up the kill.
Okay.
So they find an exchange again.
That was the trade Fnatic Onic was willing to do. The zone out, the Unstoppable Force plus Ejector combination to make sure Demon Kite wasn't near that turtle for an uncontested turtle for King Kong. Still edging out the gold lead a bit for Fnatic Onic, but this could actually change if Aurora continues their early game aggression. We've only seen one diversion there. There it is.
There it is once
Might see
again.
another.
Sending into UA Edward. Kelra quick on the flicker, will avoid it. Brusco there too, and actually in response, Domain flickers as well. So still a lot just, you know what? I got what I wished for here, Ringon. I said I hope for like what we saw in game one, so far so good.
So far so good. 2-3 kill scoreboard, 6 minutes in!
Oh, in trouble. Gonna be able to get out of dodge. Super Prince taking a couple of shots and will flicker once again with the recall, and Renegade will get punished. As he went in, he thought he could clean it up, and now, once again, Edward, the focus tossed over the head. There's the kick as well. The alley-oop as Edward gets focused down, and the guard's not going to be enough. Couple shots as Kelra will pick up Edward.
Literal alley-oop, eject, Unstoppable Force in the Way of the Dragon to the Ejector, giving Kelra another pick-off here. 2-1-1 for the gold standard with this Beatrix as they work on the top lane turret. And again, we've seen an almost kill on the Super Prince. The junglers are going at it right now.
Everyone under the turret. Tempest Blades. Demon Kite tries to get out. Quad Shadow again, bobs and weaves, he'll be fine. Whoo! Bobs and weaves, no Quad Shadow, there's no Hayabusa here, but hey, Demon Kite, he's fine. Fight's still gonna break out as well. Purify gonna be used, UA on the run. Still working for it, there's the jump in from Brusco. Unstoppable force that he is, and now Edward trying to help Demon Kite secure the purple buff, has the Raging Sandstorm over the wall, and now it's Renegade trying to keep things together, has to get out there as well, waiting for Edward. Demon Kite relying on the team, but his buff will be taken.
Man, 7 minutes in, 7 minutes in, we've already seen a Lord Dance.
That's how I felt.
That purple buff. 4-on-4, lot of ultimates expended. Here comes the reinforcements.
Going for Brusco. Brusco takes a couple shots. Flickers on out. Demon Kite on the run. And now King Kong going to join the fight in the mid lane. Clashing down once again. Tempest of Blades to follow through. There's the kick from Kirk as they find a double for King Kong. 2 down for RORA. And now Turtle for the taking as King Kong starts it up.
You have to commend Kelro with that play. When Aurora was on the aggressive side, was on the offensive, Kelra made sure to hit Demon Kite with 1 sniper bullet, enabling Fnatic Onic to go with the counter engage. And again, Kirk 006, he's always in the middle of Aurora to the point that you think he's part of that team with his initiations, with his knockups, making sure to stun Renegade and Demon Kite despite the escapability that that Aurora has. Look at that. Prior to that Demon Kite offensive attack, Kelra was the one who hit him with the sniper, giving his HP down to half, and Kirk with a beautiful Way of the Dragon. Prior to that was a double man knock-up. And that's just how Fnatic Onic, that's just how the Sonics answer every single time Aurora thinks that they have it in the bag.
Yeah, now Demon Kite just trying to work through this King Kong. Actually trying to find Domeng. The 1v2 waiting on the whims. Brusco, there's that diversion though. So now King Kong going to be spotted out. 4 members here on the bottom side. He gets on out of there. Brusco now, though, unstoppable force. Going to toss over Renegade. Waiting for Super Prince and Kirk. Kirk finding Renegade. Has the shields that he needs. And the backup to follow through. But now the fight once again for the purple buff. RORA trying to hold it together. And man, the back and forth until this Lord comes up in 40.
Okay, friends, important to note, he has the diversion. They can make a quick play here to extend their lead, holding on to a 4.1k gold lead. And looking at the items, clearly Kelra is outbesting Domeng right now with an almost 1k gold lead. Has the necessary items, even has the Sea Halberd to make sure there is no, to negate the regen
healing,
effects, the healing effects that Aurora, especially Renegade, has to offer. Here comes Kirk!
It's Kirk.
The backline though, okay, just making sure that they have enough vision. Here comes the unstoppable force onto UA. He's gonna pop his Purify.
Oh, there it is again. Under the turret all, they get split off from each other. King Kong under the turret finds a double. Meanwhile, they battle it out, but it's a huge trade in favor of FNOP. And now they'll work on the tier 2. Focusing down the mid lane, it's only Demon Kite for a little bit longer. 4 members still for FNOP, and the Lord is up.
That was a scattered clash, scattered play, but Fnatic Onic made sure that in each of those crowd control setups, there was 1 damage dealer present during the skirmish. Up top, there was King Kong working on the back line, and of course, Kelra just really bursting down the frontliners. Aurora has to offer. Look at what King Kong did here with the double, making sure to catch Domeng also, handing him his first kill, and now working on again the purple buff of Demon Kite. Although he was able to secure it with the Retribution, now Aurora has to deal with the gold lead of the Sonics, has to deal with his Lord marching in mid. They do have 1 outer turret down the bottom lane, but again, Super Friends has the capability to get the diversion play. They can really make the most out of this first Lord.
See how they deal with it. Again, should be a quick Lord to deal with. Holding on to the base turrets is all they want to do. So Lord already down. RORA does that. They have enough mobility to move around the base as well, but the Holy Shields are all going to be popped here. So FNOP, even with a lead like this, will they go ahead and force a fight from RORA? Kirk has the flicker available. Brusco as well, Conceal going to be used, fighting under the turret in the mid lane. Once again, they're trying to clear the waves out. They hold on to the mid turret now. Kirk has to get out. Still no turret, no pressure just yet. RORA holds on.
Just look at the damage coming in from Kelra. Doming, 1/4 of his health left there. And that was just a sniper coming in from Kelra as he works on the bottom lane turret. Important to note, Super Prince has the circling eagle. There's the diversion.
Oh, they send the diversion.
Oh!
Multiple members. Brusco jumps in with the unstoppable force, flickers out defensively. And now Renegade taking a ton of damage. And there's the cleanup from King Kong. We'll be able to pick up Renegade, but still RORA holding on to their base turrets for now.
That's, again, a crucial play from Fnatic Onic. Brusco just making sure to out-sustain the damage. Coming in from 5 members of Aurora and a cleanup crew here from King Kong, from the Finch boys, making sure to bring down the Hitman, to bring down Renegade as Kelra still works on bringing this bottom lane inhibitor turret down.
Slow and steady, Kelra. Oh! Finally gets in. They force the fight under it all. Ow, it's still King Kong! Picks up a kill on Yue. The finesse from King Kong right now as all the base turrets go down. Not sure if they can actually end the game, though. Still on the defense they go. Demon Kite on top. Super Prince still fine, and they back off. So FNOP just accomplished that whole thing with just decisiveness, really.
If you want to talk about close range, mid-range, long range, Fnatic has it all. Close range, there's King Kong just entering in with the Tempest of Blades, the Defiant Sword. Mid-range, of course, there's Super Prince with the bursting capabilities, and long range is Kelra. I didn't even saw Kelra use a different gun at this point. It's just literally the Nibiru. The Renner, I mean.
The Renner, yeah. He's just...
all throughout.
And you know what? When you have a jungler like King Kong right now in this game who's just absolutely out of his mind, that's what you do. You just let King Kong do his thing, you know? And he's far from just snowball effect at this point. So if you're RORA, they're going to use the diversion. They crash down. King Kong joining from the backside, and they are able to find Kirk. King Kong might be a little bit too late to the fight, but Edward finally goes down as well. 1 for 1 so far. King Kong might give the call. They go and crash down, try to cut off RORA on the defense. They're going to find one Tempest of Blaze to get out and Renegade. He gets the double. Now
King
looking
Kong
for Demon Kite. He wants the kill, and he'll get the triple as King Kong once again 11-0-2 on this Ling. And as it's a wipeout, FNOP will get another notch on the streak for Season 14 as they take the series.
And this run from the Sonics officially tied the best run that Blacklist had in Season 8 and Echo had in Season 12. 11 undefeated series for the Sonics. And you can see each and every member just happy, proud, and of course, smiling from their amazing, amazing performance. This whole squad deserves all their flowers, especially King Kong with an amazing Ling game up against a very strong team in Aurora MLBB.
Again, amazing performance here from the whole team, but I mean, even King Kong, man, like his Ling was something else here.
At some point, it was 8-0-1 during the final clash. He wasn't even afraid to go for the back line up against 3. Yeah. That's how confident he was. That's how strong he was. That's how snowballed he was. Still, props to the team. They really forced Fnatic Onic to bring out the best in them. Aurora MLBB, it's not yet over for them. They have qualified for the playoffs, and they're showing strength going up against the undefeated Sonics.
RORA got close, man, and they look great. We'll see how they do in their next matches.
And I want to see what they have to say as they tied up the current record at 11 series. Hans Galleria, Mr. Poggy, please take it away.
MPL Arena, your winners, and currently on an 11-match win streak, Fnatic Onic Philippines! Guys, congratulations. You now have tied yung naging record ng Blacklist International nung Season 8 and ng Echo nung Season 12. 11 matches. Brusco, we talked to you, or nagkaroon ka ng interview before na parang sinasabi mo na sobrang confident ka na ma-achieve nyo itong win streak na to just because of having your teammates. Sa tingin mo ba, what makes this team so strong? Ano bang kalakasan ng Super Family na ganito at ganap nyo?
Siguro po sa banding po namin. Kasi lahat po kami parang nagbibiruan po sa loob ng game, sa labas ng game, lagi po kami magkakasama. Siguro yung chemistry namin sobrang solid talaga.
Actually, to add to the chemistry, required ba? Kasi may nagtanong saan, parang required ba na yung buhok nyo halos dapat pare-parehas? Or like, ano lang talaga siya? Is it style or like trip lang siya? Anong idea behind it?
So tingin po tadhana lang po na ganito yung buhok namin
Alright, makes a lot of sense. Kasi wala lang, napansin ko lang This time, si Kirk naman. Kirk, I mean, paano naman lagot? I mean, Kirk, just like what I said, congratulations ulit. At gaya ng nakita natin or from some of the teams that I've mentioned from before, usually daw, kung sino ang mga teams na may XP laner na malakas talaga or umaabot ng win streak, we're talking about people na nakaka-achieve ng M-Series Championship. So yung mga naka-win streak before, sina Flap, sina Edward, sina Sanford, all of them are now world champions. Gusto mo rin ba na maabot yung level na yun? Or like, I know you do, pero paano mo aabotin yung level na yun aside from the win streak?
Itatry po namin yung best namin na makapag-M6. Gagalingan pa po namin lalo.
And I am sure that the Sonics are really proud of your performance. Congratulations again. And I feel like it is now time para malaman natin kung sino nga ba ang MVP of the match. Sonics, any votes? Sino ang MVP? Alright. I am hearing some names. Kahit sila sumisigaw din. This time, tingnan natin ngayon ang MVP. The MVP of the match is none other than Super Prince.
Yummy and juicy.
Prince, congratulations. This is, again, another victory na nakuha mo. Parang ngayon mas napapadalas yung MVP mo of the match. Ano bang naging difference ng week 5 to week 8 para sa'yo at para sa team?
Wala naman pong difference. Ano lang po, parang naglalaro lang kami as a team, hindi as a individual.
And I'm sure maraming sumusuporta sa'yo na nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan. Anong message mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta?
Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Onic and sa mga magulang ko. Yun lang.
Congratulations again, and I feel like this is also an opportunity for us to showcase our winner of 3,000 diamonds na meron ding libreng ticket para makapasok sa ating Day 1 ng Season 14 playoffs. Come on in! Come on everyone, give him a round of applause. So nice to have you here. What is your name?
I'm Dan Carl po.
Alright, Dan Carl. I am sure na nandito ang isa sa mga idols mo. Sino ba ang idol mo out of everyone sa FNOP?
Si Kuya King Kong po.
Si Kuya King Kong. King, halika nga dito. Alright. Idol din daw nila. Narinig ko yun. Narinig ko. Alright. Bakit si King Kong ang idol mo, Dan Carl?
Kasi po yung mga ate kong mahilig mag-gym. Tapos pag laki ko po, gusto ko rin po mag-gym katulad niya po.
Ayun. Yun pala. So aside sa malupit ka mag-ML, malakas ka din daw sa gym. So, King Kong, mag-recommend ka naman ng mga routine. Ano ba yung mga dalas ginagawa mo? Anong message mo kay Dan Carl para mas lalo siyang matuto mag-gym? Gulat ka, no? Hindi ML related. King.
Once you skip, it becomes a habit.
Oh. Alright. So I guess, Dan Carl, yun na yun. Huwag ka magsiskip kasi it becomes a habit. Again, everyone currently on a win streak, you get a chance to walk with your idols as well. This is Fnatic Onic Philippines. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. This was a performance na talagang hinintay ng maraming tao, and it was the Sonics that got to deliver in a heated matchup against Aurora. Now it's time to throw it back to our panel. Paso.
That is officially the third team to get the longest win streak and the first guy to get the longest here in our bias board. Welcome back here to the Infinix Game Tambayan. I'm Rockhart, this is Renmar, and this is our bias board.
Thank you, Fnatic Onic Philippines, for giving me my 7th panda. But yeah, it's all about Fnatic Onic Philippines, man. Sky King Kong! Out of Sky before his name. Doesn't have a championship yet, but he is on the way there. Ling God-like performance. He will get all the headlines.
Definitely,
He will get all
100%.
the attention. But it was super family movement as a team. By Turtle 2 up to 8 minutes, that's where Fnatic Onic Philippines turned things around and took over.
Yeah, it does feel like the map did feel like there was a lot of Aurora control.
Yeah,
left,
for the
right,
first-
center
yeah,
for the first
4
at
minutes
least.
or so,
Yes. But then again, it kind of fell off the moment that Brusco became a lot harder to kill, and Keller was doing a lot more free hitting.
Yeah.
And not to mention King Kong cleaning it up with fashion, by the way, in a lot of these fights.
It was Fnatic Onic Philippines converting the failed initiations from the members of Aurora. Look at everyone sticking together against that Ling. Yeah, he's going to have a good time. He has a Wind Talker to splash damage for melee. Bro,
Look at that rewind.
Yeah, you gotta show that. Look at that.
Look at that rewind.
But let me narrate to you very quick what happened. First 5 minutes, controlled by Aurora, giving difficulty to Super Friends and even committing a surprise diversion to the purple buff of FNOP to take down Brusco and steal the buff away. Turtle 2, Brusco, you mentioned, he zoned out Demon Kite single-handedly, tossing him away. He gets taken down, but Fnatic Onic Philippines gets the turtle. 6 minutes and 30, Fnatic Onic Philippines 4-man rotation to the top after sending Doming back, which meant Brusco and Kirk can cut the entry of Aurora to defend the tower, freeing Kelra. 6:45, King Kong dueled with Demon Kite and the bot, the anime fight where we lost our collective minds.
That's right.
And that forced Aurora to respond, but what happened is Yue and Renegade got caught in a weird position trying to respond. Yue gets taken down. Fnatic Onic Philippines invades purple and pressures. Fnatic Onic Philippines breaks tower in mid. There's a power spike, and they didn't let go. That's it.
And essentially, Demon Kite was able to do a lot of these stuff because, you know, they're on cooldown. Yeah, almost all the time. Trying to take down, again, really tanky members like Kirk, like Brusco.
Yeah.
Again, there are moments where actually got ahead. A lot of them.
The play that King Kong was able to do here, the MVP performance, again, bulletproof King Kong. He is challenging Super Marco for that bulletproof title with another deathless game. And again, we sort of questioned and doubted the Ling pick, but it was just a Ling diff. It was a King Kong diff, man.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll straight up question that. Like, that is a scary thing to do.
Yeah.
First pick a Ling. But then again, we can't forget who's behind the wheel.
Yeah. But to be fair, he was pressured. Again, he got his purple buff already taken away from him early.
Early on, yes.
But it's like King Kong didn't care. It's like, it's okay, I have farm. It's all good.
Keep farming.
Yeah, we'll
right?
just make sure we'll get the second turtle because Brusco single-handedly zoned out the Nolan. Sure, why not?
And he piloted the rest of the fights pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
Even playing from behind for a majority of this first half, honestly. So, honestly, it could have gone either way, but then again, the win condition, the lineup, the whole lineup itself, it showed itself, right? It showed that, all right, what you gonna do against a Ling?
Yeah.
Not much, apparently.
Yeah, and because King Kong was an absolute god and Super Friends Kirk and Brusco did not hesitate to back him up, or inversely, King Kong didn't hesitate to make the most of what Super Friends Kirk and Brusco gave to him, it freed up the Beatrix. It allowed Keller to have an easier time in the fights. And even though Aurora has so many tools to give Beatrix difficulty, because the 4 other members of Fnatic Onic Philippines are pushing them back, the Beatrix had all the room here. Aurora just got out-rotated and they just couldn't find any more wins after that sequence that I narrated for you all. And by around the 7th and a half, 8th minute, Fnatic Onic Philippines just didn't let go. They kept the pressure up.
And keeping going is apparently the best thing they could have done in that scenario.
Yeah.
Just non-stop aggression. Don't
Yes.
let them get anywhere near an opportunity to make a comeback.
100%.
There are actually some moments where I saw Aurora kind of shift their priority. They tried to hunt down Kirk instead.
Yeah.
Instead of Brusco all the time. And it kind of worked. But then again, at that point, King Kong was actually really crazy already. So I actually really liked the performance of both of these teams.
Yeah.
It just was so hard to actually just recover after a certain point.
Yeah, and we were talking about this. Fnatic Onic Philippines always does something from minute 6 up to minute 9 or minute 8. That's their window to commit something to turn the game around, even if they lose the early game. And that's what we did. It just called back to something that we mentioned before, even game one. The key to victory, where you target your opponents at the time where they're supposed to shine.
That's right. And hitting it exactly where they need it to get that win number 11. Woo! 11 wins. So we're going to have a lot to watch out for here for this next matchup for Fnatic Onic. But for the meantime, this is the MPL fan comment. We're talking about breathtaking plays. Onic is so good.
Yeah.
And Dan says, hope the streak continues. And Yashin PH says, FNOP is making history.
They are.
And they did.
And number 12. Who will they be up against for number 12?
Number 12 is the big question, isn't it?
Let me search that up. Forgetting the schedule that we have for this week.
Katarizina, what a cool name.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh, don't tell me.
The Streak Slayers.
RSG.
RSG Philippines that are having a lot of difficulty this season.
That's tomorrow. All right.
Will RSG end another streak, or will Fnatic Onic Philippines make the most out of the difficulties of RSGPH and just break it and go for 12?
That will definitely take my breath. Your breathtaking. Your breathtaking. Everyone's breathtaking.
You're breathtaking.
You're breathtaking. And if you know, you know.
Yeah, it's a great game.
It's going to take our breath tomorrow. But for the meantime, of course, we're not quite done with the day yet. We still have a big fight remaining, so don't go anywhere. MPL Philippines Season 14 is going to resume right after this break. We got some pretty cool.
That's the next match?
That's the next match.
That's going to be great.
Oh my goodness.
3 games, hopefully.
All right.
40 minutes.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa yan na yes Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP racing, way reset up Built agad ang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! surrender nor retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking MVP, no surrender nor retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm ready for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
May load tayo. Bato mo. Piri. Wala kang ulti mo lang. Galang. Basag takdong. Patay mo. Patay.
And welcome back after the break here. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Ingan, and we are here now for the final match of our triple header day. It's the star match, of course. I can't wait to get to it here, Ingan, but if you guys missed match 2, just real quick what happened. King Kong, he shines. What do we call him?
Sky King Kong, according to Renmar.
Sky King Kong. He leads FNOP to the 11th straight victory. So, hey, they're even closer to the record now. They've tied it, like we mentioned.
Yeah,
they just need that one win.
One more win for breaking S8 Blacklist and S12 Echo, formerly Echo, now TLPH's record of 11 series wins.
And you know, so you're going to get a glimpse at the standings here, but ultimately that's the thing. You know, again, Aurora MLBB already locked in their playoff spot. If you guys are just catching up with us, we have one spot left for the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. And unfortunately, you know, at least for this one, we're not going to find out just yet, but there is still, of course, importance to this. Falcons APBren wanting to just go ahead and fight, obviously, for, you know, of course, bracketing and placements once we get to the playoffs here. But that's the thing, too, is just all these teams want to give it their best as we round out the regular season.
Yeah, what makes it more crucial for this last series is Fnatic Onic just secured an upper bracket slot. Not yet the first seed, but again, this just means that Falcons APBren wants to beat Smart Omega as much as possible. At the same time, we can recall what Fuse said, that he really wanted to even out the score when it comes to going up against Omega. Because the first time that they met, Omega won that bout.
Yeah, they did. And, there's a lot that has, I would say, developed over the course of, where we had that first half of the regular season, and now we're here almost nearly done with this second half. And so far, even down to the meta, like it's still changing.
Shifting.
It's still shaken up, and we still even now have new heroes coming up. I think we are some of the teams with the best unique hero picks, I think, is like 40, 41 around then, pick-wise.
Yeah, even Kirk, I believe, has 12 unique heroes used already.
Absolutely insanity, and I love to see it. But, of course, before this matchup, we have to have our panelists break this down. Rockhart, Redmar, take us through it.
Yes, sorry. Welcome to the home of the players with probably the biggest hero pools in the whole world.
Yeah, pretty
Probably,
much.
right?
Pretty much, yeah.
This is
100%.
the Infinix Game Tambayan. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 14. I'm Rockhart, this is Renmar. And let's talk about this game. We're talking about biggest hero pools. Why don't we talk about longest game? Right? Because, they got the DNA of both of those.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see this.
Yeah, the last time these two faced off, Falcons APBren felt the wrath of Omega Timers. I believe, I can't remember if that was in Game 2 or Game 3. But no, it was a Game 3. It was a really long Game 3. And of course, the history that you mentioned back in Season 7.
That's right.
Some of the players here, faced off in a 40-minute game. So that's why I said earlier, we might see it again.
That happened at around midnight as well, going to 1 a.m. So that was pretty intense, and probably not going to happen here. But you never know. Right now here for the matchup, it's Fight for Pride, because we did get some coats here for the second half. Pew says, we're looking at Smart Omega. We want to get back at them after that week #1 loss they had against Omega. And of course, for Chaknu, they want to play against Falcons APBren because they want to get back at us, but we won't let it.
Yeah, it's very direct. One team wants to get back. The other team just won't allow it. I like it. It's a simple recipe for a rivalry.
That's right. And the DNA, like I mentioned, is right there and then. These two definitely veterans in their own rights, legends.
Oh, hell yeah.
As they are.
Literal legends.
Literal legends here in the game and the league.
Yeah, think about it like this. I mean, we know Few as the Golden Goat, while Chaknu is one of the most iconic roamers in MPL Philippines history. The only Hall of Legend inductee who has not won a championship. So it goes to show the effect that Chaknu really has in the perception of everyone in the community.
That's right. Again, not about getting the rings yet. Yeah.
Oh, and by championship, I mean MPL Philippines championship. Yeah.
That's right. We're not talking about the others.
Yeah.
MSC, stuff like that. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and check out Smart Omega versus FCAP, where they did get that victory, like we were mentioning. That happened on week 1, where a lot of people were attributing it to maybe Falcons APBren not feeling, rested as yet.
Yeah.
Now there's probably no reasons.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And I believe in this Omega game number 3, Jome getting the MVP there on the Harith, just playing really well. And another thing that we have to acknowledge is this was during a time where Falcons APBren, this was their first series of the season. And admittedly, they did say that, they were still shaking off a little bit of the rust.
That's right.
Preparation for international tournaments is incredibly different to preparation for the Philippines, just how difficult it is here. And on your screen is the Omega timers. What we talk about in Team Omega for the longest time is that past a certain point, usually around 18 minutes, that's when they will get the gold or the lead. And this was the game 3 wherein, look at that, it was all Falcons APBren, that blue line, majority of it, and then late game turnaround, it was Omega. They got hit by the Omega timers. That's what we're talking about, kings of the late game turnaround.
It's just uncanny. It's something about the name, maybe, because Omega is literally the end. But
You're right!
It happens with Omega each and every time. With Chaknu, with 4 different players, it happened as well.
Yeah.
So it's just in the DNA of the name. And I would say, that, you know what? I'm glad that they have a DNA like that. But then again, we do hear in interviews that they're trying to kind of remove that, make them more of the
early game
team, right? Because they're trying to shake off the comeback kings status that they had to. In fairness, they were relying less on comebacks this season.
Yeah.
More on like just really good, specific crowd control team fights.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they've acknowledged that. They are still really good at the late game. They are still the best performing team in terms of games past 18 minutes. I believe that's 7 or 8 games at this point that they've won. They're not undefeated, but they only have like 2 or 3 losses in games that go past up against 18 minutes. While on the other end, you also see them still improving. So it's not just relying on the late game.
Yeah.
It's about also being able to take control early, win before 15 minutes. They can do that too.
Which is a big difference from where they were before.
Yes.
You got to give them that. And their effort for trying is really translating into the game.
Yeah.
So I love it. I love what I'm seeing here for Omega. But then again, for FCAP, they're probably, it feels like they're on their road to becoming, you know, a Titan again. Like, it feels like the hero's journey to recovery where they got brought down a bit a few matches ago. But you know what? They're bouncing back. And they're trying to get their groove back again.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons APBren has already secured a playoff slot and was the second team to do so after Fnatic Onic Philippines. They lost to Fnatic Onic Philippines in that battle in that battle, but it was close. I think for Falcons APBren, it's just looking for consistency. It's Coach Ducky and the other members of Falcons APBren have mentioned that there have been times where they're a little bit more error prone this season, and they also acknowledge that a lot of the teams got stronger. A lot of the teams have really caught up to them. So now it's a good test to see, especially for Omega, where they are at. Because if they can get a decisive victory here against Falcons APBren, that bodes well for their playoffs run. While for Falcons APBren, it'll be like another a harsh wake up for them that you guys, if you want to make it to M6, you really have to step it up.
That's right. And before we can go to M6, we actually have to kind of bounce back to M5, where we're still commemorating APBren's victorious M5 journey, using the first ever FMVP skin, Fist of Glory. That's still on 30% discount, by the way, for its first week. So go ahead, log into your clients. I don't know how long it's going to be there.
Yeah.
And of course, unlock Falcon APBren's championship souvenir card to obtain the Brody APBren. So they also have their team skin, which is on Brody. They have their own battle emote, their own elimination, their own spawn, and of course, don't forget the recall effect.
Yep. If you're
M5.
if you're a big Falcons APBren fan, there's a lot of goodies for APBren fans over there. You have the team recall, the recall effect from M5. I think it's the flag dropping down. Yeah, it's the flag.
That one.
You have emotes, stickers as well, so it's a good time to be a Falcons APBren fan.
That, and if you're a world collector, don't let that pass. You need these.
Yeah, get it.
These are very limited. M5, and again, that's Philippine pride right there.
Yeah.
You know how Filipinos, you know, they come, oh, Philippines.
Philippines.
Philippines. He said Philippines.
Yeah. No, but it's great, dude. Like, the first country to have, like, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the first final MVP skins. So 6. Feels good, man. Feels good.
What can I say? But what can you guys say? Throw it over to the comment section. Is it FCAP or Omega for you? Honestly, it's really hard to bet against Omega right now. It's so hard to actually, you know, feel like FCAP being a Titan is going to win it all.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like FCAP can, Omega can still really win it against
Exactly.
FCAP.
Omega have been really good lately. They've been so good with their roam, mid, their jungles. Okir has really stepped up. Jome is still Jome, especially if he gets at Harith. There's a lot of respect. And so when I look at Falcons APBren, they're going to have a tough time defeating Smart Omega here. So my prediction is Falcons APBren.
I would still say Falcons APBren here, despite that.
Wait, I thought you were going to be an Omega guy. No, it's for both FCAP. All right, bring up the FCAP recall effect right in front of our heads.
FCAP, let's what's that square? Is that like an octagon?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
A hexagon. There you go.
Hexagon.
That's FCAP, right?
Yeah.
So, I said all of that. I was prefacing it. Then you jumped ahead. I was pressing, despite Omega definitely getting a good chance here. I still feel like the consistency of Falcons APBren is going to come in clutch, because I saw Ducky previously and he was not happy, and you don't want an unhappy Ducky.
So it's like you'll really see the fruition of Falcons APBren accepting the fact that they really have to work on their consistency this season.
And Ducky,
that Omega are going to be in the
people are
receiving
probably
end of that.
scared of Ducky, so they're going to play better.
That's true. That's true.
That is my opinion. I don't know about you guys. Again, we want to know what you guys think. Do you think Omega has a good chance here, comment down below. We'll try to read some of them later on. Earlier, we saw a lot of YouTube comments that, you know, FNOP was going to come out on top. That was very massively favored on FNOP. And for some reason, yes, they're correct. And of course, you are correct as well. That's your 7th game. Thank you so much, Big J. You're correct. I love your voice, man.
Hopefully our
Literally
mic caught that. Was that Chapter or Jome?
That was Jome. That was Jome. That was amazing, Big J.
That was Omega passing by.
They're just going there, and you know what that means, right? Whenever the players pass behind us, they're getting ready for the walk-ins because we are about to get ready into the battle. And sometimes they do hear what we say. And I don't know if that affects the games. Hopefully not. But you know what? Either way, they know what we think. We know what they think. And it's one happy family here. And we hope sometimes, you know, I know a lot of people in the international YouTubes and Facebook, TikToks, you guys get some, you know, you don't always get a chance, but if you can get here by playoffs, please, come on, we wanna meet you guys.
Yeah, come here to the Philippines.
Let's book a flight.
Yeah, book a flight. So
At the
easy.
request of one of the casters.
Ask Rockart.
Anyway,
for you.
I don't have money. Team intros are coming in right now for Falcons APBren and Smart Omega. Again, a very storied matchup here.
Yeah.
Let's watch them walk up into the MPL arena.
Let's go.
Ang message ko sa Falcons APBren, good luck. Tsaka ang message ko kay Pio, kung mas gagalingan niya, mas lulupitan ko.
Ang masasabi ko sa Omega, nalalapit na yung pagbawi namin, kaya galingan niyo.
Message ko sa'yo, Super Marco. Baka nakakalimutan mo akong inayakan mo nung unang talo mo sa MPL. Kaya galingan mo para baka umiyak ka ulit.
Tignan na lang natin yung kung nasan ka na. Huwag kang papabawi sa akin.
Ang message ko sa Falcons APBren, good luck sa atin, lalo kay Plap. Galingan mo, pero hindi kami papayag na makabawi kayo sa amin.
Ang message ko sa Smart Omega ay sinasabi nyo, babawian nyo yung mga tumalo sa inyo, pero di pa namin kayo natatalo So, kami mananalo.
Message ko kay Kylie is, galingan namin. Alam niya naman na marami siyang kilala sa akin, pero papakita ko na lang sa in-game kung ano yung lamang ko.
Ang message ko sa Omega tsaka kay Andorio ang good luck sa atin at pagkatalo ko si Andorio next week, magpariban ka na.
Message ko sa APBren sa parating na laban natin, galingan natin parehas. Pakitaan natin yung pads ng magandang laban.
Message ko sa Omega, galingan natin kasi babawi kami sa inyo.
Mainit! Mainit! The star match of the day is about to begin! Our marshals, Jeff, Joshua, JJ, and Pat! The fight for pride begins with the team seeking their revenge against the first team that beat them this season. This is your reigning champions of the world, Falcons APBren! But the question is, can they win twice against the reigning world champions? This is the era of the barangay that we love to witness. This is Smart Omega! And their coaches for Falcons APBren, Coach Trevor. For Smart Omega, Coach Lembot.
Oras na para sa face-off. We're gonna be going off-roll this time. Few, Chaknu, center stage. Few, sabi mo dati na lason kayo ng Omega. Paano mo masisiguro na hindi na ulit mangyayari yun? Anong palag mo?
World champion.
And we leave it at that. Chaknu, paano ka naman makakasiguro na hindi na sila makakabawi? Tatawa na siya kagad. Oh. Ano ngayon ang palag mo?
Kukunin kitang kampe.
Paglaban muna kayo, fist bump! Kukunin kampe pero magkalaban sila ngayon. I guess the fight starts now. This is Falcons APBren kontra sa Smart Omega. Paano? Pasok.
I guess the question is, can you even do that? He wants to be his teammate. Yeah. That's the weirdest thing I've heard all week.
Few says world champion. Chaplin says, I want you to be my teammate.
I don't know, man. There's logic to it. That's good logic. If you're really good, I'll get you as a teammate, man.
And you know what this means? We're most likely getting 3 games for the best, if not the best series of the season. They're just vibes right now.
100%.
I mean, even though Smart Omega are facing up against one of the titans of MLBB, the World Championship, multi-international championship winning lineup of Falcons APBren, they're looking at it as Joe, Mandoryu, Uki, Ryota, and the Mamba. We're World Championship material too, and we can take it to you guys. You gotta love the confidence coming in from Omega.
That's right. The confidence is there. And Doryu, I don't know if he's gonna get rebonded. Either way, Index Salon's probably gonna be able to help you out with that, but I don't know. Natural is the way to go for sure.
Yeah.
But here is the graph, and yeah, I would say, despite a few outliers, very, very similar.
Yeah, average KDA very close. The turret damage a little bit better for Falcons APBren, but the difference of that isn't that crazy. It's just only like around 3,000. Unique heroes used 41 to 40, if I'm not mistaken. They are the league leaders this season in most unique heroes used. So that's one of the things I'm really looking forward to in this game. What new picks are we going to be seeing? What crazy kind of lineups are we going to get from these two decorated teams?
Yeah, what shenanigans are we going to find out here in Infinite Keys to Victory? Mark yourself from the Omega timers. I think that's the thing we do on Facebook, right? You mark yourself safe from like big calamity. Anyway, can you do that here? That's a big question.
Well, for Smart Omega, as you mentioned earlier, prove that you can win without hitting the Omega timers. You pointed that out. That's what Omega wants.
That's what you're trying
we
to
don't
do.
want to be known as just a late game team. We want to be known as the team that can also win in the early to the mid game. Right. And of course, never let them know your next move. You gotta be mysterious in the draft and in the game.
That's right. I mean, that's exactly what Chakmu was doing. Would you expect him to take Few as a mid laner? Probably not. That's what he was trying to do. Trying to be very unpredictable. So, Chakmu, if you can do it, he's probably worth a few million. So,
for sure.
Good luck.
Yeah, just a good
buying him out.
Good couple of multiple millions. Yeah.
For sure. So, if you can do it, you're probably gonna win. Either way, we have a game free. That's probably the. Yeah, there you go. FCAP is going blue side.
Yeah.
And I think they're still a team. I don't know. For FCAP, it feels like they are still a team that's probably willing to rock that Roger, even though he's fallen in contention recently.
Yes, but at the same time, for me, I think I would be surprised if we see a Roger. We haven't seen a Roger the entire day.
I miss Roger, man.
Roger hasn't been banned. Roger hasn't been picked up.
Just when I was starting to practice Roger, this patch comes in.
Yeah, it's like, no need to. So side selection priority win rate for Falcons APBren is at a very nice percentage.
Nice.
So I think we also have to consider that Super Marco might end up with an Alice again. When we saw him rock an Alice, he changed. He wasn't the killer surviving Marco. He was a front-lining zoning Marco, which is very unique.
I guess it's easier to become bulletproof if you're literally sapping the health out of your opponents. And,
that's true.
You're tanky enough. Here we go for game number 1's draft. Nolan's, oh my god, it's a free assassin ban here against Andoryu. Right off the bat for FCAP.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see now like one of the reasons why, to throw it back to what happened earlier with Blacklist International prioritizing the Matilda. After that series, we started seeing more Matilda bans, even in the first phase. So that's respect. So it's open. Kyle TZ gets his Fanny.
There you go. And again, very few heroes can actually contest this right now.
Yep.
In terms of the jungle, there's a Moskov. Not surprised here for Jome. So I'm very comfortable with that, as well as the Harif as of recent.
Yes.
And I would love to see a Cho here. And maybe an Akai Again, the few things that you can do to hard counter a Fanny, which we've been talking about a few moments, but that's probably going to be an Edith roam here for Omega.
So the big question now is, what will Andorio end up with? I mean, you still have the Julian available for him if he wants to pick it up. Edith Moskov, good coverage. I think Valentina for free might be good, or the Vexana now. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. The Faramis.
Faramis.
But with the Valentina open, which one are they going to go for? Are they going to pick up the Faramis and then Ukir picks up the Valentina, or will it be the other way around?
There's a Khalid is again becoming very, very competitive so far in our league. There's a Faramis as well.
Yeah.
They're getting ready for that team fighting. And Few has been really focused on this role lately, right? Just trying to keep his teammates alive.
Yeah.
I love it.
One of the most iconic heroes. Is that a Bane? Whoa. Oh, right. Excuse me. I forgot about the Bane pick up for Smart Omega.
They don't want to fight fire with fire. They want to do fire fight fire with water.
With water.
Which is exactly what Bane is great.
Technically Rum, because that's the name of his skill.
That's right. No, I mean the fishy thingies.
And the sharks, yes.
The shark. What's that?
Deadly Catch.
Deadly Catch.
Yeah.
They're in the water. And there you go. They're flexing their skins. That's exactly the way to go. What's up to the fellow world collectors? Wow. And of course, not gonna see anything weird yet on the gold lane. Of course, gonna get banned out here is the Harif. Then again, you brought up the possibility of Yalis coming into gold here.
Yeah, it's still an option. If they really want to play up close and personal, they can go Lunox gold. But there are still the Claudes available for Super Marco. If they decide to go tanky with the Roamer here and they show it for Omega, they can still go carry. I don't think we're still in a comfortable spot for a Brody. We'll see.
Unlikely, right?
Yeah.
Very unlikely. It does feel like the Brody does have more tankiness compared to other marksmen. And again, they're problematic here.
Yeah, and now with a Lilia pickup, if that makes the carry difficult to pick up here, they might end up going Claude. If they don't want to dive it, then they go for magic damage gold, which is either the Lunox, the Alice, or the Nathan.
You're probably gonna get zoned out here as well, right? Because of the Glooms. Glooms are very hard to dance around, which will make you... It'll basically force you to focus on just surviving instead of just, making the damage.
Yes, very true. Still don't know the roamer for Ogwin. The Lolita was banned out by Omega. His Edith is gone. His Matilda is gone. Against the Bane, I'm kind of iffy. But Hylos might get picked up by Omega in the roam. I think, what am I missing here? The Grok or the Minotaur? Maybe. Let's see. Is that a Clint?
That's a Clint. And a Ruby on the roam. All right. I kind of keep forgetting that Ogun's capable of rubies.
Yeah.
That always slips my mind.
I did not see that coming. Besides the fact that, okay, if you change the hero of Few and then you tell me, or maybe let's say that's Faramis, right? And that's not Few, I'd say Omega. No, Omega looks like Omega won the draft.
Feels like Omega just with big curveballs, by the way.
Yeah,
I love it.
Let's see though. It might get to the point where, like earlier, it'll be a Fanny being able to early snowball.
It's so dependent on the Fanny doing well. In the first 3 minutes.
And Few literally saving everyone's butts.
It's not out of the question, right?
Yeah.
So
even the lineup rating, man.
Oh, that's right. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Such a big lead for Omega.
Omega just, they outright won in almost every single lane.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's going to translate into the game here. And again, big question is whether Kyle TZ can make that big of a difference from minute 1 to minute 3. Because that's always where it comes out to, and whether or not your blue buff is going to get stolen, purple buff rather. Here we go, throwing over to Naisu and Ingan, giving us the game for Omega and FCAP.
Thank you very much, Rockart and Renmar, for your high IQ breakdown of two awesome lineups that I'm loving. I don't know how Egon feels, but welcome to the English desk. It's the last match, the star match of our triple header once again. And we're breaking right into it. I love to see the Bane, man. I know. Shout out to Leo. Woo! He's probably loving it too if he's watching. But also you have Chakno on the Gatakacha. You have a whole lot happening here. And now, Egon, tell me what you think. Is this enough? Is this enough for FCAP with the lineup that they have? Look at the pressure they're already putting on Andoryu.
I have to revert back to what Renmar and Rockart has been saying. It's going to depend on the first 3 minutes, especially for Kyle TZ. The last game of Falcons APBren was up against RSG Philippines. Kyle TZ also used the Fanny, but we've seen a lot of almost kills from Kyle TZ. They won the game, but it ended up with Kyle having a KD of 1-something-4. That was it. So this time, Kyle TZ needs to make sure to secure those kills. Because I do agree once again with the panel, their lineup just really outclassed the lineup of the Bees.
It has, you know, the index is usually there for a reason to see that breakdown on how the game could go. And, you know, I got to reference back to the whole Infinite Keys to Victory, too, for Smart Omega specifically. You know, this is always, if you've been a long-standing fan of Smart Omega, you know that they, you know, they run on Omega timers, like we like to say, you know. So part of that is, like, even the Omega timers has changed a little bit. It's developed a little bit over the course of the seasons here. And I would say nowadays, like in Season 14 at least, before, when I say Omega timers, for those that don't know, it used to be like 18+ minutes. It used to be the long game for Smart Omega most of the time. Like, they would just, every single time they played, it seemed like they just lost the early, maybe even the mid, and they just get to the late game.
Who's that? I mean, these friends just, oh, love is in the air, nice.
Love is in the air.
Love is in the air here in Green Sun Hotel. I just like to revert back to the couple of guys there. They were showing one picture of a person. Who was that? Woo!
I didn't see it.
Oh, you were so focused on your high IQ analysis, just like our panel. Man, whenever you guys talk, I feel a lot.
Do you remember what I was saying, Egan?
No. No, you were. Wait, I tried to recall. You were talking about the Omega timers. Ah.
What'd I say?
Nice, dude. Not here.
That's a little hesitation there. You know what? Maybe if you do a little dance moves, you'll remember. But look, jokes aside, my point is Omega timers has. Is this who you're talking about?
Yes. They're just flexing one single person.
Maybe it's their friend. It's probably their friend.
This is the beauty of being part of the community live at Green Sun Hotel.
You know, while we wait for this, because we're right at the beginning of the game, I wonder what people do. Like, do they just ready all the pictures before they come here to the MPL arena?
They get ready. They know the proper brightness settings. Man, they've been long fans of MPL, and if you get a chance to be here and get shown in the broadcast,
what would you throw
I would
on there?
do the same. You know what I would do? Show a picture of you like 5 years ago. 5 years ago?
If
you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Well, there it is. We're going back to the game.
That's why Ducky wasn't there.
That's why Ducky was there. All right. Going back to it again, guys. We're just a minute and a half in. We talked about the lineups. Panelists did it too. You saw the... Oh, hold on.
Kyle TC going right after the first blood kill, but Andoryu is going to pick it up.
That's some
Not
damage.
a good start for Fanny.
That's an early... And that's a first blood for Andoryu, you know? So that's what I was saying, man. You take those Omega timers and you just throw it out the window right now, because even with an early kill on a Bane, that's really going to help scale Andoryu up and play into even this first objective. So if they get the turtle after this, after he gets his purple, they'll be interesting to see how they play their part, because, you know, the answer, like you were mentioning too, for Kyle TZ, look at that. Community prediction.
61% for Smart Omega.
The Barangay.
For the Barangay, well, to be fair, they did beat Falcons APBren during week 2 or week 1 for the season, so I'm not surprised. And if I know Leo's celebrating right now, Dory with the first blood kill with the Bane, he's saying, oh, that doesn't look good at all for Falcons APBren.
He's thinking of a sound effect for the Bane.
Oh, here comes a Raging Sandstorm, and Kyle TZ goes right after Ukir as Ukir secures the turtle. Here comes the counterattack coming in from Falcons APBren. Gonna catch Kyle TZ, but here comes the NetherRealm as well. Kyle TZ manages to escape. No casualties, but Ukir secures the turtle.
Wow, so in that whole exchange, a whole lot of nothing in terms of the team fight. No one goes down, but the objective secured for Smart Omega. And, you know, again, this is the power of just having a Faramis on your team and your composition. NetherRealm really helps. You can extend the team fight here, and really Smart Omega's lineup is not going to have, you know, that much damage this early on.
Oh.
But interesting first item pickup too. Sky Piercer right off the bat for Andoryu.
You know he can afford to get the Sky Piercer, but Kyle TZ works on 3, forcing out the deadly catch. Again, Bane is a burst type hero, so Sky Piercer is really good for you. If you check the content of Bentix and Demon Kite, the reason why Sky Piercer isn't picked up that much because of the jungle prowess of the assassins. They are scaling, like the Lynx, like the Hayabus, etc. They wouldn't prefer going for the Sky Piercers because they're scaling heroes. So as much as possible, they just resort to different items instead. But Andoryu still picks up the Sky Piercer.
Well, part of it too is just, again, he's got a lead that he can work with, and if you get to a point where you're just, you know, you're popping off on a Bane of all heroes. Oh, good answer, good response, good reaction. That's part of it, and that's the pace he can set. And I like it because really you're just fighting around the objectives. You know that Kyle TZ has to get into a certain, you know, area of range even when he tries to contest the turtles and later on the lords here. So having a Bane, having a Deadliest Catch to follow through off of a, you know, a setup from Chaknu, or whether it be Ryota if he gets the flicker combination in that we see Edis do so often.
Whoa!
That's so devastating. Whoa!
Ogwen gets pinned down by 4 members. And that's what you were saying, Naisu. Just merely the fact that Omega can just burst down literally anyone. In that case, that was the roamer of Falcons APBren. And prior to that clash, we saw a glimpse of Few using the Shadow Stampede, pulling Ryota, and they can actually turn things around with one Earth Shatter coming in from Ryota. So even if you're Few, even if you have the Faramis, you can't just pull anyone at this point.
So they're going to get in the zone here. Turtle for the taking, second one of the game. Andoryu holding it together. Kyle TZ joins the fight.
Okay, Ryota trying to zone out Flap TZ here. XP versus XP. Kyle TZ goes in, but Andoryu gets the turtle. Spirit of Destruction is not going to connect. Oh, it did. And Jome is here. No casualties for Falcons APBren, but Omega just continuing to dominate the early game by securing another turtle.
So far, so good for Smart Omega. Very clean execution on a lot of the takes and even the zoning potential against FCAP, who usually is the team to be able to do that. You know, they are the ones that has this macro game just mastered up to this point. But right now, they're just trying to stop the bleeding from just Smart Omega finding a lot of moments here across the map even.
Even Chaknu. Look at how deep Chaknu is in the jungle of Falcons APBren. Again, this is the concern that Rockart has. The contention for the purple buff of Kyle TZ, and at this point, it's 3 members of Omega, not even afraid. Who's going to get the purple buff? It is going to go to Andoryu. He did use the Retribution, and that's a huge problem for the one above all, Kyle TZ.
Yeah, see, that's such a good thing, though, the Bane, because once that, you know, once Kyle TZ tries to go forward with the cables, like, you just drop a Deadliest Catch, and it's enough to kind of stop him from going forward for the meantime, but Kyle TZ will continue to farm up, just picks up the Malefic Roar. There's pressure on both sides of the map happening. You know, FCAP is, again, playing around the macro style because they just can't seem to find a team fight. You can see the Blade of Hepsi's already, too, alongside the Endless Battle for Super Marco. So at some point, both gold laners are just going to show up to the fight, locked and loaded, essentially, and then it's going to come down to positioning. And that's always something, even for Big J, like Jome has done that time and time again, especially on this hero. Does pick up the golden staff here, so, and he's in a position now when he just joins the fight, he should be able to go ahead and provide enough damage for the lineup that's already, just with the Bane alone, is actually able to burst down.
Yeah, it's also a good sign for Jome that his first Spear of Destruction, they connect, but Kyle TZ gets pinned down by Spear of Misery. One Cutthroat can finish the job, but he's gonna Spear of Destruction connects! Big Jome!
Big Jome!
Make big things happen! Takes down Kyle TZ!
Oh my!
Not even done yet. Raging Sandstorm coming in from Flap TZ. Here comes the Primal Wrath from Ryota. Few with the NetherRealm trying to zone out the members of Falcons APBren as Omega. A clean sweep for all 3 turtles. Wow! Wow, oh wow. Jome. Man, crucial Spear of Misery as Omega tries to work on the middle lane turret. Here comes the counterattack, and looking at the instant replay. Look at, before that, okay, Spear of Misery did connect. That's why he was able to make Kyle TZ's health go low, but the Pedal Resistance The Spear of Destruction connecting onto Kyle TZ. Cast it again to bring down the one above all. And that was a heads-up big play for Big Joe.
Great play there. And, you know, just right now, Smart Omega pretty much taking everything from FCAP at this point. That's why, you know, in the early minutes of the game, I was like, just take those Omega timers and throw them out of the window. That's exactly what they seem to do. A couple shots here on Chaknu, but he's tanky enough to just take it as they march in with the minions.
Oh, AOG plus Earth Shatter from Chaknu and Ryota. Few goes down, but with the passive, he's still alive. And here comes Ogwin. Kyle TZ just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, though. But even if Falcons APBren managed to catch someone with the I'm Offended play or the Shadow Stampede, can they actually burst down any members of Omega? Because even Ukir still has the black shoes. I haven't seen them being popped yet. So at this point, who's your main target? Is it going to be Jome and Doryu? Even Jome goes in late entry, so honestly at this point, but wait a minute, here comes the counterattack from Omega as they bring down Flap TZ. Very easy kill there as they work on the middle lane turret. Once again, they're going to bring it down. So far, so good. 4.1k. We've been saying Omega timers, 18 minutes. Don't make it reach that point. I think Omega's the one not going to reach the Omega timers.
At this point, they're fine. Oh, Few
has to cast the Nether Realm just to make sure to avoid the potential death as Ukir also pops his black shoes. In 7 seconds, we might see a very, very huge clash. Another pull coming in from Omega. Here goes AOG onto the back line. 2 members will fall down. Still no deaths for Omega. Kyle TZ again suffers the brunt of the damage of the barangay.
Just it doesn't look like there's any window at all for FCAP. I mean, you asked the question. I just think they don't have a target that they can actually go for from Smart Omega, and they're falling further behind too. And with that, you know, again, Super Marco, he hasn't gone down, he hasn't gotten any kills, but he's got the items that he needs. I just feel like part of it is the fact that you have usually Chaknu or Ukir in the front side of things, and you're not going to kill either of them because, like you mentioned, Black Shoes is there. So Flap, trying to get some vision here for the team, Few as well, but they're going to have to buckle in for this first Lord push.
Yeah. In terms of 5v5 clashes, Chaknu also has the Revitalize, very handy when it comes to the skirmishes that Omega is forcing onto Falcons APBren. They all still have their holy shields for the 3 inhibitor turrets, but this might change with the lead established by the barangay. They have a Lord. We can wait for the setup coming in from Ryota or Chaknu, or will Falcons APBren manage to counterattack?
There's a Lord. Shields are still up for now. Ryota
goes in with the Earth Shatter, but Flap answers right back with a Raging Sandstorm. Few has to cast that Nether Realm. Finally a kill onto Ryota, but Ogwen goes down as well. Flap TZ. The Crab Claw Cannon from Andor is just too much. Kyle TZ working on it, but Omega will take game 1 away. Just like that. No barangay timers. Because Omega cleans up Falcons in a very fast game.
Oh, man. Smart Omega looking so clean in game number 1 to the point where you're wondering, man, what happened to FCAP? What were they going to do in that game? And really, did they just decide, you know what, this lineup, yeah, it's not going to work for this, but man, let's leave it to the panelists to break this down. Rockhart, Redmar, take this away and let us know what happened in game 1.
I was honestly shocked. I didn't expect them to do that well early, but that's bad, man.
Yeah, no other way to put it. That was the greatest shutdown of Falcons APBren we have ever seen in recent memory.
Flat out.
That we have seen in recent memory, and Omega did just that. Once that Bane came out, and they started taking away the best picks of Ogwin, they took away the Matilda, they took away the Lolita, they picked up the Lily as the 4th pick. It was so difficult. No room at all whatsoever. Smart Omega outdrafted Falcons APBren, done and dusted.
That was the funny thing about that, because you didn't really expect that to happen, especially with a Bane 3rd pick.
Yeah.
But once you saw it in action, it made so much sense. And I think Naisu also brought it up. Like, you know what? Deadly Catch, your cable's gonna get cut.
Yeah.
In the right timing, and that's exactly what Nori did.
Yeah, this early pick-off onto Kyle TZ was devastating for the rotation that Falcons APBren wanted to do. And other than the fact that they were outdrafted, it really looked like Ukir and Chaknu have read the rotations of Falcons APBren. Shout out to Big J for this play, man. It's like, okay, Kyle TZ gets his Fanny, one of his more iconic heroes. I don't care, I'm Big J.
Yeah, free band combo. Followed up by Ukir as well.
Juicy,
Man,
juicy.
that was juicy. And whoever fronts here is going to get demolished, no matter who you were.
Yeah.
That was the funny thing about this lineup, is no one can stand toe-to-toe against it.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the classic matchup of utility versus assassins. Yes, Bane hurts, but he's not quote-unquote assassin similar to the likes of Ling, Nolan, Fanny, Haya. He's more part of the utility trinity, although we haven't found the, let's say, utility pair. There's two good quote-unquote utility junglers, Alpha and Bane. And with Andorra getting kills, racking up the Skypiercer stacks early on, decided to even go aggressive with a Brute Force Breastplate third item. Really just no window for Falcons APBren to get anything. Flap TZ wants to front, but he'll get caught out easily, no escape. Ogwen wants to front, get vision. Good luck, you're just gonna get bursted and combo down. There's so much crowd control in the lineup of Omega.
And my biggest fear as well happened, right? Like, Kyle TZ did not really do as much as we thought he could in the first few minutes of this game, which again, after that, it was just a recovery mode APBren that we were seeing.
Yeah. Falcons APBren wanted to respect Andoryu. They banned out Ling, Hayabusa, Nolan, and then took Fanny as the first pick. I'm sure Omega were thinking, oh, he's gonna go Julian. But I'm sure Falcons APBren were thinking Omega was gonna go Julian, but no surprise, they go Bane. And the Bane instantly countered Fanny, Khalid, Faramis.
The Bane's HP just kept returning.
Yeah.
That was so tough. It's like that kind, it's not an assassin where you're going to get killed instantly.
Yeah.
He's just going to wear you down.
Yeah.
He's going to wear you out while getting HP back. And it's, especially with the right teammates, it feels almost impossible to stop him. Once they get going, they're like a train. You're trying to push back, but they're just going to overrun you.
Yeah, big recalibration by Falcons APBren for the second one. If there's a chance he might actually end up on the blue side again, but we'll see what Omega will decide to pick for the second game. And yeah, Omega is the away team today. Falcons APBren are the home team. So Omega will have that choice. And if Falcons APBren ends up on the red side, well, yeah, I think major respect has to come in for Andoryu's Bane. Don't go full assassin ban.
Yeah, and even if you do, you know what? He's gonna come up with something, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be something.
This guy is crazy.
Yeah, don't forget, this dude played Hanzo.
That's right.
This dude played Hanzo earlier in the season. So.
Has no fear whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Andoryu becoming really top tier right now.
Yeah.
Definitely,
for sure.
Same level as almost each and every the greats, literally in the whole MPL Philippines. And then when I say that, it probably is with the whole world.
Yeah.
So, what can Andoryu not do? That's the question, right? I feel like he's just so good. And again, not just him, right? The rest of the team really does gel together so well. You can feel it in the team fights. It's always like 4 people walking straight up in synchronization. It's so good to watch.
Yeah. And you know, if ever like Omega are just gonna surprise us all and then absolutely dominate Falcons APBren, 100% you can say that number one, Omega deserves a top 2 spot. They're not gonna lock it in just yet. But Falcons APBren need to be wary. Watch out for Omega. Team Liquid Philippines, if they want to somehow change upper bracket, if they still can, have to watch out for this Omega squad.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because Team Liquid Philippines did defeat Omega in the last time that they saw each other. I think that was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Feels like that way. Is there like a rock paper scissor thing going on here?
Yeah, that's what I love about the upper portion of our table here in MPL Philippines. Like,
what?
Other than the fact that Fnatic Onic Philippines, of course, they're undefeated and they're beating everyone.
No one yet, yeah.
Yeah, Liquid, FCAP, Omega, they just keep trading.
We got a trinity going for these 3.
Omega, the last game they played, well, against DNC, they 2-0 DNC, and then in day 2 last week, they lost to Team Liquid Philippines in day 2.
That's right. So, I don't know, for a team like Omega, it does feel like target banning isn't working.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do next? That's a big challenge for Ducky and Trevor right here later on. But for the meantime, big shout out to everyone watching an MLBB anniversary happening right now in Barangay Muzon and Barangay Dolores in Taytay Rizal. So, stuff happening here. Apparently, they're having a literal party.
Yeah.
On a covered court there. And we have a lot of that happening right now. Don't forget to join us with the hashtag MLBB Celebrate Caravan this coming September 28th to September 29th. We got 5 and 6 as well happening in Calabarzon. I think I'm going to be there. Lots of stuff, prizes, games, and surprise guests. Always follow with and celebrate. Hashtag mag-celebrate tayo. Use that. And of course, a big shout out to all the lucky MPL fans who got to call their idol care of MLBB's 8th anniversary. I can't believe I saw that. Ooh. They're doing some literal video calls of the. Oh my
this
goodness.
is it.
Before their match happened, so they get a chance to talk to people. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I would do that. What would you say to your idol if you got to talk to them?
I don't know.
Tough question.
Who is my
I
idol?
actually want to ask them what they're talking about right there.
Yeah, so we're seeing Chaktu Smart Omega. This is before their match against Falcons APBren
Yeah, that
today.
was earlier. That's in the second floor.
Yeah, that's so sweet. Just you get a chance to video call.
It's just a video call.
With your idol.
Man, MLBB is giving us a lot.
Yeah.
Lately, if you notice. It's interesting. And of course, it's the 8th celebration. So
yeah.
8th anniversary. And who knows? That might be you. So always follow us and use these hashtags whenever you're joining. I think they're not done yet, right? I think this is like a month-long celebration.
Yeah.
So sounds like fun.
Well, just get a chance to call, enjoy, meet your idol.
Or, you could just go here.
Go here, say hi to them.
Also, anyway, it's also very difficult because people are walking all the time. And they're getting prepped for the match. But that one, he's getting solo like hangout time, bonding moments.
Yeah.
That's cool. And I hope we get more of that.
I want that.
If you want a video call Redmar, you can always just message.
No one wants to video call me, dude. No.
I'm sure some of them do. Come on.
Just talk about the draft.
We're going to talk about
No
Omega
one
picking blue side right now. That'll be interesting. Yeah. And the first pick material, I still think the Haya's great for Andoryu.
Yeah.
The Ling's great. FNOP did a first pick Ling. Anything's possible today.
Yeah.
They wanted it.
If they're gonna... I think one of the tells for a first pick Ling is if ever the Matilda... If Matilda is banned by Omega in the first phase...
Oh, yeah.
That might be a sign that, that's gonna be a Ling first pick.
Because everyone is actually... If you're a Ling, it feels so scary to have a Matilda on the enemy team. I think that's what happened earlier. They tried to counter it with a Matilda. With Aurora, I think. It didn't work, right?
Yeah.
So... And, wow, side selection priority is 46% so far for Omega, who seems to be very happy just clapping back.
Yeah, they're good with the counter. So, again, hopefully we do get a chance to see some crazier pickups here. But, again, Omega being one of the teams, being the first team to break out at Kacha this season and still making it one of the picks that they go for. Really great on the hands of Chapnu.
Yeah.
So, and this draft is going to be a banger.
Going to be a big banger. And again, I want you guys to kind of comment down below. What do you think Falcons APBren should do? What do you think of their performance last game? Do you think Omega can 2-0? I mean, it's not out of the question, right? Let us know that in the comment section. I'll try to read some of them once my phone is done charging.
Yeah.
And I'll try to see if we can get some really interesting tidbits from you guys, because we don't want to analyze here all day. We want you guys to also analyze for us.
Do what? Okay, sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Right. Always so fun to read your comments down below. Number one, I think, they don't need to target ban Andoryu. I think they've proven that they can deal with it, right? Unless they're going to go 5 jungler.
Yeah, no. A 5 jungle ban is way too much. Again,
that's too much, though.
Like, you can already play the Bane. Andoryu has a hero pool 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's played 8 different junglers this time around. But I mean, I doubt we're gonna see a Fredrin again for Andoryu. I doubt we're gonna see a.
I don't think that won.
Actually,
that
no.
didn't win.
Yeah, no,
right?
that didn't win.
Yeah.
I mean, Ling, Hanzo, Nolan, Bane, Hayabusa, Julian, Fanny. That's a wide pool. Not gonna ban all of that.
The Hanzo 100% win rate.
Yeah, in the one game that I played, we didn't even see Andoryu bring out the alpha. So
that's gonna be fun. Who's the Hanzo mains out there? Show of hands. No one. I thought so. We're going into the draft right now for game number 2. And honestly, I don't want to be surprised. I feel like we can still probably eke out a first phase jungler for both of these teams. But Fanny's out of the question now.
For sure. But Fanny did respect it. Oh, there. Omega banned the Matilda.
Oh boy, you know what it is.
Yeah, so could be a link pickup for Omega as a first pick if it's open. But they also have to consider the very wide hero pool of Ukir. So many. I think they're just gonna think about more what they could get in the. Yeah, okay, respect the get one EXP / roam flex away. Let's see. There's like, I'm getting quite overwhelmed with the different ways that this could go in the draft. I mean, with the Fanny gone, you still have Ling, Hayabusa, Nolan open.
Great.
We're seeing more unique first picks if it's a roam. We've seen a Tigreal first pick. We've seen a Cho first pick today.
And yeah, I still think the Ling is definitely the target here for Omega, trying to pull a FNOP.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to pull an FNOP here. But yeah, there goes a Phobius. I would say for FCAP, it's hard, man.
Yeah.
It's hard to guess here for some reason.
Yeah, and you see Trevor like deeply mulling it. There's really a lot of ways that they could go in terms of what to ban out. They're also thinking about looking at the EXP, looking at the roam pickups potential. You gotta prioritize. Now, it's not so obvious that Omega will be going into a Ling first pick because you take out the Phobius, usually that's because you want to set yourself up for a Nolan.
Right.
So this could be a Ling, this could be a Nolan.
Huh.
Tough, very tough.
Look at this. YouTube comment, Campo Gary says 10 minutes, almost 11 against FCAP. No team ever pulled that off against APBren. Very good observation, and you're correct. Man, that's going to be tough. This is going to be tough, man. So right now, obviously, we're still questioning whether it's going to make an appearance here, but I believe FCAP can be ready for a first big link here.
Yeah.
Still so many options that I think have not been explored. Maybe Ogwin can pull off a Kufra, but that is a Moskov. Again, Jome is the one that they want to give comfort to. Love it.
Jome's feeling it, and they just want to make Jome an island. And it looks like an island that's difficult to catch. So watch him just split push and the rest of Omega fight as 4. I think we're going to get 2 tanky frontliners, a tanky EXP, a tanky roam. They might consider a Julian or a Nolan for Omega. For Falcons APBren. Should you get the Hayabusa here?
Yeah, I would. Actually, if Calties didn't make it on the Fanny, I would love to see the Hayabusa here. More assassination potential against heroes like the Moskov. And you're right, earlier, there you go, the Hayabusa instantly answered here. And that's a Khalid still.
Yeah, okay. So, Omega, Ogwin, Cho, how many Cho games does Ogwin have this year? Let me double check.
And these are, you're thinking about like the possible like counter picks against the Hayabusa right now.
Yeah. Chaknu has no Cho game this season.
I know he's very capable of that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't come around here this season. Maybe just going for the really big curveballs, like the I guess Hylos it's been Hylos' season early on, right? Like from week 1 to 7.
Arlot is an option for Omega. They can pick up an Arlot here.
And
there's
they
a Ling.
do go for the Ling and the Arlot. Beautiful, beautiful picks from Omega.
Yeah, I think if Ogwin has it in him, this is the time to bring out a Cho. If it's not gonna go Cho, then you're gonna go Jawhead. But if you're playing pickoff, that means that's a lot of pressure onto Flap TZ.
Ruby? Maybe again.
Ruby again.
Ruby could work here for this time. Because the Ling and the Arlot's going to want to play close. And these are the heroes that can kind of get willed down.
Yeah.
By the Ruby. Because earlier it was impossible. The Ruby was really just going to evaporate. This time it can work, I think.
You might either go Hylos or Grok, but Cho for Ogwin, even though he hasn't played it this season yet.
Chogwin!
They would want to strongly consider it. Or Gatot.
There you go.
Huh.
Someone laughed really hard here.
That's Auntie Anara.
That's Auntie, yeah.
Uh,
I don't know why.
yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, I get it. They don't. Omega doesn't have any more room for true damage to shred down that Gato Kacha quickly. Kir's picks in the mid now is gonna be very important. Chaknu's roam. High loss and Arlot would honestly be really good for them.
What are the...
Oh, and Vitigreal, yeah. So a
there.
good band. There's a good band.
That's good. Pretty good. We're still looking for... Apparently, they're going for Chakno hero band.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Kufra is viable here. Can the Hayabusa get blocked out by a Kufra? Bouncing ball? No, right? On Shadow? It can. It can.
It should, yeah. Like, it stops the teleport.
It soft counters. It kind of slows down. It stops the enhanced basic attack of Gatot as well.
Yeah.
Stops the Raging Sandstorm. Oh no, sorry, not the Desert Tornado. What's that? I am the spinning tornado thing of the Cali.
Yeah, that one.
Spinning tornado thing. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah. Chakno. He's actually undefeated with a high loss and Minotaur, you know?
High loss would work here?
They need a really tanky presence. By the way, Kyle TZ is undefeated with a Hayabusa. So that has to be taken into consideration. Oh, look, so many respect bans on the two mid laners.
Huh. Well, you know what? Lily can work here as well. So why not? I actually don't mind it.
Aurora Vexano are still open, and I think that might end up being the trade that these two go for. There's the Vexano. If there's an Aurora High Loss would be good.
Aurora High Loss is great here.
You set yourself up for a great four-man team fight while the Moskov split pushes. So it's Arlot, Ling, Aurora, High Loss together.
Am I here? Did I see a Cho in the mouth reading, lip reading?
I mean, we were floating the idea of a Cho. So let's see what's going to be.
Brock.
Ah, okay. They go for the fast roam, high invade.
And Lilia.
Oh, still Lilia. Okay.
You know, we mentioned earlier, it can work well with a good front line.
Yeah, you're right. Up against the Gatot, up against the Khalid.
No problems. At least that's one less thing they have to worry about, right?
Yeah. I think it was just important that Omega ended up with a mid laner that had like a reset.
Or crowd control.
A second life.
Right.
You have the Black Shoes to bring you back to good health, or the Aurora passive to, survive a killing blow.
So you don't get whittled down by a Haya over and over again.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like you make the Hayabusa waste something, or make the opposing team waste something just to try to take down one of your lives.
First item, Winter Crown.
Yeah. What's Marco gonna get here? Is he gonna go just Claude? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Safe pick. They go for the safe route. I like it. At the same time, it opens up a lot of room for Omega to do really good in the early game, right? Because that's Hayabusa's late game, no matter how he does crazy on late game.
Yeah.
And very few can actually activate him early. So we'll have to wait and see. So right now, obviously, I still feel like Omega got the better of the draft here. More comfortable with these picks.
I think we look at the Ling and the Haya.
Ling and Haya.
Who rotates better, right amount of aggression, tower dives in the mid and on the sides. Yeah, it's a Kyle and Andoryu show here to see who gets the winning condition for the early to the mid game for their team.
It's becoming just that, isn't it? It's
anime fight.
Just an anime fight of epic proportions. Let's throw it over to Naisu and Ingander. Bring us that anime fight. Hopefully someone teleports.
Well, we're going to find out if someone does teleport here. Starkart, Renmar, thank you for the breakdown once again. Welcome to the caster desk, English caster desk here. I'm Naisu, joined with Ingan. And right now, they're facing match point here. Smart Omega, after a very strong showing in game one, are going to leave it up to this one. We'll see if FCAP can extend the series to game 3, get their revenge again from what happened in the first half of the regular season. Ingan, how are we feeling about the lineups here?
I do agree with the panel. Again, it's going to boil down to the jungle lane matchup. Who's going to snowball first? Who's going to control the first 3 minutes? First 2-3 turtles. It's going to be Kyle TZ, the one above all, versus Andoryu, the curly nightmare. That came from the Filipino, but I just translated it word for word. The curly nightmare.
The curly nightmare. Well, You know, again, looking at the emblems here, not only is it going to be the Assassin battle, but also the Warcry emblem battle, which, you know, usually we see, especially with these two heroes alone. Now, part of this is really just wondering if, I guess, the start of this whole game is going to be different for FCAP, because they're going to have to fight for it. Look at Andorra. He's so confident, too, that he's going to just plant himself on this side of the map, take what he can, and get prepped up for the first objective. Earlier on, too, we saw some pretty decisiveness, I would say, from Smart Omega, where, you know, they started off on a strong foot early game. They got control against a team that is known. FCAP is known for their macro playstyle.
Yeah.
But it was actually Smart Omega that out-macroed FCAP.
I feel like it's gonna take a lot more for Omega to pull off what they pulled off during game number 1. Because looking at the XP and Roma Falcons APBren, both are tanky, both have sustain. Unlike game number 1, wherein Ogwen had the Ruby, so it was much more flap-teasy, soaking up the damage, becoming the sandbag, and Ogwen just really relying on the I'm Offended plays to connect. But this time, they can actually interchange. Even Ogwen can soak up the damage, or with the AOG, connect with the crowd control. But this time, a strong start for Kyle TZ as he gets the first turtle uncontested without any trade from Omega.
Yeah, no trades happening again. This is all rotation and also just timing. This time around, Smart Omega decided not to just go for it. And that's the thing. You don't, like, even if you give up, let's say you don't contest the first 3 turtles at all. With the way the current meta is, some teams have actually made that work. They don't contest any of the turtles. They get prepped and ready. They find what they can elsewhere around the map, and then they go into a fight for the first Lord. And that's where usually this pendulum swings and sometimes momentum shifts. Not sure if Smart Omega is going to do that for the second turtle, but at least for the first one, they just kind of let that go. No first blood's going down yet, so really when we have to pay attention to this is also, you know, gold lane matchup-wise, they're going to go ahead and just farm through. And we know that Claude now with the most recent patch, he's pretty much online, you know, 2 items in.
Yeah, again, doesn't cost any more mana for a Super Marco. Doesn't have to go for the common emblem because it's not mana reliant anymore. And for Falcons APBren, even if Omega decides to pick their fights, like what you're mentioning, like let's just give up the turtle, we can't go 5-on-5. Falcons APBren is one of those teams that is known for extending the lead without clashes. Yeah. That's how macro-centric this team is, along with Fnatic Onic. I remember there was even a game with Fnatic Onic, I believe it was Blacklist, where there was no kills at all, but their lead ballooned up to like 7-8K.
It was all macro at that point.
It was all macro.
And this one, like, going back to what Renmar and Rockhart were hoping for, you know, an anime battle, this is like the prelude, or maybe it's a season of 1,000+ episodes and you're just starting.
What do you call those episodes that don't matter?
Filler?
The filler episodes. Yeah.
This is right now, at least in this part, this is like the filler episode. So we're just going to have to wait until the objective comes out because neither team really wants to fight. And earlier on, part of that was because certain level 4s were not available even for Smart Omega. This time it is, though. So half health on the turtle. We'll see if they actually go for this once again.
Okay, Chakno making sure Dory doesn't get spot out. This time contest for the turtle. We'll make sure to get it. A beautiful zone out for Chakno as he used the wild charge and flicker combination, catching the Falcons APBren off guard.
Catch him off guard. Again, Chakno used that wild charge right on the money. But still no one going down. So I don't know if this still constitutes filler episodes, but hey, they got the objective, so it's 1 for 1 there. But
an important filler episode, yeah.
Yeah, and while we're in that filler episode, why don't you guys go ahead and grab this in-game code, grab it while you can, MLBB 8th, and if make sure you type in the code properly. Again, happy birthday, MLBB.
Capital A, Flap TZ goes in after Andorio. Andorio manages to go out with a Finch Poise. That was a close, almost kill for Flap TZ. And with the aggression that Falcons APBren is showing, they can actually dominate starting after the third turtle. If they continue this aggression, Ogwen goes in with the AOG just to make sure that they secure the bottom lane turret. One more hit. They were able to save it.
For now, I mean, it's literally one look away. Mid lane!
Oh! Okir didn't even cast the black shoes. That burst was instantaneous for few. And Kyle TZ.
Okay, so first blood drawn at nearly the 6-minute mark. Something a little bit different than what we've seen, at least, you know, in the current meta of things. A slow start, but right now it looks like FCAP's ready to go ahead and start putting the foot to the gas here. The last turtle is going to be at about 30 seconds. And we've seen kind of this push and pull, at least from Smart Omega. Here they are in mid lane once again. They're going to force out the Sandstorm, Raging Sandstorm from Flap. But this is the thing, man. They have to just play on the course of these roams, these setups, even down to the XP lane to some extent. And Flap's going to be fine. Enough of a front line, I would say, with the Khalid, especially these tanky Khalid builds and emblem sets, that it's enough to just allow Ogwen to jump in whenever he needs to.
Yeah, FlapTZ opting to go for the Thunderbelt first item as the turtle has spawned. Still, both of these teams haven't committed to anything yet, but Ogwen making sure. Look at that, Jome working on the top lane turret as Super Marco tries to defend it. Okay, so Ogwen and the rest of Falcons APBren are first here in the scene. Look at that, Devils of Blades onto Super Marco. And he's going to bring down Super Marco up top. Falcons APBren still hasn't responded to the aggression. And Ryota with the final flash onto Few, forcing the flicker out. Here comes Ogwen and FlapTZ as well. No casualties still, only Super Marco as they work on the top lane turret.
You still have Kyle TZ up top too.
Ooh.
But Jome gets back. He does get back to base. Kyle TZ is waiting there. Also picks up the Sky Piercer now. So still with this turtle up for grabs. Last one of the game. Chaknu less than half health here. Who's going to take the turtle?
Okay, Kyle TZ might be able to enter. AOG will be casted by Ogwen as Kyle TZ will get the turtle plus the kill onto Andorio and Chaknu. A double kill from the one above all. Final slash coming in from Ryota just to delay, but a triple kill is inevitable for Kyle TZ.
And there we were talking about, you know, the flip of a switch. FCAP balloons the lead after a rather calm early game. Now up 3,000 gold. They'll get some turrets off of it as well. Looking at the instant replay brought to us by Infinix, you can see it drop down here. Well-timed ultimates just crashing down into a shadow kill from Kyle TZ as he picks up the turtle too. And good attempt, you know, even with just Smart Omega trying to get in that zone, that area, but unfortunately they just got crashed down on, literally, from Ogwen.
And that just makes Kyle TZ Sky Piercer more worth it. 3 kills after picking it up. And look at this FlapTZ goes in, trying to zone out the members of Omega. And strong start for Kyle TZ. 3-0-1. It's nice that Falcons APBren's layering of skills were on point, because the chain CC onto Andor, you didn't even give him time to cast that Tempest of Blades. He was up in the air, controlled for a very, very long time.
I would say this is one of the lineups where it goes back to like old Smart Omega's playstyle. You know, late game, this lineup right here is actually going to be pretty good. Like, they're going to be able to cover their bases when it comes to damage, physical, and magic. Even when the Lilia gets there, you know, he's only got the glowing wand at this point. Still working on even the second item locked in. You've only got a Thunderbelt here, of course, for Ryota. His whole job right now is just to get that final slash off, or they can rely on the wild charge. But really, for this lineup, it's just going to take a while for it to go ahead and get cooked at this point. And Big Jome, he is part of that process, right? Especially with the Mozkov here. But the same can be said even on the flip side for FCAP, and the fact that they've already got themselves this kind of lead. Super Marco is fine. Even if he went down earlier on, like they're already much of a threat because of the fact that you have the snowballing happening in Kyle TZ. Lord is up, and they can actually play around this power spike they have right now.
First Lord up for grabs for both of these teams as Falcons APBren trying to gain the upper hand here in terms of positioning. Chaknu, Ukir, Ryota making sure that they still have vision for their team. Relatively quiet start to a Lord Clash. In any given moment, even though Jome is up top trying to make a slow push there, again with the Spear of Destruction, he can enter any given moment. And Falcons APBren, they know this. That's why they have to work on the minions first. They have to work on the wave managements first before committing to this very first Lord.
Yeah, you can see that. He gets the call, gets the information too. That's why Jome backed off Flap though, because he uses the defensive Raging Sandstorm over the wall. It's going to be fine. Not sure, even with that down, that'll stop FCAP from starting up this Lord here, at least to try to bait Smart Omega to contesting it, fighting it. Also a big pickup here defensively for Super Marco. Wind of Nature now available, so Jome's going to keep pushing the top.
Oh, they're going to blitz the Lord as Kyle TZ secures it. Here comes counter-attack, though. Will they commit? Okay, so there was no trade for Omega apart from a slow push up top.
Yeah.
But Kyle TZ is able to respond right away. That was a quick burst down for Falcons APBren. Huge credit for FlapTZ, making sure that he zones out the area, trying to find where Andoryu is hiding, and once they know that Andoryu won't be able to contest, they just literally bursted out the First Lord.
Yeah, quite a bit of difference here in the XP lanes, of course, for Flap. He even has a winner's crown at this point. So the Lord's going to be worked on pretty quickly. They might force this fight under the turret right now. Ogwin thinking about it, but not pulling the trigger on the Avatar of the Guardian. So right now they're just focusing on these tier 2 turrets. They get the bottom one down, but ultimately Smart Omega holds on enough. Even clear-wise, like they can do this defensively pretty well. Whoa!
Oh, Ryota.
Interesting.
Didn't catch anyone there. The Falcons APBren gets the middle lane turret, extending their lead.
Wow.
6.8, look at Kyle TZ forcing out the Black Shoes of Ukir. Here comes the attack. Ogwin still has the AOG as well as Flap TZ with a Raging Sandstorm, but they're not going to force out anything. And Omega will resort to doing those split pushes with the lineup that they have with the Ling and with the Moscow.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, you guys, you find yourselves in these positions and you're like, all right, what do we do? What do we do from this point on? We're 7,000 behind. We don't really have any space to work with, so we're almost forced to clump up together, except for Jome. Jome's the exception. He can actually go ahead and push to an extent, so can the Ling, but realistically, you don't want to be too split off.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that you also have just Kyle TZ roaming around. You know, if you get caught in a 1v1 with him, you're most likely going to die right now. Yeah. So, as you can see, even the damage coming out from Flap is pretty insane, you know, on this Khalid pick. So, right now for Smart Omega, they've kind of got to... Oh, this is what I was talking about.
Anime battle, though. Woo! Oh, and Ogwin catches him with the taunt. Picks up the kill as they bring down Andoryu. That was a crucial kill for Falcons.
That's tough, man. The taunt right there, of course, from Ogwin. Just anywhere he goes, and if it's with Kyle TZ or not, that's always something you have to watch out for. That's what I was saying. You can technically, theoretically, you can split push if you want to, put pressure on the side lanes. But if you get caught out like that,
Game over.
You're not going to last long, right? You're just going to be taken out in an instant with this kind of snowball in effect. So right now for FCAP, they're just cleaning up what they can. Whoa!
Whoa! Again, forcing out the Black Shoes. That was a good cast of the Wiki Shadow kill. Crucial resource expended for Omega as the Lord spawns in 20 seconds. Okay, a conceal coming in from Omega. Will they try to go for a counter-engage, counter-pick-off as Kyle TC picks up a Blade of Despair? And even Super Marco knows that he can zone out Andoryu, not even afraid up against the Ling.
Yeah, this is one of the things, too, where Andoryu not having a buff. Lord is up here. FCAP can honestly just blitz this Lord if they want to. That's why you've got Jome still top side. Kyle TZ making his way. Super Marco will do most of the damage on the Lord for now, but right now, Smart Omega just trying to find what they can do with this.
Okay, Wiki Shadow kill versus the Wind of Nature of Jome as he flickers out as well. On the other hand, Flap TZ working on Andoryu. Here comes the zoning capabilities again of Flap TZ. The one we saw during the first Lord where he's just literally looking for Andoryu. Not minding Ryota, doesn't care about Chak nor Ukir. Just look for Andoryu whenever there's a neutral objective, and Flap TZ already has done his job.
Okay, so this could be the blitz. Jome's still there. Presence on the top side. They might break out in the fight here. It does go through a reset, so still, there it is, Ukir.
Again, forcing out the Black Shoes. Kyle TZ making quick work of Ukir as they hold on to this Lord. Here comes Ogwin with the taunt coming on to Ryota. Ryota with a Vengeance in, Vengeance out. Super Marco dishing out the free hit. Here comes the counterattack from Falcons APBren. Mega kill. Ryota and Chaknu's going to fall down. But here comes Ukir as well. The damage coming in. Andoryu works on the Lord as he gets it, secures it. Gonna bring down Kyle TZ as well. Now Super Marco on the revenge tour here, trying to work on Andoryu. Will he be able to take him down though? Is there a Finch, boys? Yes, there is. But Ogwin makes sure to sandwich the hell out of Andoryu.
Hey, Smart Omega got what they wanted out of that. Not only a base turret with a push from Jome, but then they go and do that too. Man, Andoryu, I would say, you know, based off what they were able to accomplish. Hold on.
Okay, two ultimates expended just to try and bring down Ukir, but Ukir managed to stay alive. Here comes Jome again. The damage coming in from this Moscow. Not even afraid, going up against 3. Here comes Ogin with the taunt, but Chakno as well is here. Flash coming in from Ryota. Will they be able to bring down Flap TZ? Yes, indeed. Ogin is the next target. And another kill coming in from Jome. Blade of Despair. Spear of Destruction, though, is not going to connect, and that's 2 Bs down with the Lord push coming in from Omega.
Oh, Smart Omega going to the top side to walk in with the Lord. Not sure if they want to force a fight or at least just get these base turrets down. FCAP still plenty ahead. they still have to respect the damage that they can do as well. Kyle.
The kick out goes in with a Wiki Shadow Kill, matches to burst down Jome! And what a huge defense from the one above all, foiling the push of Omega.
As soon as I said it, man, Kyle TZ jumps in. I'll say you still have to respect the amount of damage that FCAP can do, and especially if Kyle is up. You know, we saw his items earlier. He does have that Sky Piercer, Blade of Hepsies, VOD, Hunter Strike, and the Malefic Roar. He's got all he needs to burst someone down, and that's why even before we saw Ukir, how many times he had to use the Black Shoes just to withstand that Shadow Kill. So right now, great, you know, a great way for Smart Omega to go ahead and be like, all right, we're not going to let this completely go out of hand. They made something happen, but they have to do it again. They have to still kind of keep it cool, calm, and collected to be able to get in position where now FCAP is actually going to be a little more hesitant. Like, they're going to be a little more weary of the fact that, hey, we can't let Jome do this on the other side of when this next Lord comes up, because you might get in a position where you don't actually stop him, you know? So for FCAP, even despite the lead that they have, this kind of side lane pressure that comes from the composition that Smart Omega brought to the table is a concern. And FCAP has done this time and time and time again, especially in the hands of Super Marco when he has this Claude even.
Yeah,
so, you know, that's nothing new for them. They've just got to manage it now because it already happened in Lord 1 or Lord 2.
Yeah. Even Kyle TZ knows the capabilities of a Ling. So it's either or. Either Jome is going to do the split push or Andoryu. Late entry for Andoryu to try and steal with the Retribution steal the third Lord potentially. And for Falcons APBren, just really hope that they are able to secure this time the Lord. Because a while ago, Omega was willing to trade for that inhibitor up top against Falcons APBren securing the second Lord. But the problem was Andoryu happened.
Yeah.
A crucial Tempest of Blades and Retribution seal right on time to deprive Falcons APBren of any trade they were looking for.
You can see it once again. Jome playing himself side lane, and FCAP's going to try to contain it this time around. They know the play here. With Lord being up, he also picks up an Immortality, so he's got a little bit of that defense now. They can play a part in. Little extra boost, of course, that potion being picked up for Kyle TZ. So now they just kind of face off against each other, looking for what kind of pickoff they can find, either or, for Smart Omega or an FCAP. So still, even like I said, with the lead that FCAP has, it's still a risky game in order to actually go against, because if they do happen to lose one member here on either side, it makes things much more risky in the fact that you have that side lane pressure, and you can see both of them just kind of be in that presence there on that bottom side. So Super Marco is going to answer that. Now, Egon, what do you think the chances are that Smart Omega is able to win this next Lord fight?
Well, the beauty of the lineup of Omega and the circumstance that this is the third Lord, if ever they find out that Jome is onto the bottom lane or Andoryu is nowhere to be found, they just can't burst down the Lord right away. The Lord's tankier, harder to blitz, and at the same time, by the time Falcons APBren decides to blitz the Lord, for sure Jome or Andoryu will be in the picture during the Lord fight.
I love that they're just planning Ogwin there too. You know, he's kind of just this war in the bush, if you will.
Yeah.
Enough to be a pressure there that just in case Jome actually decided to engage on Super Marco, Ogwin will be there to catch him and support him out. So right now it's just still stalemate waters, and this is going to happen on both sides. You see Andoryu doing the same thing.
Yeah.
The only thing he has to be cautious of is, like I said, not getting caught out in that 1v1 versus Kyle TZ, and then of course if it does break out, you gotta hope your team rotates fast enough to support you on that one.
The beauty of the circumstance of Falcons APBren right now is that the inhibitor turret that got taken away from them is at the top lane wherein the Lord is located, so they can easily just take care of the lanes. And Super Marco managing to also take care of the bottom, but Chaknu, okay, goes in with a conceal. It's going to be a retribution battle between the two junglers. Here comes Flap TZ trying to zone out Ryota. Super Marco enters in with a blazing duet, but the first man down is going to be Ryota. Omega trying to answer right back. Here comes Andoryu, but Super Marco with a clutch wind of nature. He has the immortality as well. Jome connects with the Spear of Destruction as Ukir will fall down. That's
Jome
two members, but Jome just pushes once again. Got an inhibitor down bottom, but is it worth it though? Because three members of Barangay are not here anymore. Andoryu works on Marco! And he's gonna bring down Bulletproof Marco! The nature, the immortality has now been expended, but Kyle TZ, the anime fight we've all been waiting for.
Oh, he picks up the immortality, and Kyle Teasy's like, yep, I'm out of here. I'm going to go start this Lord up. But man,
I've seen this episode, Kyle said.
Yeah, but hey, Smart Omega, they did exactly what they wanted to do. They got the second base turret down. Are they going to lose this Lord here? Kyle Teasy has to be careful. Andorio around the corner.
Okay, Wiki Shadow kill. Tempest of Blades as well. Before members of Falcons APBren are here. Jom connects with the Spear of Destruction, manages to find View, and he's going to burn them down. Andorio as well will fall down. Flap Teasy trying to answer right after Jom. Jom still has the immortality as Kyle Teasy works on the Lord. Jom against 3 Spear of Misery. Immortality will be popped. Is it going to be enough though to escape? Here comes Ryota. He has the final slash though.
What?
Trying to go right after Ogwin. Still alive.
Ukir?
But Falcons APBren did get the Lord. Here comes the final slash. We're all been waiting for as Ogwin pops his immortality. Ryota Ukir working on Master Ogwin. Again with the Winter Crown. Buying enough time for Falcons APBren as Ukir picks up the kill.
Oh my goodness. Big J with big plays again. Able to just buy that much time, switch items out from immortalities to then the Rose Gold meter. Like everything that he did there to buy enough time and still live to tell the story. Man, what a play, and now he also switches back into the Wind of Nature here.
The best part also for Falcons APBren is they got 2 inhibitor turrets. Falcons APBren manages to get the mid one. Falcons APBren did get the Lord, but look at the times, Naisu. It's officially the Omega. We're past the Omega timers.
We're past it at this point, and I was saying this lineup is meant for those timers. They're going to clear the Lord out here, but FCAP, I think they want to fight.
Okay, they want to fight. They're bringing the fight onto Jom. Jom, though, trying to free hit. Here comes the Winter Crown coming in. Ryota with the final slash, not going to connect. Here comes Feel with the Internal Guard, though. Kyle Teasy, Quad Shadow's out. Ryota is in trouble as Flop Teasy will bring him down. The Lord is still up here for Falcons APBren as they manage to bring down Ryota.
They just have to manage this. They're going to have to clear out the Lord. Ukir should be able to take it down himself. The charge does come through the wall. Oh, mid lane, Andoru. Okay, he's fine too. Getting chased down. Kyle still looking for him too.
Wow.
They might be able to catch him. Ogwin has him spotted. Uh-oh.
Oh, Andoru! Too much bees in that brush, and he's going to fall down 58 seconds before he respawns. Falcons APBren, they don't care about Omega timers. All they're thinking about right now is extend the game and get the revenge onto the barangay.
The waves are pushing in here as much as they try. They're going to have to pull out a miracle.
Flap TC starts things off. Joe trying to clear the middle lane. The damage coming in from Kyle is just too much. Falcons APBren on the verge of evening out the series, and we are going to a game number 3.
Wouldn't have it any other way for our star match here for the day. Going to another game 3. Great adjustments coming out, of course, from FCAP. And man, I have to give it up even for Smart Omega. A valiant effort there. I'll try to turn that around, and a great effort just all around by both teams. I know our panelists have a lot to say about this one. Let's throw it over to them to break it down.
All right, now that was a match.
You know,
my goodness.
That got us all tongue twisted. It sounded like Naisu said, throw it over to the panelists to bake it down. I'm ready to bake. Let's cook. Let's cook some good analysis, you know.
Let him cook.
And our hunch was right. It ended up becoming a story of which jungler would play better. It was a Hayabusa versus Ling show because in every other role other than Jom split pushing was just supporting cast to their junglers.
Sadly, no one teleported.
But in this one, it's Hayabusa. Kyle Teasy, 10-1-6 in this game. He snowballed, got the early. He missed out on that first Lord. However, that was because he was low. He had no more shadows. He couldn't go back. If he stayed to contest that first Lord that Andoru stole under the noses of Falcons APBren, he would have died. But then Falcons APBren were able to recover. And the game that Omega was playing was risky, but it was a very calculated risk because they were just leveraging the fact that Jom was just constantly split pushing and the team fighting of Omega as those 4 are already so good. However, the Flap TZ reached another level in this one. Great decision making. He only died once or twice here, if I'm not mistaken. And it was his aggression as the Khalid who picked up a Winter Crown was so good, being able to heal through that. And you saw the Falcons APBren understanding that this is a jungle versus jungle matchup. As long as they can take care of their map, they just really need to take down Andoryu or give Andoryu a difficult time. And Andoryu had a very difficult game.
Yeah, if there was an interview for Kyle Teasy right now, he'd probably go, "You got us on the first half, not gonna lie."
Yeah.
for sure, dude. They did. It felt like they could probably end it a few moments there.
Yeah.
If only like one person was alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, they cleaned it up. Falcons APBren came back with a vengeance.
Yeah. And the sequence before the game-winning siege by Falcons APBren, you saw that was them taking down Ryota. That came from FlapTZ just saying, "Screw it, I'm gonna go forward." Yeah, at first I thought he was out of timing because the other members of Falcons APBren weren't exactly close enough to respond right away. But no, they were there. They were able to respond. And with good map management by Falcons APBren, not giving a lot of opportunities for Omega to punish them in the early, good control of minion waves and the map, sacrificing at certain points, knowing that the Moskov will be there instead of just being so static. At some point, they're going to have to take a trade. But Falcons APBren would take a good trade. Good macro, great micro, such a great game number 2.
Yeah, there was that moment where you were actually saying, "Yo, someone help out Flap."
Yeah.
And that was that moment right there, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they did, and they won. And that's exactly the story here. But then again, it was just not one-sided. These two guys have been working TZ brothers hand in hand.
Yeah, it was a story of the jungle versus the side lane, except this time around in the side of Falcons APBren, with Super Marco having, he was given a lot of difficulty in this game, really. Not a lot of opportunities for the Claw to dive in with a massive Blazing Duet, being up against the Arlot and the Grok. It did now fall into the hands of FlapTZ. Remember, EXP laners now are the new main roamers or frontliners.
Yep.
Roamers are usually follow-up now in terms of the ultimate priority.
And we're seeing that happen time and time again. And the combo of just the Gato Gacha as well as the Raging Sandstorm, which some people forget. You know, you could reposition that with a Flicker, which we saw a lot of times here being done by Flap.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I think that was the second or third turtle where FlapTZ was Raging Sandstorming, then he flickered back.
Yeah,
it's not
that was
necessarily
weird.
like a full all the way to the back. It was like a diagonal, a little bit off to the back type of deal.
It happened multiple times, and it caught people off guard.
Yeah.
'Cause you think you're safe because you're out of the circle, and then the circle moves on the ground. So,
like, oh, I'm safer. What? I can go back?
That's crazy. So, again, stuff like that are what makes the Kali just so good. And the big circle, again, by the Gato so hard to fight against.
Now, if game number 1 was a great showcase of how to dominate Falcons APBren, written by Omega, game number 2 was just a story of Falcons APBren playing the MLBB that they were known for. If they're not going to dominate you by getting kills on you over and over again, they will do so slowly, war of attrition style.
Choke out the map as they do. So at this point, you know what? And by the way, another circle by Few. There's another circle for the Eternal Guard.
Yeah, the Eternal Guard.
So the crowd control is insane here for FCAP in this one, which then again did contribute to them having such really good team fighting. And of course, Kaltizi also does that on his own.
Yeah.
Honestly, he fell off maybe at around 15 minutes, 18 minutes. People were dodging him, starting to dodge with items and immortalities and whatnot. But they got the job done. And another long game was had by all.
Yeah. And one of the impressive things here that Falcons APBren did was, as the game went longer and longer, we talked about number 1, them willing to sacrifice turrets, letting Jome push out, even though as long as they have someone to stop him from ending the game, that's okay. At the end there, with them being able to find Andoryu, who was trying to make space up top, after he cut the wave in the mid, that just shows how they changed to, all right, let's just make sure our lanes are covered. Even if it's Ogwen, we have Flap anyway to frontline with the rest of the team. We get the Hayabusa to join us, have KalTZ join Ogwen and hunting down Andoryu.
That's right.
That was a great adjustment, on-the-fly adjustment by Falcons APBren.
I'm surprised they actually did get split pushed to Oblivion here, considering there's a Ling and a Moskov, which, again, Big J was trying to do that really, really well.
Yeah.
And again, actually, to the point where he's sacrificing teammates to the Lord just so he can split push. Somehow it does work out for Omega. They're just not getting the Lords because there's so much split push and team fighting to be done.
Yeah.
So, again, these are things you kind of have to weigh, right? If you guys are playing, you know what I'm talking about. You got to have to weigh team fighting versus going for the objective.
Yeah.
And in fairness to Omega, they did that pretty well. they just needed that little bit of like extra 10%, but they didn't have that. And Omega was just, Falcons APBren was just pushing back. So it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun time had by all. Oh, we have a late game showdown. What's this? Before this game, FCAP has recorded 50% win rate in 6 games, past 18 minutes. On the other hand, Smart Omega, 71% win rate in 7 games that had 18 minutes.
Ah, okay. So Smart
So
Omega
who's-
is
yeah.
5 out of 7 in games that are past 18 minutes, while Falcons APBren are 3 games. Yeah, 3 out of 6 in games past 18 minutes.
All right.
So that was heading into this one.
So they're...
Now it's 6 out of 8 for Falcons. Oh, excuse me. 4 out of 7 for Falcons APBren.
All right, so that means that both of these teams are vying for that 18-minute mark.
Yeah,
still.
some of the longest games this season are with Falcons APBren. Falcons APBren, Team Liquid, Smart Omega.
All
It's
right.
usually that. And then the shortest game also is in the hands of Falcons APBren up against the NC Pro team. If you remember, that was like sub 10 minutes.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that was brutal. That was brutal. The less we talk about that, the better for all of our feelings.
Yes, please. Just, if you're curious, just go ahead and scroll back. I think a few...
Yeah.
that was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Is that 2 weeks ago? It's week 7 now. Week 5. I think it was like a week 4 or week 5. Yeah. Week 4, week 5.
I think that was week 4 or 5. Anyway, we're coming back into this one, and we are seeing a pretty good statement here by Calteezy. You know what? Game 1, I kind of fell off. Not gonna lie. But in Game 2, he solidified that, you know what, stuff can happen in the early game, even with a high boost in tow. So I feel like Falcons APBren can still pretty much contest that hero in this match.
Yeah. Again, every time now, especially after the draft that we saw in game number 1, it's trying to run through the permutations in my head. There's so many possibilities that you can go for.
I feel like the Hylos could have fit there somewhere.
Yeah, because this time around, Falcons APBren, other than the fact that Calteezy had a really great game with the Hayabusa, how Few and Ogren were just controlling the map, Asagata, Kaja, and Vixano respectively as well. I thought that their impact wouldn't be as felt. I thought it really would just be jungle versus jungle.
No.
But no, even Chaknu and Ukir had a difficult time finding an opening. Maybe it's because, like, in terms of their lineup, like, when you think of Vexano, when you think of Gata Gacha, you think hard catch.
That's right.
Chaknu, as the Grok, the wild charge is a hard catch in a way, yeah. Ukir doesn't have a hard catch. He has good damage. He
blows up people.
He blows
from the
people up
floor.
and slows people down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference between the two. The hard catch from their lineup actually comes from the Ling with the Tempest of Blades. But
That's
you're not,
the only hard catch they have.
Yeah, but you're in the mid trio alongside the Grok. But if you're the Ling, you're not going to be using your Tempest of Blades just to knock people up, because that's your main ability for team fighting.
And for dodging the shadow kill.
And for dodging the shadow kill. So
It's Oogie, by the way, not Woogie.
It's Womi Shadow Kill.
Womi Shadow Kill.
No,
Oogie, that's 2 O's. Oogie.
But it's spelled O-U, right?
Yeah, so there you go.
Oogie. If you know, you know.
Anyway.
Hold that
FCAP
face.
on blue side, by the way, and a big shout out to our restreamers from Southeast Asia. You guys watching from MENA in South Asia, and our good friends in NA. Man,
Yeah.
I hope that we get more NA streamers, to be honest. I feel like NA just super underrated and
Yeah.
how well they create stories there.
Dude, shout out to Trex, who braves through the very difficult time zone difference of NA and Asia.
Love
He
those
would
guys.
restream MPL Indonesia, MPL Malaysia, MPL Philippines. So shout out to you, Trex. I miss you, man.
Yeah. And scan the QR code right there if you want to join. If you want to join on the action. We're still getting people. Playoffs is coming.
Yeah.
Right? So go ahead and do that. And we could probably register there as well. If we're not here like most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe on our off days.
It gets tiring.
It gets tiring. Yeah, I know.
Shout out to the restreamers. You guys are great.
Shout out to the restreamers who just hang out with us, right? You guys hang out with us. Your viewers hang out with us. Comment your favorite restreamer. If you have a favorite restreamer, I want to know their names, and we'll also try to drop by.
Yeah.
Comment it down below. If they're live right now, let us know. Right now, we're going to draft for game number 3 here. Match number 3, game number 3. And it is going to be a blast for sure. Hayabusa is a proven commodity. And the lane can also kind of really tear it up. But the big question is, will Big J get his Moscow?
Let's see if he will. Huh.
That seems to be the case.
Omega really is respecting the hell out of the Matilda of Falcons APBren.
Big J went cray-cray in that last one, by the way.
Yeah, with the Moscow.
Mechanics.
I think Omega can still lean in on that, you know? With Harith being gone here, they can still, once again, just... I mean, the Moscow did provide difficulty for Falcons APBren. So if I'm Omega, I'm thinking, Joe, if you're still feeling it, I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right now, comfort is not lacking here at all for the rest of the squad here. Again, I don't think there's any, what do you call this? Not much of merit banning out Chaknus, or they're going for the known ones, trying to just make sure that Big J stays on the Moscow by banning out the Harif, and making sure that the Hayabusa is not in contention here. They don't want to first pick it.
Yeah, and look at the different approach now by Falcons APBren. Instead of like committing all of their bans of the Assassin, they just ban out one. They just ban out the Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
Which means the right call. They have the Julian and Nolan available for them.
Ling
as well.
If he wants to.
I think Falcons APBren are more of a team that lean towards the Julian and Nolan though, because of their inherent burst.
And the swappability. You know, sometimes they can flex it out if you.
Yeah.
On the mid.
Oh, yeah, that's
Julian. So I don't know if they can go, if they want to go crazy right now, but for the meantime, that is going to be it. At least for it. The Phobius, that's like permaban today, right?
Yeah, dude, Phobius is just way too good.
It's way too good.
Oh,
they get the Moscow.
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
This is going to be a different approach now by Falcons.
All right.
Okay.
So they say, you know what, you've been being too comfortable there on the Moscow, Big J.
Yeah, we did acknowledge that it is still a very respectable pickup.
Yeah. I love it. And the alternatives obviously are still pretty good. The Claude's still pretty good. Alice, if he wants to. Lunox is out in the probably not.
Yeah, I think the question right now for Omega is if you're gonna give the Ling and Moskov, if ever, or are you gonna pick it up for yourself?
Hey, Adorio's great on the Ling.
Yeah, for sure.
There's the Claude. There you go for save.
Safe to
And
pick.
got Claude for the roam. Again, we're not sure if it's roam, can be XP, but most likely roam.
Yeah, most likely roam. I mean, game 1, Omega had the Gatot, they won. Game number 2, Falcons APBren had the Gatot, they won. So I think it looks like they're just trading the Gatot pickup. And again, there's not a lot of like hard damage right now to deal with this pick. They only have the Moskov. Unless Falcons APBren swerves and picks up like something like Alpha, which I highly doubt it. They're going to be chasing the top tier junglers right now.
100%.
Yeah, either
Ling
the
is,
Ling, the
Ling is the
Julian, or
top
the
pick,
Nolan.
right? And then Julian, then
Yeah.
depending on your comp.
Actually, now it's more Nolan than Haya.
Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan and Haya are like the true priorities right now. And then
Nolan
Ling
is like straight up buffed, right?
It's the slow because
The slow,
it's
yeah.
the slow that is ultimate
A
has.
fracture.
It's
There
either
you
the
go.
Nolan, yeah.
And they acknowledge that.
Yeah, and chasing the Khalid.
Third game of Khalid for Flap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, 3 straight games? You're right.
Huh. Having
That
some
is-
fun here.
3 straight Khalid games for Flap TC.
He didn't look. He looked like, oh, after that got picked, his arms stretched out. It was,
Yeah.
Here we go again.
I feel like he's like, what year is it? This is M2 all over again.
Oh, yeah.
It was during that time Khalid was like the EXP laner pick that you go for.
Good. Like, great you point that out. And he was also part of that.
Yeah.
Good
I think chase the Julian here. If
Julian.
I'm Omega.
Julian.
But don't turn off the idea of, there we go, the Bane.
Oh, we're talking about people who... That duo, bro. This Gatot Bane duo.
Yeah.
They did this in game 1. Obviously with different marksmen. The gold laner. Look at that Bren pass.
Oh yeah, this is the APBren Championship pass.
And this guy's name is Brent as well.
Yeah, that's AP Brent.
The guy's name is legal name is Brent.
Yeah, one of the most active members of the Hive
With
here
a
in
T.
the Philippines. Constantly goes into the Hive group trying to look for a girlfriend.
Yeah.
No, that's the running joke
That's
of the
the
Hive.
running joke.
Shout out to the Hive if you know.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Hive if you know,
Just, you know.
Everyone's in on the joke.
Just so that you guys, don't get misled.
Yeah, it even got to the point where Brent's saying, guys, I'm just living my life peacefully here. Why are you dragging me into
Really
this?
nice guy.
He's
If
a
you
really
talk
great
to
dude.
him, he's a really chill guy. He's
Yeah.
always smiling. I would not be surprised if, he's the one getting hunted.
You know, I'm surprised that Omega banned out the Valentina. I think they're thinking of picking up a Faramis here.
Faramis sounds great, right? It would this lineup would do great with the Faramis.
Yeah, if they go Faramis,
literally unstoppable.
Yeah, what's left for Falcons APBren is the Vexana or the Aurora.
In fairness, Aurora's great combo with Khalid. Then the Nolan can probably just go ham.
Yeah, I'd like the Aurora more than the Vexana.
Pretty
But I
glacial.
understand the...
Oh,
Okay, that makes
love
sense.
that respect for
Yeah, of
Oakland.
course. You have the Cloud, you have the Bane, you have to take away the Lolita. I think, you know, I just said Aurora, but Aurora Vex. I think either or would be okay.
A
It's
what?
just
Sorry?
like Aurora or Vexana, either or would be okay.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just you're gonna have to pick your poison. If you're fear thinking, do I want more damage? I go Vexana. Do I want more control and survivability? I go Aurora.
Do they think about banning the Faramis here?
I think they have to.
It's quite deadly, honestly.
Dude, Faramis, Bane, Gatot?
Yeah.
Bruh. And they have the Cloud already.
Matilda's out, so you know what? Don't. Bane's just sorry. Faramis is just so good. Wow.
They know something we don't.
They know something we don't. I did not expect that ban at all. Mincitar.
He does have. Wait, I know someone played Mincitar earlier this season.
Someone did. I just don't remember who. I know it made an appearance somewhere.
Nah,
And it
yeah,
won,
dude.
by the way. It won.
Oh, that was Aurora. That was Renegade.
I remember it won.
It lost.
Right? Did it look? Did it win?
It lost quite badly.
There's a Vex.
Oh, they don't play the Faramis.
I would have picked the Faramis. That's a great Faramis lineup.
Yeah. Maybe again because they were thinking
too late game.
Look at the Khalid, look at the Nolan, and thought, maybe I do not want my teammates all clumped up together.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. The you know what? The Nether Realm does kind of force you to play close.
Yeah. So I get it. Yeah. Definitely do not pick up the Faramis here.
Yeah, don't. No
Falcons
need.
APBren, yeah, no need. It's all
I think
good.
you want to go full mobile with this lineup, right? You want to go really mobile. You want to be able to chase them down on the map, which they're probably going to be running from you anyway.
Look, it's Few and Ogwen thinking what they want their pairing to be. Oh, Low Yi's open if they want to.
That's a great pick. Loy is great pick here. For the roam though, that's Nana.
Nana and Hylos.
The most. Oh man, people are celebrating. Even the Omega fans are like going ham right now. I love it. Me loving me some Nana in this game.
The easiest set of abilities to remember. Molina Blitz, Molina Smooch, and the Boomerang Toss. I forgot the name of that one.
Molina's Blades. Blade of Molina.
Blade of Molina. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, go Grok.
That'd be cool.
Again, I'm with y'all RG boys and RG girls
It
here.
works.
The Molina Smooch, man, how are you going to control it and how they handle the Blitz. But playing the Hylos into a Bane, into a Gatot, into a Vexana might be tough. If last time it was Jungle versus EXP, now it's the Roam EXP of Falcons APBren versus the Bane and the Gatot.
Yeah, I actually get the high loss. Slow down these melee heroes, make them hard to chase you down.
Oh, is it more setup for the Nana, something like that? Or?
It's more like the Nanas for the finisher. They're
gotcha.
just playing defensive on the high loss, man.
Gotcha,
Super
gotcha.
slow.
I gotcha.
Okay, let's see if that's going to work out here. As we throw it over to game number 3. I'm excited to watch this. Throw it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, guys. We're just as excited to see the combo of a glorious pathway and a Molina Blitz. I'll tell you that much. That is going to wreck some havoc here. But welcome to the last match of the day. It's me once again on the English desk, Naisu, joined by Ingan, as we bring you this one. FCAP and Smart Omega now in Game 3. FCAP looking for the revenge from earlier in the season. And I don't know, man. Very fun lineups, I would say, for our last game here. What are you thinking, Ingan?
It's not a star match without unconventional picks, without game 3s. And again, okay, seems like Falcons APBren are the aggressors trying to get their orange buff away from Andoryu.
Whoa,
just
double heal.
Just a quick reset here for Blapteezy and Ogwen. And again, they're back in the picture here, trying to zone out Andoryu. Here comes Kyle Teasy.
Uh-oh.
Will he be able to retreat though? As Omega forces to rotate with 4 members and first blood.
They're full sending it.
Okay, but this time Flapteezy though answers right back with a kill onto Andoryu. That's going to be a more worth it trade. unless Flapteasy manages to escape. A roamer for Andoryu with the Bane.
Hey, Worth, they got Andoryu.
Hashtag Worth.
Wow. So, you know, that really reminds me of the early aggression that we saw from Team Liquid PH. Was it last week? When they went back to the roots of the Echo Express.
The Cho and Khalid combination.
Yeah, so and they're still going. Oh, they're still doing it.
And Kyle Teasy manages to get the purple buff. Okay, first minute in, there is no buffs for Andoryu. That's going to be a huge problem for the first turtle. Oh! Flicker out. Even if Few has the passive, he's not going to waste it on one power of nature from Ryota.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine.
I know there's some excited people in the crowd tonight because I just heard a shriek in the MPL arena. Probably a Nana main out there, but this turtle is tough for the taking. We'll see how they play it out. Already, Flap!
Oh, Flapteasy, but here comes Oakland with the Revitalize plus the quick Sand Guard. Look at the HP of Flapteasy. All of a sudden, it's like he went home.
That's just... Whew. I was going to say, like, that's just dirty. That's just healing right there, that's man. Unfair. Revitalize with the Sand Guard there. That's tough. Like, how do you even overcome that amount of healing? Look at this. Nana main's idle. Last season, Few has played Nana in 3 games with a 100% win rate.
You know, I gotta say.
Tell me.
That's also my record for ranked games when I use Nana. 3 games, 100%. In
3
span
games?
of 3 months. That's how much I don't use Nana, but Few.
That's locked in, man. That's locked in.
Yeah, we've been saying, you've been saying this. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Okay, Ogwen. Trying to zone out Shaknu, and here comes the wild charge from Ryota. Answers right back with Raging Sandstorm, but deadly catch from Andoryu as he goes down as well in exchange for Ogwen once again. And the quick Sand Guard plus the juke from Flapteasy. A 2-0-0 start for this Khalid.
That's what I like to call athletic flicker there.
Athletic flicker.
Very athletic, a Flap. And,
gonna break some ankles, though.
Yeah, that's how you break ankles, you know. And you also saw when they used the Raging Sandstorm, that was a perfect time to go ahead and lay down the Molina Blitz as well from Few. And that's the combination they have. That's one of them, I would say.
Yeah, you have to wait for the Glorious Pathway and Molina Blitz.
You don't need, and that's
ultra slow.
You don't even like need it, but once it's available, it's gonna cause havoc in the team fights.
Speaking of havoc, they're trying to plan out the play here on the Jome, but instead goes out. And going back to your to my point a while ago, you've been saying a couple of weeks back that I wish we have a graphic of how many unique heroes used for this season. And Few picking up the Nana just adds to that list of how many heroes we've seen so far.
We gotta be up to like, I don't know, in general.
Because Kirk alone already has 12. What more the other players?
And I know team as a whole, earlier on, at least today when we started the day, I think it was Smart Omega. 41. You know, so these are some pretty, like, it's crazy, but I'm happy. Like, as someone who was rooting last season for the non-meta picks to come up, a.k.a. Cord, you know, I'm glad where we are now, where it's like, you don't know what's going to pop up. Not only that, but also, honestly, at this point, week 7, I don't know who's going to be champion for season 14.
Same.
I know Fnatic Onic is undefeated, guys, but I'm just saying, like, anything can happen when we get to the playoffs.
Especially, you know, when we receive major buffs, changes, patches for the most used heroes. Things could go south for the top team in just a blink of an eye with how versatile the meta has been for this current season. I mean, who would have thought Few? If Few's even the one who said that he wanted to really go on a revenge tour against this guy, Jome is going to fall down.
Big damn.
Big damn, big plays, and a big shutdown for Falcons APBren as they also get the turret down bottom.
Oh, man, I can already see it, Ingon. After today, your ranked games won't look the same.
It's going to enable a lot of Nana heroes. But speaking of the current meta, though, it's viable again with the current adjustment of Nana's ultimate. It's not just one, not the ultimate, though, the Molina Smooch. Yeah, the Molina Smooch. It's not just a single target anymore, it's AoE, meaning a lot can be transformed. And speaking of transformed, Ukir just got transformed there. And even that alone has damage to dish out damage onto Ukir just like that.
Yeah. And so, you know, with all this happening, like, there hasn't been any of these huge team fights. It's all been mostly, like, just pick-off centric, aside from that early start where we saw, the invade from FCAP and everything else. But really, it's just been, all right, we find a moment here. We lay down the layering of ultimates that we've been talking about this whole time, and that's enough to get a kill. Look at this.
Kyle knows. Kyle knows. He knows.
He's sensing it. They got some information here. Oh!
Oh, but does he know the wild charge is there? Plus the Guardian's barrier manages to escape, and here comes the Nana pick 201. Ogwen on the charge with a glorious pathway, but a passing coming in from Ryota will ensure that he is safe.
He is safe, and now that's the, even in a sense, that fracture, having that slow now, that 30% slow does play a role in Nolan being able to escape in those instances right now, too. That just leads into this third turtle for the taking for FCAP. So Smart Omega tried to make a play. They tried to, throw it out to left field. It didn't work, though, unfortunately for them, and they're going to lose these tier 1s as well because of Flap. Just putting pressure on the back.
As Super Marco works on the middle lane turret, Kyle TZ and Flap TZ. Oh, they managed to catch Ogwen, but Ogwen has to revitalize. Is he going to be alive, though? Here comes the sun. Was able to cast a glorious pathway. Now Flap TZ just making sure that Omega stays there. And now Chaknu picks up a Thunderbelt. And you were saying the fracture of Kyle TZ played a huge role in why he was able to escape. You know who else played a huge role?
Who's that?
Few. Killing Jome, handing him his second death with that boomerang plus ultimate, and Omega just really managing to get another turret here down bottom. Just trying to salvage whatever they can because Falcons APBren right now has a 4.5k gold lead.
Yeah, what has to happen here for Smart Omega is you got to catch up in the jungle, you got to catch up in the gold lane, and that's what they have to do to get in fighting form. Hopefully for this first Lord. Now, I would almost rather see Smart Omega maybe not contest it because they're just kind of down, they're behind too much in the key roles right now. And unless they can get a pick-off potential or a great set, maybe from Ryota or even Chaknu, that would be great for Smart Omega. But right now, the way things are going, they're just kind of out-farmed, and they've got to get time to adjust from it. So if that means giving up the first Lord for now, so be it. Just defend the best you can because Jome's also got to catch up on this Claude, and you can already see Super Marco's going to be looking to do the same thing we saw Jome do the previous games with this Moskov in hand.
Yeah, and not even just the gold lead, though. Look at the level gap. 4 levels ahead for Kyle TC against Adoryu, level 14 to level 10. And even at the gold lane, Super Marco, 2 levels ahead, up against Jome with the Claude. As they pick up a kill onto this is a Gatot Kacha Chaknu, and they just bursted him down like he was nothing.
That's the burst damage.
Big burst.
That's what we were talking about.
That's Big Bursta. You know Big Bertha?
Yep, I know. All I know is Big Damn.
Okay,
That's
Big
it.
Damn.
Right there. Lord secured. Locked in here for FCAP. They're going to be able to march in pretty much to the base turrets, obviously, from this Corrosive Scythe just being picked up by Jome at this point. So he should have those 2 items that we talked about, time and time again with the Claudes. But I don't know, man. It's getting iffy here because right now, FCAP playing into the Glorious Pathway just to shove them off of these turrets.
And they're going to successfully take down the middle lane turret. And Few a while ago said that Falcons APBren, direct translate, just translated for me, is the Lason against Omega. Literally, Few is the Lason, the poison, with his unconventional Nana pick, doing wonders for them. 202 KDA, so far so good. I haven't even seen Few pop his passive. That's how much play safe Few is, but still able to dish out the damage. The crowd control. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Kyle TZ onto the back line, onto Chaknu, forcing out Adoryu to use that deadly catch as the Lord pops the holy shields of Omega.
Now they're going to work on the turret. Still got to deal with the Lord here. They're going to jump in.
Oh, Chaknu jumps in with the AOG. Just try to delay the push, but they're able to burst down the inhibitor down bottom. Kyle TZ works on the top lane. And 10 minutes in, a 9.5k gold lead. Now we have to go back to our talking points a while ago. In this case, Omega, they really wanted to reach this time, the Omega timers.
They still need 8 minutes or so, maybe 6 for the new season for that Omega timer. Right now, though, there's the pathway.
Oh, plus the stun coming in from Ogwen. Chaknu manages to escape. Here comes the damage coming in from Falcons APBren, really trying to work on the turret. And look at the damage from Super Marco. Just working on the minions, but manages to... Is it the passive of Moskov? Wherein if you hit something, it reflects the damage, it bounces the damage to the nearby enemies. Right?
For Moskov?
Yeah, for Moskov.
Oh, you're talking about the spears.
Yeah, the spears, yeah.
I was like, you mean reflect damage? That's a different thing.
No, not reflect. I just can't translate it properly.
The spears, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the spears.
Get yours now. Falcons APBren recall. What were you saying? Sorry.
I really
just the amount of damage he can do with the spears.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just really want to get the TLPH one, but here comes Ogwin with a glorious pathway. Okay, at this point, Omega, it's safe that they're able to go out from their base. But again, Falcons APBren will just really bring out the clash wherever they are.
And that's the thing, man. They're 10,000 gold ahead. Off that one Lord, they were able to get that one turret, maybe another the Holy Shield on top. But for Smart Omega at this point, like I said, it's really just playing into late game. You know, the timing's there. The power spike for late game has to be in their favor. And honestly, I don't think they fight this Lord either. Like, you're not in a position to fight this, so just go ahead, get in the defensive mode, backdoor against the wall, get ready to defend the base, the push, because FCAP after this one is going to come swinging. They might even force a situation where you have to fight. And this is where that deadly combination really comes into play, too. I mean, I'm sure you guys watching have all seen or at least witnessed when a Nana is in the base, right, and you're trying to defend. You can't really stack up. Then you pair in a glorious pathway on top of that and a sandstorm.
Just too much.
It's too much to deal with. So even the areas around the crystal here, the base for Smart Omega, you have to avoid from actually getting clumped up in that situation. So that's the question. How do they juggle that around? How do they deal with the push, of course, coming from these waves and also the Lord? They can clear things out. They're going to have to really find their own kind of setup, whether that's Chaknu, whether that's Ryota to pull it off. You can see that they have pretty respectable damage, but turrets are going to fall here. Lord makes its way into the base, and FCAP eyeing down the last turret as Smart Omega holds it on. They do clear the Lord, though, so they've already done that. No wave in the middle just yet as it walks up. Now, Smart Omega, this is their time to hold their grounds if they can. There's the pathway.
Oh, but the gorgeous barrier. But look at this. Pew picks up the kill. Onto Ryota plus Kyle Teasy onto the backline. Going to bring down Chaknu as they work on the middle inhibitor turret. The base of Omega. No more inhibitors left. The push is here for Falcons APBren as they try to complete the revenge tour and get the win against Omega.
You see the smile on their faces. They're like, yeah, we did it with a Nana. And now they're feeling good as well about getting their revenge. And man, FCAP, what a combo. Woo! The pathway, the blitz, you saw it. It was all perfectly laid down.
Even Kyle Teasy with a fracture onto Chaknu, onto the backline. And just too much to handle for the Barangay. And what a way to have a revenge tour with a Nana pick by the Kapitan. Phew.
This makes it exciting to think. I know we still have a day tomorrow, and I know we still have like week 8. But at this point, I don't know what to expect for the playoffs, man. Like if we're here at this point, and you know you got Nana coming through, you got the likes of all these Khalid picks, the Bane picks, everything.
The Nana picks.
Yeah, I hope that we continue to see these new heroes come to play, even in the playoffs.
Whew. All I can say is still heads up high for Omega. They already qualified for the playoffs. Still a good sign that they're able to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the reigning defending world champions, Falcons APBren. A lot of credit to this guy leading the charge for Omega. Big J.
Big J.
With amazing big plays a while ago, even during their Game 2 loss. He had a lot of beautiful plays.
Yeah, great adjustments there. That's going to wrap it up for us tonight on the English Desk. And I'm Nisu. This is Ingon. We're going to be thrown over to the stage with FCAP and, of course, our host today, Hans Galleria. Woo! Take it away, boys. Let's hear what they have to say.
MPL Arena, your winners, Falcons APBren. Guys, congratulations. It was a reverse sweep na nakita natin. Flap, nice haircut by the way. Few, alright? Taking note, dun sa palag nyo ni Chakno kanina, the world champion buff really worked para sa inyo at nakabawi na kayo finally sa Smart Omega how did you approach this game? Or how did you approach this match specifically knowing na ito yung isa sa mga teams na natalo kayo nung round 1? How did you get the win at paano nyo prognosis to?
Ayun, yung mindset din namin kasi talaga gusto namin makabawi sa kanila eh. Tapos, same lang nung sa lahat ng nakakalaban din namin yung approach namin. Focus lang sa sariling gameplay namin, tapos aralin lang muna namin kung ano yung ginagawa talaga nila bago kami mag-draft.
And you were able to adjust and execute that in today's matchup. Congratulations, Ogwen. Nakakapanibago na bagsak yung buhok mo. Parang okay din yung bangs sa'yo. Okay din. I mean, now, nakabawi kayo sa Smart Omega. Ang isa sa mga makakaharap nyo next week, or should I say, Onic or Fnatic Onic Philippines. Currently, they are 11-0. Kung sakali na manalo sila bukas, how confident are you facing Fnatic Onic Philippines again for round number 2?
Tingin ko confident kami ngayon kasi gustong-gusto rin namin bumawi sa kanila eh. Kasi last rin talaga nila, gusto namin sila makalaban talaga ulit.
Now, kung meron kang mensahe sa Fnatic Onic Philippines, specifically, I'm sure that they're watching right now. Ano ang message mo sa Fnatic Onic?
Brusko, wanda ka na sa akin.
Parang mainit ka lately, ha? Sige, at doon na natin tatapusin yan. Congratulations, boys. We will be now taking note kung sino nga ba ang MVP of the match. Can I get some names, everybody? Sinong MVP nyo? Alright, I hear some names. I hear a lot of names. But the MVP of the match is going to be Kyle Teasy. Kyle, congratulations. Dahil sa panalong ito, posibleng makita natin na nag-reband na si Andorio. I don't know what's gonna happen there. Pero ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga taong sumusuporta sa inyo at sa Falcons APBren?
Sa lahat po ng mga sumusuporta sa Falcons APBren, maraming salamat po. Pagpatuloy nyo lang po kami supportan at gagalingan pa po namin. Thank you.
It's always been like this. Parang ikaw lagi ang MVP of the match. Congratulations sa'yo, pare. At ngayon naman, makikita din natin ang winner ng 3,000 diamonds together with a playoff ticket para sa darating na Season 14. He's gonna come over right now. Hello? Hello, do you? Uy, balato daw. Next time na sila kausapin. Okay. Pero yun nga. Alright, what's your name?
Jacob po.
Jacob, alright? Ikaw ang panalo ng 3,000 diamonds and you get a chance to meet one of your idols. Sino ba sa kanila ang idol mo out of everyone?
Si Flap po.
Si Flap!
Idol ng mga kids.
Si Flap, okay. Bakit si Flap? Ayan, dyan siya sa tabi mo. Bakit si Flap?
Magaling po mag-XP.
Magaling daw mag-XP. Okay. Hindi
Parang
ba?
di naman.
Parang hindi naman daw. O sige, ano bang mensahe mo kay Flap na ngayon nandyan na siya? Anong message mo sa idol mo?
Sana po mas galingan niya po lalo para po makaabot po sila sa finals.
Alright.
Thank you.
And ano namang response mo doon, Flap? It's so nice to hear some...
Thank you so much. Mas gagalingan ko pa para matuto ka sa akin.
Yeah. Para matuto ka sa akin. Manalo ka ng 3,000 diamonds and you can also get to walk with your idols patungo sa ating runway. So again, everyone, it's Falcons APBren. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. This is a really good game of adjustments para sa World Champions. We may see them down in game number 1, pero game 2 and 3, they had what it takes to take the series. Rekta na natin sa ating panel. Pasok!
There you go. I can see a lot of satisfied faces with Falcons APBren and a
Yeah.
lot of satisfied Nana players in the world.
You know what I love here? Seeing the comment section.
What?
They have the same exact feeling as us. Once they saw that Hylos and Nana, everyone's thinking, yeah, that's gonna be a headache. And it was. It was the MVP.
Right
Let's go,
there.
Few. And you know what's crazy? That stat line they showed
Yeah?
last season. Yeah, I forgot that. He played 3 Nana games and he was undefeated.
What? So In 2 seasons, Nana's 100% win rate?
In the hands of few, yes.
Oh my goodness.
His Nana's been undefeated since season 13.
Unbelievable. Stuff. The more you know. Huh.
I love it.
I love it. Honestly, it does feel like it's a very viable hero, especially with a really sticky floor, with the glorious pathway.
Yeah, and that glorious pathway, that magic carpet laid down, really set up like a lot of things for Falcons APBren. It allowed Ogre to get into better position. It allowed an escape tool or an initiation tool for FLAP TZ, providing more slows for the Desert Tornado. There we go.
Desert Tornado.
Yeah.
I was saying that desert thing earlier.
It was very close.
Close.
And of course, set things up for everyone, really. The Nana. And this was the high loss, Khalid, Nana playing together so well, giving a lot of difficulty to Omega's lineup.
Yeah, and of course, Omega lineup is no slouch either. This is a lineup that's designed to steamroll lineups. I've faced against this a few times in ranked games. It can literally just walk all over you. And unfortunately, again, it's hard for them to walk since most of them are melee heroes at the end of the day. So, beautiful plan for APBren.
Yeah, when we think of mid laners, when you think of, shout out to my TCG players, Blue Decks, you think of control. And that's exactly what was provided by Falcons APBren. Game number 1, there was so much control in the lineup of Omega that Falcons APBren got stomped on. Game number 3, now with you have the 3 heroes that I pointed out for Falcons APBren, the mid, the XP, the roam, with all that control, Omega couldn't find the tempo. Yes, Omega does have that same amount of control. They have the Gatot, they have the Vex, they have the Bane. But the difference between game 1 and number 3 is in game 1, Falcons APBren gave less openings for Omega to capitalize on. And most importantly, because of the nature of Fuse Hero here, Omega just couldn't full commit all dive. The Nana has that escape tool to be, that second life that we talk about.
We're talking about second life. We're talking about Aurora, Lilia. Nana was the last thing on my mind.
Nana. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, all right.
She's been popping up here and there since season 10.
Funnily enough, it's great against Haya. Can't get eliminated by Haya if you're running away. Invulnerable.
Yeah, that's true.
Huh. Okay. The more you know.
What if down the line this is like a championship winning pick?
In honesty, it can be. It can be, honestly, right? Yeah. You forget stuff like this does happen in previous seasons, like season 1, 2, 3. You just forget it happens because other heroes pop up. Yeah. And then you remember, you know what? The way that these heroes interact, you know what? Many people would pick Nana just because of that.
Yeah.
Immunity to the shadow kill.
I think I'm gonna rock more Nanas. I don't get a lot of chance to play mid lane now. I don't know why. I almost end up playing Rome, but yeah, let's play Nana.
And you can send him the screenshot.
Yeah.
MVP Nana, bro.
Go ahead,
it works.
Let's all play Nana.
Let's all play Nana, guys. And here's a mic check from Flap. I wonder how they actually talk in game.
Facing you, man. Pasok namin yun, ha. Okay. Tower lock.
All right.
All chill.
Chill in that last one.
Yeah, it was just like a bunch of calling out specific targets, much calmer approach from Falcons APBren.
And Flap TZ kind of just going a little bit too much, I guess, too hero. Trying to go for the kill in that first one.
Yeah.
In that last one, they're more chill.
Yeah.
They kind of worked together, started to be more relaxed. So, Vice board time. Let's bring up the standings here.
Oh, congratulations. You got a heart. And since I am eternally on this couch, there's running out of space for my predictions. I am on fire this season.
That's right. We're going to have to come up with a completely different method here.
Yeah. We got to allow the casters to get more opportunities to get their predictions in, because usually these are the ones that are either like...
On here.
Yeah.
And they can physically...
Yeah, it's their star match predictions. Plus, I mean, we get predictions all the time here in the panel, and yeah, my butt is eternally parked on this couch. So yeah, that's why it's like that.
So we're going to talk more about that. I feel like 8 predictions are a lot, especially if we did this for only 2 weeks now.
Yeah, and I don't think we started counting from week 1.
That's right. This is literally from week 7. Sorry, week 6.
6?
Yeah.
Didn't we start counting like 4 or 5?
We introduced it in week 5, day 3.
Oh, Bro, I've hit 8 predictions since week 6.
You've been getting the right predictions.
Wait, how is that possible? Oh, wait, no, yeah, a lot of the games. So, hey! Cool.
I think you're getting all the correct predictions so far.
Ta-da. Feels good, man.
We're gonna have another separate system when it comes to playoffs. I want a rank system because numbers. It's great if you're high, but I want to see the progression up and down.
Yeah.
I feel like we can do that.
And let's ask them to include again the community vote in here.
The community vote. We need the community vote here.
Yeah, if the community vote was here, they wouldn't get a sticker because the community vote went to Omega.
That's right.
The majority went to Omega, so it's Falcons APBren winning today.
So these are your votes. We want to add your votes when the playoff arrives. So we're gonna do that every game for the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's what I plan to do.
And so, don't forget, we accept letters and stuff. So send us your letters when you come here in Green Sun Makati, okay?
Or comments. Yes, comment stuff as well. And always vote on the online stuff happening on the YouTube. Speaking of online stuff,
Look at that
comment, beautiful timing. Robert Viray says, "Thank you, Few Nana user here." Alcinatoy says, "Nana galing," and Syracuse says, "I'm gonna spam Nana on RG."
Yeah, it's a Nana party. A lot of people are happy about the Nana. I'm happy about the Nana pickup. Few still undefeated with the Nana since last season. That's an insane fact. Watch out for MPL Philippines fun facts week 8.
And
week
he
7.
didn't die all game. 3-0.
You're right.
That's impressive considering the hero pool of the opposition.
Wow, Nana. Huh. I bet Smart Omega's just like, guys, really? Damn.
What? Who knew? Who knew?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I lost to a legit Layla Rome the other day, so...
That is really...
It was classic.
Classic.
Nope, it was RG.
Layla Rome.
Don't do it.
Maybe next week.
Don't do it.
And here are our standings for week number 7, day number 2. We are closing up the week soon. And we got 2 teams who are still 50-50 because they're tied almost neck and neck. A bit of a win-loss advantage for RSG Philippines by one game. So that can be easily overturned. So I think that's something we got to watch out for. And don't forget, we're also thinking about who's upper bracket and lower bracket with the ones that are already qualified.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Aurora, Team Liquid, and Smart Omega all within striking distance of the upper bracket slot. Again, Fnatic Onic Philippines are the only team right now to secure an upper bracket slot. They can't go any lower than top 2.
That's right.
So now it's a 4-way bloodbath.
Imagine, they're literally tied as well in scores.
Yeah.
So no one's safe yet. Like, they're all really gunning for the win. And we're going to talk about the Fancy Laban as well. These are our standings for week number 7. 7 weeks of non-stop action. Or almost 7 weeks. And looks like the Bees are taking some pretty big hits. Because Omega actually got the best of them in the Fancy Laban arena.
Yeah, the Kabarangay, the Omega fans beat the Falcons APBren fans earlier. The Bees. And, it's wild. Look, the top 3, it's the Bees, the Cavaliers, and the Raiders.
And looks like everything else seems on point in terms of match prediction, except for the last one.
Yeah, but dude, it's all so close. Every week, the Fansik Laban results are always so close.
6-6, 6-5.
Yeah.
Wow, you're right. That's going to be impressive to see. And again, all of these happen on site here in the MPL arena. You don't even need to wait too much. Like, you just go to their booth and I want to join.
It's right there.
Say that. And again, represent your favorite team. Maybe wear their jerseys that you also get.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be so
Hopefully
cool.
the playoffs, if ever, like, let's say it's a grand finals, the
Give them a
teams
jersey.
give them jerseys, you know.
That would be so cool.
Yeah, hopefully.
Game marketing, you know what to do. And again,
I think that boils down to the respective communities of the teams,
for them right
Yeah.
there in Infinix, right? So, I guess it's been a pretty interesting day.
Yeah, for sure.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Not 9 games, but you know what? We're happy. I'm Rockhart. This is Redmar. We'll see you guys tomorrow as well for the closing of Week 7.
We are down to the final spot in the playoffs. Ang naghihintay sa kanila, Fnatic Onic Philippines, Falcons APBren, Smart Omega, Aurora MLBB, at ang kaka-qualify lamang kanina na Team Liquid Philippines. Isa na lamang ang natitira. Sino sa RSG Philippines at Blacklist International ang makakaselyo ng kanilang playoff spot? We're about to find that out sa kanilang mga susunod pang laban. But that is it for now. In behalf of Mara Aquino, my name is Hans Galeria, and this has been MPL Philippines Season 14. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!